suppose you are the trouble, but you are the cure. You suppose that you are the lock on the door, but you are the key that opens it. Rumi. Just when I discovered the meaning of life, they changed it. George Carlin. Chapter 1. Yao. "I'm fine," said the woman. "There's nothing wrong with me." She didn't look fine to Yao. It was his first day as a trainee paramedic, his third call-out. Yao wasn't nervous, but he was in a hyper-vigilant state because he couldn't bear to make even an inconsequential mistake. When he was a child, mistakes had made him wail inconsolably, and they still made his stomach cramp. A single bead of perspiration rolled down the woman's face, leaving a snail's trail through her makeup. Yao wondered why women painted their faces orange, but that was not relevant. "I'm fine. Maybe just the 24-hour virus," she said, with a hint of an Eastern European accent. "Observe everything about your patient and their environment," Yao's supervisor Finn had told him. "Think of yourself as a secret agent looking for diagnostic clues." Yao observed a middle-aged, overweight woman with pronounced pink shadows under distinctive sea-green eyes and wispy brown hair pulled into a sad little knot at the back of her neck. She was pale and clammy, her breathing ragged. A heavy smoker, judging by her ashtray scent. She sat in a high-backed leather chair behind a gigantic desk. It seemed like she was something of a bigwig, if the size of this plush corner office and its floor-to-ceiling harbour views were any indication of corporate status. They were on the 17th floor, and the sails of the opera house were so close you could see the diamond-shaped cream and white tiles. The woman had one hand on her mouse. She scrolled through emails on her oversized computer screen as if the two paramedics checking her over were a minor inconvenience. Repairmen there to fix a PowerPoint. She wore a tailored navy business suit, like a punishment, the jacket pulled uncomfortably tight across her shoulders. Yao took the woman's free hand and clipped a pulse oximeter onto her finger. He noted a shiny, scaly patch of reddish skin on her forearm. Pre-diabetic? Finn asked, "Are you on any medication, Masha?" He had a chatty, loose manner with patients, as if he were making small talk at a barbecue, beer in hand. Yao noticed that Finn always used the names of patients, whereas Yao felt shy talking to them as though they were old friends. But if it enhanced patient outcomes, he would learn to overcome his shyness. "I am on no medication at all," said Masha, her gaze fixed on the computer. She clicked on something decisively, then looked away from her monitor and back up at Finn. Her eyes looked like they'd been borrowed from someone beautiful. Yao assumed they were colored contact lenses. "I am in good health. I apologize for taking up your time. I certainly didn't ask for an ambulance." "I called the ambulance," said a very pretty, dark-haired young woman in high heels and a tight checked skirt with interlocking diamond shapes similar to the opera house tiles. The skirt looked excellent on her, But that was obviously of no relevance right now, even though she was technically part of the surrounding environment Yao was meant to be observing. The girl chewed on the fingernail of her little finger. I'm her PA. She lowered her voice as if she were about to reveal something shameful. Her face went dead white, and then she fell off her chair. I did not fall off my chair, snapped Masha. She kind of slid off it, amended the girl. I momentarily felt dizzy. That is all, said Masha to Finn. And then I got straight back to work. Could we cut this short? I'm happy to pay your full, cost or rate or however it is you charge for your services. I have private health cover, of course. I just really don't have time for this right now. She turned her attention back to her assistant. Don't I have an 11 o'clock with Ryan? I'll cancel him. Did I hear my name? Said a man from the doorway. What's going on? A guy in a too-tight purple shirt swaggered in, carrying a bundle of manila folders. He spoke with a plummy British accent, like he was a member of the royal family. Nothing, said Masha. Take a seat. Masha is clearly not available right now, said the poor PA. Yao sympathized. He didn't appreciate flippancy about matters of health, and he thought his profession deserved more respect. He also had a strong aversion to spiky-haired guys with posh accents who wore purple shirts a size too small to show off their overly developed pecs. No, just sit down, Ryan. This won't take long. I'm fine. Masha beckoned impatiently. Can I check your blood pressure, please? Masha, said Yao, bravely mumbling her name as he went to strap the cuff around her upper arm. Let's take that jacket off first. Finn sounded amused. You're a busy lady, Masha. I actually really do need her sign-off on these, said the young guy to the PA in a low voice. Yao thought, I actually really do need to check your boss's vital signs right now, motherfucker. Finn helped Masha out of her jacket and put it over the back of her chair in a courtly way. Let's see those documents, Ryan. Masha adjusted the buttons on her cream silk shirt. I just need signatures on the top 2 pages. The guy held out the folder. Are you kidding me? The PA lifted both hands incredulously. Mate, you need to come back another time, said Finn, with a definite edge to his barbecue voice. The guy stepped back, but Masha clicked her fingers at him for the folder, and he instantly jumped forward and handed it over. He obviously considered Masha scarier than Finn, which was saying something, because Finn was a big, strong guy. This will take 14 seconds at the most, she said to Finn. Her voice thickened on the word most, so that it sounded like most. Yao, the blood pressure cuff still in his hand, made eye contact with Finn. Masha's head lolled to one side, as though she'd just nodded off. The manila folder slipped from her fingers. Masha? Finn spoke in a loud, commanding voice. She slumped forward, arms akimbo, like a puppet. Just like that, screeched the PA with satisfaction. "That's exactly what she did before." "Jesus!" The purple shirt guy retreated. "Jesus! Sorry. I'll just—" "Okay, Masha, let's get you onto the floor," said Finn. Finn lifted her under the armpits and Yao took her legs, grunting with the effort. She was a very tall woman, Yao realized, much taller than him. At least 6 feet, and a dead weight. Together, he and Finn laid her on her side on the grey carpet. Finn folded her jacket into a pillow and put it behind her head. Masha's left arm rose stiff and zombie-like above her head. Her hands curled into spastic fists. She continued to breathe in jerky gasps as her body postured. She was having a seizure. Seizures were disquieting to watch, but Yao knew you just had to wait them out. There was nothing around Masha's neck that Yao could loosen. He scanned the space around her and saw nowhere she could bang her head. "Is this what happened earlier?" Finn looked up at the assistant. No, before she just sort of fainted." The wide-eyed PA watched with appalled fascination. "Does she have a history of seizures?" asked Finn. "I don't think so. I don't know." As she spoke, the PA was shuffling back towards the door of the office, where a crowd of other corporate types had now gathered. Someone held up a mobile phone, filming, as if their boss's seizure were a rock concert. "Start compressions." Finn's eyes were flat and smooth like stones. There was a moment, no more than a second, but still a moment in which Yao did nothing as his brain scrambled to process what had just happened. He would remember that moment of frozen incomprehension forever. He knew that a cardiac arrest could present with seizure-like symptoms, and yet he'd still missed it because his brain had been so utterly, erroneously convinced of one reality. This patient is having a seizure. If Finn hadn't been there, Yao may have sat back on his haunches and observed a woman in cardiac arrest without acting. Like an airline pilot flying a jet into the ground because he is overly reliant on his faulty instruments. Yao's finest instrument was his brain, and on this day it was faulty. They shocked her twice, but were unable to establish a consistent heart rhythm. Masha Dmitrichenko was in full cardiac arrest as they carried her out of the corner office to which she would never return. Chapter 2. 10 years later. Francis. On a hot, cloudless January day, Francis Welty, the formerly best-selling romantic novelist, drove alone through scrubby bushland 6 hours northwest of her Sydney home. The black ribbon of highway unrolled hypnotically ahead of her as the air-conditioning vents roared Arctic air full blast at her face. The sky was a giant deep blue dome surrounding her tiny solitary car. There was far too much sky for her liking. She smiled because she reminded herself of one of those peevish TripAdvisor reviewers. "So I called reception and asked for a lower, cloudier, more comfortable sky. A woman with a strong foreign accent said there were no other skies available. She was very rude about it, too. Never again. Don't waste your money." It occurred to Francis that she was possibly quite close to losing her mind. No, she wasn't. She was fine, perfectly sane, really and truly. She flexed her hands around the steering wheel, blinked dry eyes behind her sunglasses, and yawned so hugely her jaw clicked. "Ow," she said, although it didn't hurt. She sighed, looking out the window for something to break the monotony of the landscape. It would be so harsh and unforgiving out there. She could just imagine it, the drone of blowflies, the mournful cry of crows, and all that glaring white-hot light. Wide brown land, indeed. Come on, give me a cow, a crop, a shed. I spy with my little eye something beginning with N. Nothing. She shifted in her seat, and her lower back rewarded her with a jolt of pain so violent and personal it brought tears to her eyes. "For God's sake," she said pitifully. The back pain had begun 2 weeks ago, on the day she finally accepted that Paul Drabble had disappeared. She was dialing the number for the police and trying to work out how to refer to Paul, her partner, boyfriend, lover, her special friend, when she felt the first twinge. It was the most obvious example of psychosomatic pain ever, except knowing it was psychosomatic didn't make it hurt any less. It was strange to look in the mirror each night and see the reflection of her lower back looking as soft, white, and gently plump as it always had. She expected to see something dreadful, like a gnarled mass of tree roots. She checked the time on the dashboard. 2:57 p.m. The turn-off should be coming up any minute. She'd told the reservations people at Tranquillum House that she'd be there around 3:30 to 4 p.m, and she hadn't made any unscheduled stops. Tranquillum House was a boutique health and wellness resort. Her friend Ellen had suggested it. "You need to heal," she'd told Frances after their third cocktail, an excellent white peach Bellini, at lunch last week. "You look like shit." Ellen had done a cleanse at Tranquillum House 3 years ago, when she too had been burnt out and run down and out of condition and yes, I get it, Frances had said. "It's quite unusual, this place," Ellen had told Frances. "Their approach is kind of unconventional, life-changing." "How exactly did your life change?" Frances had asked, reasonably. But she'd never got a clear answer to that question. In the end, it all seemed to come down to the whites of Ellen's eyes, which had become really white, like freakily white. Also, she lost 3 kilos. Although Tranquillum House wasn't about weight loss, Ellen was at great pains to point that out. It was about wellness. But, what woman complains about losing 3 kilos? Not Ellen, that's for sure. Not Frances, either. Frances had gone home and looked up the website. She'd never been a fan of self-denial, never been on a diet, rarely said no if she felt like saying yes, or yes if she felt like saying no. According to her mother, Frances's first greedy word was more. She always wanted more. Yet the photos of Tranquillum House had filled her with a strange, unexpected yearning. They were golden-hued, all taken at sunset or sunrise, or else filtered to make it look that way. Pleasantly middle-aged people did warrior poses in a garden of white roses next to a beautiful country house. A couple sat in one of the natural hot springs that surrounded the property. Their eyes were closed, heads tipped back, and they were smiling ecstatically as water bubbled around them. Another photo showed a woman enjoying a hot stone massage on a deck chair next to an aquamarine swimming pool. Frances had imagined those hot stones placed with delightful symmetry down her own spine, their magical heat melting away her pain. As she dreamed of hot springs and gentle yoga, a message flashed urgently on her screen. Only one place remaining for the exclusive 10-day mind and body total transformation retreat. It had made her feel stupidly competitive, and she clicked book now, even though she didn't really believe there was only one place remaining. Still, she keyed in her credit card details pretty damned fast, just in case. It seemed that in a mere 10 days she would be transformed in ways she never thought possible. There would be fasting, meditation, yoga, creative, emotional release exercises. There would be no alcohol, sugar, caffeine, gluten, or dairy. But as she'd just had the degustation menu at the Four Seasons, she was stuffed full of alcohol, sugar, caffeine, gluten, and dairy, and the thought of giving them up didn't seem that big a deal. Meals would be personalized to her unique needs. Before her booking was accepted, she had to answer a very long, rather invasive online questionnaire about her relationship status, diet, medical history, alcohol consumption in the previous week, and so on. She cheerfully lied her way through it. It was really none of their business. She even had to upload a photo taken in the last 2 weeks. She sent one of herself from her lunch with Ellen at the Four Seasons, holding up a Bellini. There were boxes to tick for what she hoped to achieve during her 10 days, everything from intensive couples counseling to significant weight loss. Frances ticked only the nice-sounding boxes, like spiritual nourishment. Like so many things in life, it had seemed like an excellent idea at the time. The TripAdvisor reviews for Tranquillum House, which she'd looked at after she'd paid her non-refundable fee, had been noticeably mixed. It was either the best, most incredible experience people had ever had, they wished they could give it more than 5 stars, they were evangelical about the food, the hot springs, the staff, or it was the worst experience of their entire lives. There was talk of legal action, post-traumatic stress, and dire warnings of enter at your own peril. Frances looked again at the dashboard, hoping to catch the clock tick over to 3. Stop it. Focus. Eyes on the road, Frances. You're the one in charge of this car. Something flickered in her peripheral vision, and she flinched, ready for the massive thud of a kangaroo smashing her windscreen. It was nothing. These imaginary wildlife collisions were all in her head. If it happened, it happened. There probably wouldn't be time to react. She remembered a long-ago road trip with a boyfriend. They'd come across a dying emu that had been hit by a car in the middle of a highway. Frances had stayed in the passenger seat, a passive princess, while her boyfriend got out and killed the poor emu with a rock. One sharp blow to the head. When he returned to the driver's seat, he was sweaty and exhilarated, a city boy thrilled with his own humane pragmatism. Frances never quite forgave him for the sweaty exhilaration. He'd liked killing the emu. Frances wasn't sure if she could kill a dying animal, even now when she was 52 years old, financially secure, and too old to be a princess. "You could kill the emu," she said out loud. "Certainly you could." Goodness. She'd just remembered that the boyfriend was dead. Wait, was he? Yes, definitely dead. She'd heard it on the grapevine a few years back. Complications from pneumonia, supposedly. Gary always did suffer terribly from colds. Frances had never been especially sympathetic. At that very moment, her nose dripped like a tap. Perfect timing. She held the steering wheel with one hand and wiped her nose with the back of her other hand. Disgusting. It was probably Gary vindictively making her nose drip from the afterlife. Fair enough, too. They'd once been on road trips and professed their love, and now she couldn't even be bothered to remember he was dead. She apologized to Gary, although really, if he was able to access her thoughts, then he should know that it wasn't her fault. If he'd made it to this age, he'd know how extraordinarily vague and forgetful one became. Not all the time, just sometimes. "Sometimes I'm as sharp as a tack, Gary." She sniffed again. It seemed like she'd had this truly horrendous head cold even longer than the back pain. Hadn't she been sniffling the day she delivered her manuscript? 3 weeks ago? Her 19th novel. She was still waiting to hear what her publisher thought. Once upon a time, back in the late 90s, her heyday, her editor would have sent champagne and flowers within 2 days of delivery, together with a handwritten note. Another masterpiece. She understood she was no longer in her heyday, but she was still a solid mid-level performer. An effusive email would be nice. Or just a friendly one. Even a brisk one-liner. "Sorry, haven't got to it yet, but can't wait." That would have been polite. A fear she refused to acknowledge tried to worm its way up from her subconscious. No, absolutely not. She clutched the steering wheel and tried to calm her breathing. She'd been throwing back cold and flu tablets to try to clear her nose, and the pseudoephedrine was making her heart race, as if something wonderful or terrible was about to happen. It reminded her of the feeling of walking down the aisle on both her wedding days. She was probably addicted to the cold and flu tablets. She was easily addicted. Men, food, wine. In fact, she felt like a glass of wine right now, and the sun was still high in the sky. Lately, she'd been drinking. Maybe not excessively, but certainly more enthusiastically than usual. She was on that slippery slope, hurtling towards drug and alcohol addiction. Exciting to know she could still change in significant ways. Back home, there was a half-empty bottle of Pinot Noir sitting brazenly on her writing desk for anyone, only the cleaning lady, to see. She was Ernest frigging Hemingway. Didn't he have a bad back too? They had so much in common. Except that Frances had a weakness for adjectives and adverbs. Apparently, she scattered them about her novels like throw cushions. What was that Mark Twain quote Sol used to murmur to himself, just loud enough for her to hear while reading her manuscripts? when you catch an adjective, kill it. Sol was a real man who didn't like adjectives or throw cushions. She had an image of Sol, in bed, on top of her, swearing comically as he pulled out yet another cushion from behind her head, chucking it across the room while she giggled. She shook her head as if to shake off the memory. Fond sexual memories felt like a point for her first husband. When everything was good in Frances's life, she wished both her ex-husbands nothing but happiness and excellent erectile function. Right now, she wished plagues of locusts to rain down upon their silvery heads. She sucked on the tiny, vicious paper cut on the tip of her right thumb. Every now and then it throbbed to remind her that it might be the smallest of her ailments, but it could still ruin her day. Her car veered to the bumpy side of the road, and she removed her thumb from her mouth and clung to the steering wheel. Whoops-a-daisy! She had quite short legs, so she had to move the driver's seat close to the steering wheel. Henry used to say she looked like she was driving a Dodgem car. He said it was cute. But after 5 years or so, he stopped finding it cute and swore every time he got in the car and had to slide the seat back. She found his sleep-talking charming for about 5 years or so, too. Focus! The countryside flew by. At last, a sign. Welcome to the town of Jarabong. We're proud to be a tidy town. She slowed down to the speed limit of 50, which felt almost absurdly slow. Her head swiveled from side to side as she studied the town. A Chinese restaurant with a faded red and gold dragon on the door. A service station that looked closed. A red brick post office. A drive-through bottle shop that looked open. A police station that seemed entirely unnecessary. Not a person in sight. It might have been tidy, but it felt post-apocalyptic. She thought of her latest manuscript. It was set in a small town. This was the gritty, bleak reality of small towns. Not the charming village she'd created, nestled in the mountains, with a warm, bustling cafe that smelled of cinnamon, and, most fanciful of all, a bookstore supposedly making a profit. The reviewers would rightly call it twee, but it probably wouldn't get reviewed, and she never read her reviews anyway. So that was it for poor old Jarabong. Goodbye, sad little tidy town. She put her foot on the accelerator and watched her speed slide back up to 100. The website had said that the turnoff was 20 minutes outside of Jarabong. There was a sign ahead. She narrowed her eyes, hunched over the wheel to read it. Tranquillum House, next turn on the left. Her heart lifted. She'd done it. She'd driven 6 hours without quite losing her mind. Then her heart sank, because now she was going to have to go through with this thing. Turn left in 1 kilometre, ordered her GPS. I don't want to turn left in 1 kilometre, said Frances dolefully. She wasn't even meant to be here, in this season or hemisphere. She was meant to be with her special friend, Paul Drabble, in Santa Barbara, the Californian winter sun warm upon their faces as they visited wineries, restaurants, and museums. She was meant to be spending long, lingering afternoons getting to know Paul's 12-year-old son, Ari. hearing his dry little chuckle as he taught her how to play some violent PlayStation game he loved. Frances's friends with kids had laughed and scoffed over that, but she'd been looking forward to learning the game. The storyline sounded really quite rich and complex. An image came to her of that detective's earnest young face. He had freckles left over from childhood, and he wrote down everything she said in laborious longhand, using a scratchy blue ballpoint. His spelling was atrocious. He spelled tomorrow with 2 M's. He couldn't meet her eye. A sudden rush of intense heat enveloped her body at the memory. Humiliation? Probably. Her head swam. She shivered and shook. Her hands were instantly slippery on the steering wheel. "Pull over," she told herself. "You need to pull over right now." She indicated, even though there was no one behind her, and came to a stop on the side of the road. She had the sense to switch on her hazard lights. Sweat poured from her face. Within seconds, her shirt was drenched. She pulled at the fabric and smeared back strands of wet hair from her forehead. A cold chill made her shake. She sneezed, and the act of sneezing caused her back to spasm. The pain was of such truly biblical proportions that she began to laugh as tears streamed down her face. Oh, yes, she was losing her mind. She certainly was. A great wave of unfocused primal rage swept over her. She banged her fist against her car horn over and over, closed her eyes, threw back her head, and screamed in unison with the horn, because she had this cold and this back pain and this broken, bloody heart and, hey! She opened her eyes and jumped back in her seat. A man crouched next to her car window, rapping hard on the glass. She saw what must be his car pulled up on the opposite side of the road with its hazard lights also on. "You okay?" he shouted. "Do you need help?" For God's sake! This was meant to be a private moment of despair. How deeply embarrassing. She pressed the button to lower the window. A very large, unpleasant, unkempt, unshaven man peered in at her. He wore a T-shirt with the faded emblem of some ancient band over a proud, solid beer belly and low-slung blue jeans. He was probably one of those outback serial killers. Even though this wasn't technically the outback, he was probably on holiday from the outback. "Got car trouble?" he asked. "No," said Frances. She sat up straighter and tried to smile. She ran a hand through her damp hair. "Thank you. I'm fine. The car is fine. Everything is fine." "Are you sick?" said the man. He looked faintly disgusted. "No," said Frances, "not really. Just a bad cold." "Maybe you've got the proper flu. You look really sick," said the man. He frowned, and his eyes moved to the back of her car. "And you were screaming and sounding your horn like you were in trouble." "Yes," said Frances. "Well, I thought I was alone in the middle of nowhere. I was just having a bad moment." She tried to keep the resentment from her voice. He was a good citizen who had done the right thing. He'd done what anyone would do. "Thank you for stopping," But I'm fine, she said nicely, with her sweetest, most placatory smile. One must placate large, strange men in the middle of nowhere. Okay, then. The man straightened with a groan of effort, his hands on his thighs to give himself leverage. But then he rapped the top of her car with his knuckles and bent down again, suddenly decisive. I'm a man. I know what's what. Look, are you too sick to drive? Because if you're not safe to drive, if you're a danger to other drivers on the road, I really can't in good conscience let you... Frances sat up straight. For heaven's sake! I just had a hot flash, she snapped. The man blanched. Oh. He studied her, paused. I always thought it was a hot flush, he said. I believe both terms are used, said Frances. This was her third one. She'd done a lot of reading, spoken to every woman she knew over the age of 45, and had a double appointment with her GP where she had cried, "But no one ever said it was like this." For now, they were monitoring things. She was taking supplements, cutting back on alcohol and spicy foods. Ha ha. So, you're okay? Said the man. He looked up and down the highway, as if for help. I really am perfectly fine, said Frances. Her back gave a friendly little spasm, and she tried not to flinch. I didn't realize that hot flushes, were so dramatic. Well, they're not for everyone. Just a lucky few. Isn't there, what's it called? Hormone replacement therapy? Oh, my Lord. Can you prescribe me something? Asked Frances brightly. The man took a little step back from the car, hands up in surrender. Sorry. It's just, I think that was what my wife... Anyway, none of my business. If everything is okay, I'll just be on my way. Great, said Frances. Thank you for stopping. No worries. He lifted a hand, went to say something else, evidently changed his mind, and walked back towards his car. There were sweat marks on the back of his t-shirt. A mountain of a man. Lucky he decided she wasn't worth killing and raping. He probably preferred his victims less sweaty. She watched him start his car and pull out onto the highway. He tipped one finger to his forehead as he drove off. She waited until his car was a tiny speck in her rearview mirror, and then she reached over for the change of clothes she had waiting on the passenger seat, ready for this exact situation. Menopause, her 80-year-old mother had said vaguely on the phone from the other side of the world, where she now lived blissfully in the south of France. Oh, I don't think it gave me too much trouble, darling. I got it all over and done with in a weekend, as I recall. I'm sure you'll be the same. I never had those hot flushes. I think they're a myth, to be honest. Humph, thought Frances, as she used a towel to wipe away her mythical sweat. She thought of texting a photo of her tomato-red face to her group of school friends, some of whom she'd known since kindergarten. Now, when they went out to dinner, they discussed menopause symptoms with the same avid horror with which they'd once discussed their first periods. Nobody else was getting these over-the-top hot flushes like Frances, so she was taking it for the team. Like everything in life, their reactions to menopause were driven by their personalities. Di said she was in a permanent state of rage, and if her gynecologist didn't agree to a hysterectomy soon, she was going to grab the little fucker by the collar and slam him up against the wall. Monica was embracing the beautiful intensity of her emotions, and Natalie was wondering anxiously if it was contributing to her anxiety. They all agreed it was totally typical of their friend Gillian to die so she could get out of menopause, and then they cried into their Prosecco. No, she wouldn't text her school friends, because she suddenly remembered how at that last dinner she'd looked up from her menu to catch an exchange of glances that most definitely meant, poor Frances. She could not bear pity. That particular group of solidly married friends was meant to envy her. Or they'd pretended to envy her anyway, for all these years. But it seemed that being childless and single in your 30s was very different from being childless and single in your 50s. No longer glamorous. Now kind of tragic. I'm only temporarily tragic, she told herself, as she pulled on a clean blouse that showed a lot of cleavage. She tossed the sweaty shirt into the back seat, restarted the car, looked over her shoulder, and pulled out onto the highway. Temporarily tragic. It could be the name of a band. There was a sign. She squinted. Tranquillum House, it said. Left turn ahead, said her GPS. Yes, I know. I see it. She met her own eyes in the rearview mirror and tried to give herself a wry, isn't life interesting look. Frances had always enjoyed the idea of parallel universes in which multiple versions of herself tried out different lives. One where she was a CEO instead of an author. One where she was a mother of 2, or 4, or 6 kids instead of none. One where she hadn't divorced Sol, and one where she hadn't divorced Henry. But for the most part, she'd always felt satisfied, or at least accepting of the universe in which she found herself. Except for right now. Because right now it felt like there had been some sort of cataclysmic quantum physics administrative error. She'd slipped universes. She was meant to be high on lust and love in America, not pain-ridden and grief-stricken in Australia. It was just wrong, unacceptable. And yet here she was. There was nothing else to do. Nowhere else to turn. God damn it, she said, and turned left. Chapter 3. Lars. This one is my wife's favourite. The vineyard manager, a chunky, cheery guy in his 60s with a retro moustache, held up a bottle of white wine. She says it makes her think of silk sheets. It has a creamy, velvety finish I think you'll enjoy. Lars swirled the tasting glass and breathed in the scent. Apples and sunshine and wood smoke. An instant memory of an autumnal day. The comfort of a large, warm hand holding his. It felt like a childhood memory, but probably wasn't. More likely a memory he'd borrowed from a book or movie. He sipped the wine, let it roll around his mouth, and was transported to a bar on the Amalfi Coast. Vine leaves over the light fitting, and the smell of garlic and the sea. That was a bona fide happy memory from real life, with photos to prove it. He remembered the spaghetti. Just parsley, olive oil, and almonds. There might even be a photo of the spaghetti somewhere. "What do you think?" The vineyard manager grinned. It was like his moustache had been perfectly preserved from 1975. "It's excellent." Lars took another sip, trying to get the full picture. Wine could fool you, all sunshine and apples and spaghetti, and then nothing but sour disappointment and empty promises. "I also have a Pinot Grigio that might appeal." Lars held up his hand and looked at his watch. "I'd better stop there." "Have you got far to travel today?" Anyone who stopped here would be on their way to somewhere else. Lars had nearly missed the small wooden tasting cellar sign. He'd slammed on the brakes, because that's the sort of man he was. Spontaneous. When he remembered to be. "I'm due to check in at a health resort in an hour's time." Lars held the wine glass up to the light and admired the golden colour. "So no alcohol for me for the next 10 days. "Ah, Tranquillum House, right?" said the manager. "Doing the, what do they call it? 10-day cleanse or some such thing?" "For my sins," said Lars. "We normally get guests stopping in here on their way home. We're the first vineyard they drive by on the road back to Sydney." "What do they have to say about the place?" asked Lars. He pulled out his wallet. He was going to order some wine to be delivered as a welcome home treat. "Some of them seem a bit shell-shocked, to be honest. They mostly just need a drink and some potato chips, and they get the colour back in their cheeks." The manager placed his hand around the neck of the bottle as if for comfort. "Actually, my sister just got a job working in the spa there. She says her new boss is a bit—" He squinted hard, as if trying to see the word he wanted. Finally he said, "Different." "I'm forewarned," said Lars. He wasn't concerned. He was a health retreat junkie. The people who ran these places tended to be different. "She says the house itself is amazing. It's got a fascinating history." "Built by convicts, I believe." Lars tapped the corner of his gold Amex against the bar. "Yeah, poor buggers. No spa treatments for them." A woman appeared from a door behind him, muttering, "Bloody internet is down again." She stopped when she saw Lars and did a double take. He was used to it. He'd had a lifetime of double takes. She looked away fast, flustered. "This is my wife," said the vineyard manager with pride. "We were just talking about your favourite Semillon, love. The silk sheets Semillon." The colour rose up her neck. "I wish you wouldn't tell people that." Her husband looked confused. "I always tell people that." "I'm going to get a case," said Lars. He watched the wife pat her husband's back as she moved past him. "Make it 2 cases," Lars said, because he spent his days dealing with the shattered remnants of broken marriages, and he was a sucker for a good one. He smiled at the woman. Her hands fluttered to her hair while her oblivious husband pulled out a battered old order book with a pen attached by a string, leaned heavily on the counter and peered at the form in a way that indicated this was going to take some time. Name? Lars Lee, said Lars, as his phone beeped with a text message. He tapped the screen. Can you at least think about it? Kiss, kiss. His heart lurched as if at the sudden scuttle of a black furry spider. For fuck's sake! He'd thought they were done with this. His thumb hovered over the message, considering. The passive aggressiveness of the at least. The saccharine double kiss. Also, he didn't like the fact that the first kiss was uppercase and the second was lowercase, and he didn't like the fact that he didn't like this. It was mildly OCD-ish. He tapped in a rude, boorish uppercase reply. No, I will not. But then he deleted it and shoved his phone back into the pocket of his jeans. Let me try that Pinot Grigio. Chapter 4. Frances. Frances drove 20 minutes down a bumpy dirt road that jolted the car so hard her bones rattled and her lower back screamed. At last, she came to a stop in front of what appeared to be an extremely locked gate with an intercom. It was like arriving at a minimum security jail. An ugly barbed wire fence stretched endlessly in either direction. She had envisaged driving up a stately tree-lined drive to the historic house and having someone greet her with a green smoothie. This didn't feel very healing, to be frank. Stop it, she told herself. If she got into that I'm a dissatisfied consumer mode, everything would start to dissatisfy her, and she was going to be here for 10 days. She needed to be open and flexible. Going to a health resort was like traveling to a new country. One must embrace different cultures and be patient with minor inconveniences. She lowered her car window. Hot, thick air filled her throat like smoke as she leaned out and pressed the green button on the intercom with her thumb. The button burned from the sun, and it hurt her paper cut. She sucked on her thumb and waited for a disembodied voice to welcome her, or for the wrought iron gate to magically open. Nothing. She looked again at the intercom and saw a handwritten note sticky-taped next to the button. The writing was so small she could only make out the important word instructions, but nothing else. For goodness sake, she thought as she went through her handbag for her reading glasses. Surely a good proportion of visitors were over 40. She found her glasses, put them on, peered at the sign, and still couldn't make it out. Tut-tutting and muttering, she got out of the car. The heat grabbed her in a heavy embrace, and beads of sweat sprang up all over her scalp. She ducked down next to the intercom and read the note, written in neat, tiny block letters, as if by the tooth fairy. Namaste and welcome to Tranquillum House, where a new you awaits. Please press the security code 564-312, followed immediately by the green button. She pressed the security code numbers, then the green button, and waited. Sweat rolled down her back. She would need to change her clothes again. A blowfly buzzed near her mouth. Her nose dripped. "Oh, come on," she said to the intercom with a sudden spurt of rage, and she wondered if her agitated, sweaty face was appearing on some screen inside, while an expert dispassionately analysed her symptoms, her misaligned chakras. This one needs work. Look at how she responds to one of life's simplest stresses. Waiting. Had she got the damned code wrong? Once again, she carefully punched in the security code, saying each number out loud, in a sarcastic tone, to prove a point to God knows who, and gave the hot green button a slow, deliberate push, holding it for 5 seconds, just to be sure. There. Now let me in. She took off her reading glasses and let them dangle in her hand. The baking heat seemed to be melting her scalp like chocolate in the sun. Silence again. She gave the intercom a fierce, hard look, as if that would shame it into acting. At least this would make a funny story for Paul. She wondered if he'd ever been to a health resort. She thought he'd most likely be a skeptic. She herself was... Her chest constricted. This wouldn't make a good story for Paul. Paul was gone. How humiliating for him to have slipped into her thoughts like that. She wished she felt a surge of white-hot anger instead of this utter sadness. This pretend grief for what had never been real in the first place. Stop it. Don't think about it. Focus on the problem at hand. The solution was obvious. She would ring Tranquillum House. They would be mortified to hear that their intercom had broken, and Frances would be calm and understanding and brush away their apologies. "These things happen," she'd say. "Namaste." She got back in the car, cranked up the air conditioner. She found the paperwork with her booking details and rang the number listed. All her other communications had been by email, so it was the first time she'd heard the recorded message that immediately began to play. "Thank you for calling the historic Tranquillum House Health and Wellness Hot Springs Resort, where a new you awaits. Your call is so important and special to us, as is your health and well-being. But we are experiencing an unusually high volume of calls at the moment. We know your time is precious, so please do leave a message after the chimes, and we will call you back just as soon as we can. We so appreciate your patience. Namaste." Frances cleared her throat as wind chimes made their annoying, twinkly, dinging sounds. "Oh, yes, my name is..." The wind chimes kept going. She stopped, waited, went to speak, and stopped again. It was a wind chime symphony. At last there was silence. "Hello, this is Frances Welty," she sniffed. "Excuse me, bit of a cold. Anyway, as I said, I'm Frances Welty. I'm a guest." Guest? Was that the right word? Patient? Inmate? "I'm trying to check in, and I'm stuck outside the gate. It's 25 past 3, and I'm here. The intercom doesn't seem to be working, even though I followed all the instructions. The teeny tiny instructions. I'd appreciate it if you could just open the gate. Let me in." Her message finished on a rising note of hysteria, which she regretted. She put the phone down on the seat next to her and studied the gate. Nothing. She would give it 20 minutes, and then she was throwing in the towel. Her phone rang, and she snatched it up without looking at the screen. "Hi there," she said cheerfully, to show how understanding and patient she really was, and to make up for the sarcastic, teeny-tiny comment. "Francis?" It was Alain, her literary agent. "You don't sound like you." Francis sighed. "I was expecting someone else. I'm doing that health retreat I told you about, but I can't even get through the front gate. Their intercom isn't working." "How incompetent! How unsatisfactory!" Alain was easily and often enraged by poor service. "You should turn around and come back home. It's not alternative, is it? Remember those poor people who died in that sweat lodge? They all thought they were becoming enlightened, when in reality they were being cooked." "This place is pretty mainstream. Hot springs and massages and art therapy. Maybe some gentle fasting." "Gentle fasting?" Alain snorted. "Eat when you're hungry. That's a privilege, you know? To eat when you're hungry, when there are people starving in this world." "Well, that's the point. We're not starving in this part of the world," said Francis. She looked at the wrapper for the Kit Kat bar sitting in the console of her car. "We're eating too much processed food, so that's why us privileged people need to detox." "Oh, my Lord. She's falling for it. She's drunk the Kool-Aid." "Detoxing is a myth, darling. It's been debunked. Your liver does it for you. Or maybe it's your kidneys. It's all taken care of somehow." "Anyway," said Francis. She had a feeling he was procrastinating. "Anyway," said Alain. "You sound like you've got a cold, Francis." He seemed quite anguished about her cold. "I do have a very bad, persistent, possibly permanent cold," said Francis. She coughed to demonstrate. "You'd be proud of me. I've been taking a lot of very powerful drugs. My heart is going at 1,000,000 miles per hour." "That's the ticket," said Alain. There was a pause. "Alain?" she prompted. But she knew. She already knew exactly what he was going to say. "I'm afraid I am not the bearer of good news," said Alain. "I see." She sucked in her stomach, ready to take it like a man, or at least like a romance novelist capable of reading her own royalty statements. "Well, as you know, darling," began Alain. But Francis couldn't bear to hear him hedging, trying to soften the blow with compliments. "They don't want the new book, do they?" she said. "They don't want the new book," said Alain sadly. "I'm so sorry. I think it's a beautiful book, I really do. It's just the current environment, and romance has taken the worst hit. It won't be forever. Romance always comes back. It's a blip, but—" "So you'll sell it to someone else?" interrupted Francis. "Sell it to Timmy." There was another pause. "The thing is," said Alain, "I didn't tell you this, but I slipped the manuscript to Timmy a few weeks back because I did have a tiny fear this might happen, and obviously an offer from Timmy before we had anything on the table would have given me leverage, so I—" "Timmy passed?" Francis couldn't believe it. Hanging in her wardrobe was a designer dress that she'd never be able to wear again because of the stain from a pina colada Timmy had spilled on her while he had her cornered in a room at the Melbourne Writers' Festival. His voice hasty and hot in her ear, looking back over his shoulder like a spy, telling her how much he wanted to publish her, how it was his destiny to publish her, how no one else in the publishing industry knew how to publish her the way he did, how her loyalty to Joe was admirable but misplaced, because Joe thought she understood romance, but she didn't. Only Timmy did, and only Timmy could and would take Frances to the next level. And so on and so forth until Joe turned up and rescued her. Oi! Leave my author alone. How long ago was that? Not that long, surely. Maybe 9, 10 years ago? A decade. Time went so fast these days. There was some sort of malfunction going on with how fast the earth was spinning. Decades went by as quickly as years once did. Timmy loved the book, said Alain. Adored it. He was nearly in tears. He couldn't get it past acquisitions. They're all shaking in their boots over there. It was a hell of a year. The decree from above is psychological thrillers. I can't write a thriller, said Frances. She never liked to kill characters. Sometimes she let them break a limb, but she felt bad enough about that. Of course you can't, said Alain too quickly, and Frances felt mildly insulted. Look, I have to admit I was worried when Joe left and you were out of contract, said Alain. But Ashley seemed to really be a fan of yours. Frances's concentration drifted as Alain continued to talk. She watched the closed gate and pushed the knuckles of her left hand into her lower back. What would Jo say when she heard Frances had been rejected? Or would she have had to do the same thing? Frances had always assumed that Jo would be her editor forever. She had fondly imagined them finishing their working lives simultaneously, perhaps with a lavish joint retirement lunch. But late last year, Jo had announced her intention to retire. Retire? Like she was some sort of old grandma. Jo actually was a grandmother, but for goodness sake, that wasn't a reason to stop. Frances felt like she was only just getting into the swing of things, and all of a sudden people in her circle were doing old people things, having grandchildren, retiring, downsizing, dying. Not in car accidents or plane crashes. No, dying peacefully in their sleep. She would never forgive Gillian for that. Gillian always slipped out of parties without saying goodbye. It shouldn't have come as a surprise when Jo's replacement turned out to be a child, because children were taking over the world. Everywhere Frances looked, there were children. Children sitting gravely behind news desks, controlling traffic, running writers' festivals, taking her blood pressure, managing her taxes, and fitting her bras. When Frances first met Ashley, she had genuinely thought she was there on work experience. She'd been about to say, "A cappuccino would be lovely, darling," when the child had walked around to the other side of Jo's old desk. "Frances," she'd said, "this is such a fangirl moment for me. I used to read your books when I was like 11. I stole them from my mum's handbag. I'd be like, 'Mum, you've got to let me read Nathaniel's Kiss.' And she'd be like, 'No way, Ashley. There's too much sex in it.'" Then Ashley had proceeded to tell Frances that her next book needed more sex. A lot more sex. But she knew Frances could totally pull it off. As Ashley was sure Frances knew, the market was changing, and if you just look at this chart here, Frances, no, here, that's it, you'll see that your sales have been on kind of a, well, sorry to say this, but you kind of have to call this a downward trend. And we, really need to reverse that, super fast. Oh, and one other thing. Ashley looked pained, as if she were about to bring up an embarrassing medical issue. Your social media presence? I hear you're not so keen on social media. Neither is my mum, but it's kind of essential in today's market. Your fans really do need to see you on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. That's just the bare minimum. Also, we'd love you to start a blog and a newsletter and perhaps do some regular vlogs. That'd be so much fun. They're like little films. I have a website, replied Frances. Yes, said Ashley kindly. Yes, you do, Frances. But nobody cares about websites. And then she'd angled her computer monitor towards Frances so she could show her some examples of other, better-behaved authors with active social media presences, and Frances had stopped listening and waited for it to be over, like a dental appointment. She couldn't see the screen anyway. She didn't have her glasses with her. But she wasn't worried, because she was falling in love with Paul Drabble at the time, and when she was falling in love, she always wrote her best books. And besides, she had the sweetest, most loyal readers in the world. Her sales might drop, but she would always be published. I will find the right home for this book, said Alain now. It might just take a little while. Romance isn't dead. Isn't it? Said Frances. Not even close, said Alain. She picked up the empty Kit Kat wrapper and licked it, hoping for fragments of chocolate. How was she going to get through this setback without sugar? Frances, said Alain. My back hurts a great deal, said Frances. She blew her nose hard. Also, I had to stop the car in the middle of the road to have a hot flush. That sounds truly awful, said Alain with feeling. I can't even imagine. No, you can't. A man stopped to see if I was all right because I was screaming. You were screaming? Said Alain. I felt like screaming, said Frances. Of course, said Alain hurriedly. I understand. I often feel like screaming. This was rock bottom. She'd just licked a Kit Kat wrapper. Oh dear, Frances, I'm so sorry about this, especially after what happened with that horrendous man. Have the police had anything new to say? No, said Frances. No news. Darling, I'm just bleeding for you here. That's not necessary, sniffed Frances. You've just had such a bad trot lately, darling. Speaking of which, I want you to know that review had absolutely no impact on their decision. What review? Said Frances. There was silence. She knew Alain was smacking his forehead. Alain? Oh, God, he said. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. I haven't read a review since 1998, said Frances. Not a single review. You know that? I absolutely know that, said Alain. I'm an idiot. I'm a fool. Why would there be a review when I don't have a new book out? Frances wriggled upright in her seat. Her back hurt so much she thought she might be sick. Some bitch picked up a copy of What the Heart Wants at the airport and did an opinion piece about, your books in general. A mad diatribe. She kind of linked it to the Me Too movement, which gave it some clickbait traction. It was just ridiculous, as if romance books are to blame for sexual predators. What? Nobody even read the review. I don't know why I mentioned it. I must have early onset dementia. You just said it got traction. Everyone had read the review. Everyone. Send me the link, said Frances. It's not even that bad, said Alain. It's just this prejudice against your genre. Send it. No, said Alain. I won't. You've gone all these years without reading reviews. Don't fall off the wagon. Right now, said Frances in her dangerous voice. She used it rarely. When she was getting divorced, for example. I'll send it, said Alain meekly. I'm so sorry, Frances. I'm so sorry about this entire phone call. He hung up, and Frances immediately went to her email. There wasn't much time. As soon as she arrived at Tranquillum House, she would need to hand in her device. It would be a digital detox along with everything else. She was going off the grid. So sorry, said Alain's email. She clicked on the review. It was written by someone called Helen Inat. Frances didn't know the name, and there was no picture. She read it fast, with a wry, dignified smile, as if the author was saying these things to her face. It was a terrible review. Vicious, sarcastic, and superior. But, interestingly, it didn't hurt. The words formulaic, trash, drivel, trite slid right off her. She was fine. Can't please everyone. Comes with the territory. And then she felt it. It was like when you burn yourself on a hot plate, and at first you think, that should have hurt more. And then it does hurt more. And then all of a sudden, it hurts like hell. A quite extraordinary pain in her chest radiated throughout her entire body. Another fun symptom of menopause? Maybe it was a heart attack. Women had heart attacks. Surely this was more than hurt feelings. This, of course, was why she'd given up reading reviews in the first place. Her skin was too thin. It was the best decision I ever made, she'd told the audience at the Romance Writers of Australia conference when she gave the keynote address last year. They'd probably all been thinking, yeah, maybe you should read a review or two, Frances, you old has-been. Why did she think it was a good idea to read a bad review directly after she'd just received her first rejection in 30 years? And now, something else was happening. It appeared, and, gosh, this was just so fascinating, but it seemed she was losing her entire sense of self. Come on now, Frances, get a grip. You're too old for an existential crisis. But apparently she wasn't. She scrabbled hopelessly after her self-identity, but it was like trying to catch water rushing down a drain. If she was no longer a published writer, who was she? What was the actual point of her? She wasn't a mother or a wife or a girlfriend. She was a twice-divorced, middle-aged, hot-flushing/flashing menopausal woman. A punchline, a cliché, invisible to most, except, of course, to men like Paul Drabble. She looked at the gate in front of her that still would not open, and her vision blurred with tears, and she told herself not to panic. You are not disappearing, Frances. Don't be so melodramatic. This is just a rough trot, a bad patch, and it's the cold and flu tablets making your heart race. But it felt like she was hovering on a precipice, and on the other side of the precipice was a howling abyss of despair, unlike anything she'd ever experienced, even during those times of true grief. And this is not true grief, she reminded herself. This is a career setback combined with the loss of a relationship, a bad back, a cold, and a paper cut. This is not like when Dad died, or Gillian died. But actually, it wasn't that helpful to start remembering the deaths of loved ones. Not helpful at all. She looked around wildly for distraction. Her phone, her book, food. And then she saw movement in her rearview mirror. What was it? An animal? A trick of the light? No, it was something. It was too slow for a car. Wait, it was a car. It was just driving so slowly, it was barely moving. She sat up straight and ran her fingers under her eyes where her mascara had run. A canary yellow sports car drove down the dirt drive slower than she would have thought possible. Frances had no interest in cars, but as it got closer, even she could tell this was a spectacularly expensive piece of machinery. Low to the ground and shimmery shiny with futuristic headlights. It came to a stop behind hers, and the doors on either side opened simultaneously. A young man and woman emerged. Frances adjusted her mirror to see them more clearly. The man looked like a suburban plumber off to a Sunday barbecue. Baseball cap on backwards, sunglasses, t-shirt, shorts, and boat shoes with no socks. The woman had amazing long curly auburn hair, skin-tight capri pants, an impossibly tiny waist, and even more unlikely breasts. She teetered on stilettos. Why in the world would a young couple like that come to a health retreat? Wasn't this sort of place for the overweight and burnt out? For those grappling with bad backs and pathetic midlife identity crises? As Frances watched, the man turned his baseball cap around the right way and tipped his head back, arching his back, as if he too found the sky overwhelming. The woman said something to him. Frances could tell by the way her mouth moved that it was sharp. They were arguing. How delightfully distracting. Frances lowered her window. These people would pull her back from the precipice, bring her back into existence. She would regain her self-identity by existing in their eyes. They would see her as old and eccentric and maybe even annoying, but it didn't matter how they saw her, as long as they saw her. She leaned clumsily out the car window, waggled her fingers and called out, "Hello!" The girl tottered over the grass towards her. Chapter 5. Ben. Ben watched Jessica walk like a baby giraffe towards the Peugeot 308, overpriced piece of crap, parked at the gate, engine running. One of the Peugeot's brake lights was gone, and the muffler looked like it was bent, no doubt from that dirt road. The lady behind the wheel was leaning halfway out her window, practically falling out, waving wildly at Jessica, as if she couldn't be more pleased to see her. Why didn't she just open her car door and get out? It looked like the health resort was closed. A burst water main? A mutiny? He could only hope. Jessica could hardly walk in those stupid shoes. It was like she was on stilts. The heels were as skinny as toothpicks. She would roll an ankle any minute. Ben squatted down next to his car and ran his fingers over the paintwork, searching for stone chips. He glanced back at the road they'd just come down and winced. How could a place that charged eye-watering rates have a road like that? There should have been a warning on the website. He'd thought for sure they were going to bottom out on some of those potholes. No scratches that he could see, which was a miracle, but who knew what damage there was to the undercarriage? He'd have to wait till he could get it back up in the workshop, take a look. He wanted to do it right now, but he was going to have to wait 10 days. Maybe he should get the car towed back to Melbourne. He could call Pete's guys. It wasn't the craziest of ideas, except that he'd never hear the end of it if any of his former workmates saw that he'd driven this car down that road. He suspected his ex-boss would cry, literally cry, if he saw what Ben had done. Pete's eyes had got suspiciously shiny after the scratch incident last month. Scratchgate, they all called it. Jealous fuck, Pete said when Ben showed him the long, deliberate scratch left by some evil person's key on the passenger door. Ben couldn't work out where and when it had happened. He never left the car in public car parks. It felt like it had to be someone they knew. Ben could name multiple people who might resent him and Jessica enough to have done it. Once, he would have found it hard to name a single enemy in his life. Now, it seemed they had a nice little collection. He knew Jessica thought it was Ben's sister who had done it, although she never accused Lucy out loud. He could read her mind by the thin fold of her lips. Maybe she was right. It could have been Lucy. Pete had fixed the scratch with the same care as if he were restoring a priceless painting, and Ben had been vigilant until right now, when he'd put the car at huge, unforgivable risk by driving down that hellish road. Ben should never have given in to Jessica. He'd tried. He stopped the car and told her, calmly and without swearing, that driving a car like this down an unsealed road was negligent and that the consequences could be catastrophic. They could, for example, rip out the exhaust system. It was almost like she seriously didn't care about the exhaust system. They'd yelled at each other for 10 minutes straight. Proper yelling. Spitballs flying. Their faces red and ugly and contorted. The head-exploding frustration he'd felt during that argument was like something half-remembered from childhood, when you couldn't express yourself properly and you had no control over your life because you were a kid. So when your mum or dad said you couldn't have the new Star Wars action figure you wanted with all your heart, you totally lost your shit. There had been a moment there when he'd clenched his fists, when he had to tell himself, don't hit her. He hadn't known he was capable of feeling the desire to hit a woman. He folded right then. He said, "Fine, I'll ruin the car. Whatever." Most guys he knew wouldn't have even stopped for the yelling. They would have just done a U-turn. Most guys would never have agreed to this crazy idea in the first place. A health resort, yoga and hot springs. He didn't get it. But Jessica had said they needed to do something dramatic, and this would fix things. She said they needed to detox their minds and their bodies to save their marriage. They were going to eat organic lettuce and get couples counselling. It was going to be 10 days of pure torture. Some celebrity couple had come to this place and saved their marriage. They had achieved inner peace and got back in touch with their true selves. What a load of crap. They may as well have handed over their money to Nigerian email scammers. Ben had a horrible feeling the celebrity couple might have got together on The Bachelorette. Jessica loved celebrities. He used to think it was sweet, a dumb interest for a smart girl. But now she was making too many life decisions based on what celebrities did or what it was reported they did. It was probably all crap anyway. They were probably getting paid to support products on their Instagram accounts. And there was Jessica, his poor, innocent, hopeful Jessica, soaking it all up. Now it was like she thought she was one of those people. She was imagining herself at those trashy red carpet events. Every time she got her photo taken these days, she put her hand on her hip, like she was doing the actions for "I'm a little teapot," then turned side on and thrust out her jaw with this maniacal smile. It was the weirdest thing. And the time she took setting up these photographs. The other day, she had spent 42 minutes, he'd timed it, taking a photo of her feet. One of their biggest fights recently had been about one of her Instagram posts. It was a photo of her in a bikini top, leaning over, pushing her arms together so her new boobs looked even bigger, and pouting her puffy new lips at the camera. She asked what he thought of the photo, her face all hopeful, and because of her hopeful face, he hadn't said what he really thought, that it looked like she was advertising a cheap escort service. He just shrugged and said, "It's okay." Her hopeful face fell. You'd think he'd called her a name. Next thing he knew, she was screaming at him. These days, she could go from 0 to 100 in a second. And he felt sucker-punched, unable to understand what had just happened. So he'd walked away while she was in the middle of yelling and went upstairs to play the Xbox. He thought walking away was a good thing to do, a mature, manly thing to do, to disengage and give her time to calm down. He kept getting these things wrong. She ran up the stairs after him and grabbed the back of his t-shirt before he reached the top. "Look at me!" she screamed. "You don't even look at me anymore." And it killed him to hear her say that, because it was true. He avoided looking at her. He was trying really hard to get over that. There were men who stayed married to women who were disfigured by accidents, burns or scars or whatever. It shouldn't make a difference that Jessica was disfigured by her own hand. Well, not literally her own hand. Her own credit card. Willful disfigurement. And then all her stupid friends encouraged her. "Oh my God, Jessica, you look incredible." He wanted to yell at them, "Are you blind? She looks like a chipmunk." The thought of separating from Jessica was like having his guts ripped out. But these days, being married to Jessica was like having his guts ripped out. Whatever way you looked at it, guts ripped out. If this retreat worked, if they got back to the way they used to be, it was even worth the damage to the car. Obviously, it was worth it. Jessica was meant to be the mother of his children, his future children. He thought of the day of the robbery, 2 years ago now. He remembered the way her face, it was still her own beautiful face back then, had crumpled like a little kid's. And the rage he'd felt. He'd wanted to find those fuckwits and smash their faces. If not for the robbery, if not for the fuckwits, they wouldn't be at this place. He wouldn't have the car, but at least he wouldn't be stuck here for the next 10 days. On balance, he still wanted to smash their faces. "Ben?" Jessica beckoned him over. She was all social and smiley, like they hadn't just been yelling at each other. She was so good at that. They could drive to a party and fight all the way, not say a word to each other as they walked up someone's stairs, and then the door of the apartment opens and bang, different person. Laughing, joking, teasing him, touching him, taking selfies, like they were so having sex tonight, when they were so not having sex tonight. Then, back in the car on the way home, she'd restart the fight. It was like flicking a switch on and off. It freaked him out. "It's just good manners," she told him. "You don't take your fight to a party. It's no one else's business." He straightened up, adjusted his cap, and went over to stand beside Jessica to perform like her monkey. "This is my husband, Ben," said Jessica. "Ben, this is Frances. She's doing the same retreat as us. Oh, well, probably not exactly the same." The lady smiled up at him from the driver's seat. "That's a very fancy car, Ben," she said. She spoke as if she already knew him. Her voice was snuffly and hoarse, the tip of her nose bright red. "It's like something from a movie." He could see straight down the huge chasm of her cleavage. He couldn't help it. There was literally nowhere else to look. It wasn't bad, but she was old, so it wasn't good either. She wore red lipstick and had a lot of curly, gold-coloured hair pulled back in a ponytail. She reminded him of one of his mum's tennis friends. He liked his mum's tennis friends. They were uncomplicated and didn't expect him to say much. But he preferred them not to have cleavage. "Thanks," he said, trying to focus on her very shiny, friendly eyes. "Nice to meet you." "What sort of car is it?" asked Frances. "It's a Lamborghini." "Ooh la la, a Lamborghini." She grinned up at him. "This here is a Peugeot." Yeah, I know," he said, pained. "Don't think much of the Peugeot." She tilted her head to one side. "It's a heap of shit," said Ben. "Ben?" said Jessica. But Frances laughed delightedly. "I love my little Peugeot," purred Frances as she caressed her steering wheel. "Well," said Ben, Each to their own. Frances says nobody is answering the intercom, said Jessica. She's been sitting out here waiting for 20 minutes. Jessica was using her posh new voice, where she made each word sound as fat and round as an apple. She was using it almost exclusively now, except when she really lost her temper or got upset. Like last night, when she forgot to be posh and yelled at him, "Why can't you just be happy? Why are you ruining this?" "Have you phoned them?" he said now to the cleavage lady. "Maybe there's something wrong with the intercom." "I've left a message," said Frances. "I wonder if this is like a test," said Jessica. "Maybe it's part of our treatment plan." She lifted her hair up to cool her neck. Sometimes, when she spoke normally, when she was just being herself, he could forget the frozen forehead, the blowfish lips, the puffy cheeks, the camel eyelashes, eyelash extensions, the fake hair, hair extensions, and fake boobs. And there, for just a moment, was his sweet Jessica, the Jessica he'd known since high school. "I thought that too," said Frances. Ben turned to look at the intercom. "I could hardly read the instructions," said Frances. "They were so tiny." Ben could read them perfectly well. He punched in the code and pressed the green button. "I will be absolutely furious if it works for you," said Frances. A tinny voice sprang from the intercom. "Namaste, and welcome to Tranquillum House. How may I help you?" "What the hell?" Frances mouthed in comical disbelief. Ben shrugged. "Just needed a man's touch." "Oh, you," she said. She reached out of the car and flicked his arm with her hand. Jessica bent down next to the intercom and spoke too loudly. "We're here to check in." It was cute, like Ben's grandma on the phone. "The name is Chandler, Jessica and Ben." There was a burst of static from the intercom, and the gates began to creak open. Jessica straightened, tucked her hair behind her ear, worried as always about her dignity. She never used to take herself so seriously. "I promise you I pressed that code correctly, or I thought I did," said Frances, as she buckled her seatbelt and revved her tappety little engine. She gave them a little wave. "I'll see you in there. Don't try to race me with your fancy schmancy Ferrari." "It's a Lamborghini," protested Ben. Frances winked at him, as if she knew that perfectly well, and drove off, faster than he would have expected or recommended on this road. As they walked back towards the car, Jessica said, "We're not telling anybody, right? That's the deal. If anyone asks, just say the car isn't even yours. Say it belongs to a friend." "Yeah, but I'm not as good a liar as you," he said. He meant it as a joke, or even a compliment, but he was leaving the interpretation up to her. "Fuck you," she said, though without much heat. So maybe they were okay. But sometimes the embers of a dying argument sparked without warning. You never knew. He would stay alert. "She seemed nice," said Ben. "The lady, Frances." That was safe. Frances was old. There could be no possibility of jealousy. The jealousy was a fun new development in their relationship. The more Jessica changed her face and body, the less secure she got. "I think I recognized her," said Jessica. "Really?" "I'm pretty sure she's Frances Welty, the writer. I used to be crazy about her books." "What sort of books does she write?" asked Ben. He opened his car door. She said something he didn't catch. "Sorry? What?" "Romance." Jessica slammed the passenger door so hard, he winced. Chapter 6. Frances. "That's more like it," thought Frances when she got her first look at the Victorian mansion emerging majestically in the distance. The road was sealed now, thankfully, and the bushland became progressively greener and softer. Tranquillum House was sandstone, 3 stories, with a red corrugated iron roof and a princess tower. Frances had the delightful sensation of time travelling to the late 19th century, although the sensation was somewhat spoiled by the yellow Lamborghini purring along behind her. How could those kids afford that car? Drug dealers? Trust fund kids? Drug dealing seemed more likely than trust fund. Neither of them had that creamy, entitled look of old money. She glanced in the rearview mirror again. From here, with her hair blowing in the wind, Jessica looked like the pretty girl she was meant to be. You couldn't see all the procedures she'd had done to her young face. The thick layer of makeup was bad enough, but oh, goodness me, the blinding white teeth, the enormous puffy lips, and the work. It was such bad work. Frances was not opposed to cosmetic procedures. In fact, she was very fond of them. But there was something so sad and garish about this sweet child's plumped-up, smoothed-out face. Surely all that jewellery she was wearing couldn't be real, could it? Those massive sapphires in her ears would be worth... what? Frances had no idea. A lot. The car was obviously real, though, so maybe the jewellery was real too. Up-and-coming mobsters? YouTube stars? The boy, Jessica's husband, they seemed too young for such grown-up terms, was cute as a button. Frances would try not to flirt with him. The joke might wear thin after 10 days, possibly even bordering on sleazy? Possibly bordering on pedophilia, darling, Alam would say. It was awful to think of lovely Ben shuddering over Frances, the way Frances had once shuddered over the behaviour of older male authors at publishing parties. They used to be particularly hideous if they'd recently won a literary prize. Their dialogue was so powerful and impenetrable it didn't require punctuation. So, naturally, they didn't require permission to slip-slide their hairy hands over the body of a young writer of genre fiction. In their minds, Frances virtually owed them sex in return for her unseemly mass-market sales of airport trash. Stop it. Don't think about the review, Frances. She'd marched in the Women's March. She was not a blight on feminism just because she described the colour of her hero's eyes. How could you fall in love with someone if you didn't know the colour of his eyes? and she was obliged to tie up everything at the end with a giant bow. Those were the rules. If Frances left her endings ambiguous, her readers would come after her with pitchforks. Do not think about the review. Do not think about the review. She dragged her mind back to Ben and Jessica. So, yes, she would remember to be age-appropriate with Ben. She would pretend they were related. She'd behave like his aunt. She certainly wouldn't touch him. My God, she hadn't touched him already, had she? The review was making her doubt everything about herself. Her hands tightened around the steering wheel. She had a habit of touching people on the arm to make a point, or when they said something that made her laugh, or when she felt in any way fondly towards them. At least talking with Ben and Jessica had calmed her down. She'd scared herself for a moment there. Loss of self indeed. What a drama queen. The road circled up towards the house. Ben politely kept his powerful car at a respectable distance behind Frances, even though he probably longed to floor it on the curves. She drove up a stately driveway lined with towering pine trees. Not too shabby, she murmured. She'd prepared herself for a seedier reality than the website pictures, but up close, Tranquillum House was beautiful. The lacy white balconies glowed in the sunlight. The garden was lush and green in the summer heat, with a sign helpfully proclaiming, "This property uses rainwater," so no one could criticize the lushness. 2 white uniformed staff members, with the floaty, straight-backed postures of the spiritually advanced, emerged unhurriedly from the house onto the wide veranda to greet them. Perhaps they'd been off meditating while she was stuck outside the gate trying to ring them. Frances had barely come to a complete stop when her car door was opened by the man. He was young, of course, like everyone. Asian, with a hipster beard and a man bun, bright-eyed and smooth-skinned. A delightful man-kid. Namaste. The man-kid pressed his palms together and bowed. A very warm welcome to Tranquillum House. He spoke with a tiny, measured pause between each word. "I'm Yao," he said, "your personal wellness consultant." "Hello, Yao. I'm Frances Welty, your new victim." She undid her seatbelt and smiled up at him. She told herself she would not laugh or attempt to imitate his yogic voice, or let it drive her mad. "We'll take care of everything from here," said Yao. "How many bags do you have?" "Just the one," said Frances. She indicated the back seat. "I can carry it. It's quite light." She didn't want to let the bag out of her sight because she'd packed a few banned items, like coffee, tea, chocolate, dark chocolate, antioxidants, and just 1 bottle of a good red. Also antioxidants. "Leave your bag right there, Frances, and your keys in the ignition," said Yao firmly. "Damn it. Oh well." Her slight embarrassment over her contraband, even though there was no way he could tell just by looking at the bag, she was normally such a good girl when it came to rules, caused her to hop out of the car awkwardly and too fast, forgetting her new fragility. "Oh," she said. She straightened slowly and met Yao's eyes. Back pain. I'm sorry to hear that, said Yao. I'm going to arrange an urgent massage at the spa for you. He took a small notepad and pencil out of his pocket and made a note. I also have a paper cut, said Frances solemnly. She held up her thumb. Yao took hold of her thumb and peered at it. Nasty, he said. We'll need to get some aloe vera on that. Oh, God, he was gorgeous with his little notebook, taking her paper cut so seriously. She caught herself studying his shoulders and looked away fast. For God's sake, Frances! Nobody had warned her that this would happen during middle age. These sudden, wildly inappropriate waves of desire for young men with no biological imperative whatsoever. Maybe this was what men felt like all their lives. No wonder the poor things had to pay out all that money in lawsuits. And you're here for the 10-day cleanse, said Yao. That's right, said Frances. Awesome, said Yao, causing Frances to fortunately lose all desire in an instant. She could never sleep with someone who said awesome. So, may I go inside? Asked Frances snappily. Now she felt quite ill at the thought of sex with the man-kid, or sex with anyone for that matter. She was far too hot. She saw that Yao was distracted by the sight of Ben and Jessica's car, or possibly by Jessica, who was standing with one hip cocked, slowly curling a long strand of hair around her finger, while Ben talked to another white-uniformed wellness consultant. A young woman with skin so beautiful it looked like it was lit from within. That's a Lamborghini, said Frances. I know it is, said Yao, forgetting to put the tiny pauses between his words. He gestured towards the house, stepping aside to let Frances cross the threshold first. She walked into a large entrance hall and waited for her eyes to adjust to the dim light. The soft hush, unique to old houses, washed over her like cool water. There were beautiful details wherever she looked. Honey-coloured parquetry floors, antique chandeliers, ornately carved ceiling cornices, and lead-light windows. This is so beautiful, she said. Oh, and look at that. It's like the staircase from the Titanic. She walked over to touch the lustrous mahogany wood. Flecks of light streamed from a stained-glass window on the landing. As you may know, Tranquillum House was built in 1840, and this is the original red cedar and rosewood staircase, said Yao. Other people have commented on the resemblance to the Titanic staircase. So far, we've had much better luck than the Titanic. We won't sink, Frances. He'd clearly made this joke many times before. Frances gave him a more generous laugh than it deserved. The house was built of locally quarried sandstone by a wealthy solicitor from England. Yao continued to recite facts like a nerdy museum guide. He wanted a house that would be the best in the colony. Built with the help of convicts, I understand, said Frances, who had read the website. That's right, said Yao. The solicitor was granted 500 acres of good farming land and assigned 10 convicts. He got lucky because they included 2 former stonemason brothers from York. "We have a convict in our family tree," said Frances. "She was transported from Dublin for stealing a silk gown. We're tremendously proud of her." Yao gestured away from the staircase to make it clear she wasn't to go up there just yet. "I know you'll want to rest after that long drive, but first I'd like to give you a quick tour of your new home for the next 10 days. "Unless I don't last the distance," said Frances. 10 days suddenly seemed like a very long time. "I might go home early." "No one goes home early," said Yao serenely. "Well, yes, but they can," said Frances, "if they choose." "No one goes home early," repeated Yao. "It just doesn't happen. No one wants to go home at all. You're about to embark on a truly transformative experience, Frances." He led her to a large room at the side of the house with bay windows overlooking the valley and one long monastery-like table. "This is the dining room, where you'll come for your meals. All the guests eat together, of course." "Of course," said Frances hoarsely. She cleared her throat. "Great. Breakfast is served at 7 a.m., lunch at noon, and dinner at 6 p.m. "Breakfast at 7 a.m.? Frances blanched. She could manage the communal meals for lunch and dinner, but she couldn't eat and talk with strangers in the morning. "I'm a night owl," she told Yao. "I'm normally comatose at 7 a.m. "Ah, but that's the old Frances. The new Frances will have already done a sunrise Tai Chi class and guided meditation by 7, said Yao. "I seriously doubt that," said Frances. Yao smiled, as if he knew better. "There will be a 5-minute warning bell before meals are served, or smoothies, during the fast periods. We do ask that you come promptly to the dining room as soon as you hear the warning bell." "Certainly," said Frances, with a rising sense of horror. She'd quite forgotten about the fast periods. "Is there, room service?" "I'm afraid not, although your morning and late evening smoothies will be brought to your room," said Yao. "But no club sandwiches at midnight, hey?" Yao shuddered. "God, no." He led her past the dining room to a cozy living room lined with bookshelves. A number of couches surrounded a marble fireplace. "The lavender room," said Yao. "You're welcome to come here any time to relax, read, or enjoy an herbal tea." He said herbal the American way. Herbal. "Lovely," said Frances, mollified by the sight of the books. They walked by a closed door with the word "Private" stenciled on it in gold letters, which Frances, being Frances, felt strongly compelled to open. She couldn't abide member-only lounges to which she didn't have membership. "This leads to our director's office at the top of the house." Yao touched the door gently. "We do ask that you only open this door if you have an appointment." "By all means," said Frances resentfully. You will meet the director later today, said Yao, as if this were a special treat she'd been long anticipating. At your first guided meditation. Awesome, said Frances through her teeth. Now, you'll want to see the gym, said Yao. Oh, not especially, said Frances, but he was already leading her back across the reception area to the opposite side of the house. This was originally the drawing room, said Yao. It's been refurbished as a state-of-the-art gym. Well, that is a tragedy, Frances proclaimed when Yao opened a glass door to reveal a light-filled room crowded with what appeared to be elaborate torture devices. Yao's smile faltered. We kept all the original plasterwork. He pointed at the ceiling. Frances gave a disdainful sniff. Marvellous. You can lie back and admire the ceiling rose while you're being drawn and quartered. Yao looked at her face and hurriedly closed the gym door. Let me show you the yoga and meditation studio. He continued past the gym to a door at the far corner of the house. Watch your head. She ducked unnecessarily beneath the door jamb and followed Yao down a flight of narrow stone stairs. I smell wine, she said. Don't get your hopes up, said Yao. It's the ghost of old wine. He pushed back a heavy oak door with some effort and ushered her into a surprisingly large, cave-like room with an arched, wood-beamed ceiling, brick walls lined with a few chairs, and a series of soft blue rectangular mats laid out at intervals on the hardwood floor. This is where you will come for yoga classes and all your guided sitting meditations, said Yao. You'll be spending a lot of time down here. It was quiet and cool, and the ghostly smell of wine was overlaid by the scent of incense. The studio did have a lovely, peaceful feel to it, and Frances thought she would enjoy being here, even though she wasn't that keen on yoga or meditation. She had done a transcendental meditation course years ago, hoping for enlightenment, and every time, without fail, she'd nod off within 2 minutes of focusing on her breathing, waking up at the end to discover that everyone else had experienced flashes of light, memories of past lives, and rapture, or whatever, while she'd snoozed and drooled. Basically, she'd paid to have a 40-minute nap at the local high school once a week. No doubt she would be spending a lot of time napping down here, dreaming of wine. At one point, when the property operated a vineyard, this cellar could hold up to 20,000 bottles of wine. Yao gestured at the walls, although there were no longer any facilities for keeping wine. But when the house was originally built, it was used for storage or as somewhere to secure misbehaving convict workers, or even to hide from bushrangers. If these walls could talk, said Frances. Her eye was caught by a large flat-screen television hanging from one of the beams at the end of the room. What's that screen for? It seemed especially incongruous after Yao's talk of the house's early colonial history. I thought this was a screen-free environment. Tranquillum House is absolutely a screen-free environment, agreed Yao. He glanced at the television screen with a slight frown. But we recently installed a security and intercom system so we can all communicate with each other from different parts of the resort when necessary. It's quite a large property, and the safety of our guests is paramount. He changed the subject abruptly. I'm sure you will be interested in this, Frances. He ushered her over to a corner of the room and pointed to a brick almost concealed by the joinery of one of the arched beams. Frances put on her reading glasses and read out loud the small, beautifully inscribed words, Adam and Roy Webster, stonemasons, 1840. The stonemason brothers, said Yao. The assumption is that they did this secretly. Good for them, said Frances. They were proud of their work, as they should have been. They silently contemplated the inscription for a few moments before Yao clapped his hands together. Let's head back up. He led her up the stairs into the house and to another glass door featuring just one beautiful word, spa. Last but not least, the spa, where you will come for your massages and any other wellness treatments scheduled for you. Yao opened the door, and Frances sniffed like Pavlov's dog at the scent of essential oils. This was another drawing room that was remodeled, said Yao carefully. Ah, well, I'm sure you did a good job retaining the original features. Frances patted his arm as she peered inside the dimly lit room. She could hear the trickling sound of a water feature, and one of those ridiculous but divine relaxation soundtracks, the kind with crashing waves, harp music, and the occasional frog piped through the walls. All spa treatments are complimentary, part of the package. You won't receive a scary bill at the end of your stay, said Yao as he closed the door. I did read that on the website, but I wasn't sure if it could be true, said Frances disingenuously, because if it wasn't true, she would be making a complaint to the Department of Fair Trading, Quick Smart. She made her eyes wide and grateful, as Yao seemed to take personal pride in the wonders of Tranquillum House. Well, it is true, Frances, said Yao lovingly, like a parent telling her that tomorrow really was Christmas Day. Now, we'll just pop in here and get your blood tests and so on out of the way. I'm sorry? What? Said Frances as she was shepherded into a room that looked like a doctor's office. She felt discombobulated. Weren't they just talking about spa treatments? Just sit right here, said Yao. We'll do your blood pressure first. Frances found herself seated as Yao wrapped a cuff around her arm and pumped it enthusiastically. It might be higher than usual, he said. People feel a little stressed and nervous when they arrive. They're tired after their journey. It's natural, but let me tell you, I've never had a guest finish their retreat without a significant drop in their blood pressure. Said Frances. She watched Yao write down her blood pressure. She didn't ask if it was high or low. It was often low. She had been checked out for hypotension before because of her tendency to faint. If she got dehydrated or tired or saw blood, her vision tunneled and the world tipped. Yao snapped on a pair of plastic green gloves. Francis looked away and focused on a point on the wall. He buckled a tourniquet around her arm and tapped her forearm. "Great veins," he said. Nurses often said that about Frances's veins. She always felt momentarily proud and then kind of depressed, because what a waste of a positive attribute. "I didn't actually realize there would be a blood test," said Francis. "Daily blood tests," said Yao cheerfully. "Very important, because it means we can tweak your treatment plans accordingly." I might actually opt out of the tiny ouch," said Yao. Frances looked back to her arm and then quickly away again as she caught sight of a test tube filling with her blood. She hadn't even registered the prick of the needle. She felt all at once as powerless as a child, and was reminded of the few times in her life she'd had to go into hospital for minor surgeries, and how much she disliked the lack of control over her body. Nurses and doctors had the right to prod at her as they pleased, with no love or desire or affection, just expertise. It always took a few days to fully re-inhabit her body again. Did this young man currently helping himself to her blood even have medical expertise? Had she really done her due diligence on this place? "Are you trained as a—" She was trying to say, "Do you know what the hell you're doing?" "I used to be a paramedic in a previous life," replied Yao. She met his eyes. Was he possibly a little mad? Did he mean he was a reincarnated paramedic? You never knew with these alternative types. "You don't mean literally a previous life?" Yao laughed out loud, a very normal-sounding laugh. "It was about 10 years ago now." "Do you miss it?" "Absolutely not. I'm passionate about the work we do here." His eyes blazed. "Maybe just slightly mad." "Right. That's that," said Yao, removing the needle and handing her a cotton wool ball. "Press firmly." He labelled her test tube and smiled at her. "Excellent. Now, we'll just check your weight." "Oh, is that really necessary? I'm not here for weight loss. I'm here for, personal transformation." "Just for our files," said Yao. He removed the cotton wool ball, pressed a circular band-aid onto the tiny red pinprick, and indicated a set of scales. "On your hop." Frances averted her eyes from the number. She had no idea of her weight, and no interest in learning it. She knew she could be thinner, and, of course, when she was younger, she was, indeed, much thinner. But she was generally happy with her body, as long as it wasn't giving her pain, and bored by all the different ways women droned on about the subject of weight, as if it were one of the great mysteries of life. The recent weight losers, evangelical about whatever method had worked for them, the thin women who called themselves fat, the average women who called themselves obese, the ones desperate for her to join in their lavish self-loathing. Oh, Frances, isn't it just so depressing when you see young, thin girls like that? "Not especially," Frances would say, adding extra butter to her bread roll. Yao wrote something on a form, in a cream-coloured file, marked in black Sharpie block letters with her name, Frances Welty. This was starting to feel too much like a visit to the doctor. Frances felt exposed and vulnerable and regretful. She wanted to go home. She wanted a muffin. "I'd really like to get to my room now," she said. "It was a long drive." "Absolutely. I'm going to book you into the spa for an urgent massage for that back pain," said Yao. "Shall I give you half an hour to settle into your room, enjoy your welcome smoothie, and read your welcome pack?" "That sounds like heaven," said Frances. They walked back past the dining room, where her darling drug dealers, Jessica and Ben, stood with their own white-uniformed wellness consultant, a dark-haired young woman who, according to her name badge, was called Delilah. Delilah was delivering the same spiel as Yao about the warning bells. Jessica's plastic face was filled with worry, so much so that she was almost, but not quite, pulling off a frown. "But what if you don't hear the bell?" "Then off with your head," said Frances. Everyone turned to look at her. Ben, whose cap was now the wrong way around again, raised a single eyebrow. "Joke," said Frances weakly. Frances saw the two wellness consultants exchange looks she couldn't quite read. She wondered if they were sleeping together. They'd have such aerobic, flexible sex, with all that wellness pumping through their young bodies. It would be just so awesome. Yao led her back towards the Titanic stairs. As Frances hurried to keep pace, they passed a man and two women coming down the staircase together, all three in olive green robes, featuring the Tranquillum House emblem. The man lagged behind to put on glasses so he could closely examine the wall on the landing. He was so tall, the dressing gown was more like a miniskirt, revealing knobbly knees and very white, very hairy legs. They were the sort of male legs that made you feel uncomfortable, as if you were looking at a private part of the body. "Well, my point is that you just don't see craftsmanship like this anymore," he said as he peered at the wall. "That's what I just love about houses like this, the attention to detail. I mean, think of those tiles I was showing you earlier. What's extraordinary is that somebody took the time to individually—" "Hello again, Yao. Another guest, is it? How are you?" He took off his glasses, beamed at Frances, and thrust out his hand. "Napoleon!" he cried. It took her a terrifying second to realize he was introducing himself, not just yelling out a random historical figure's name. "Frances," she said, in the nick of time. "Nice to meet you. Here for the 10-day retreat, I assume?" He was on the stair above her, so his height was even more pronounced. It was like tipping her head back to look at a monument. "I am." Frances made a tremendous effort not to comment on his height, as she knew from her 6-foot friend Jen that tall people were well aware they were tall. "I most certainly am." Napoleon indicated the two women further down the stairs. "Us too. These are my beautiful girls, my wife Heather and daughter Zoe." The two women were also notably tall. They were a basketball team. They gave her the restrained, polite smiles of a celebrity's family members who are used to having to wait while he is accosted by fans. Except that in this case, it was Napoleon doing the accosting. The wife, Heather, bounced on the balls of her feet. She was wiry, with extremely wrinkled, tanned skin, as if she'd been scrunched up and then spread smooth. Heather, skin like leather, thought Frances. That was a really mean mnemonic, but Heather would never know. Heather had grey hair pulled back in a tight ponytail and bloodshot eyes. She seemed very intense, which was fine. Frances had some intense friends. She knew how to cope with intensity. Never try to match it. The daughter, Zoe, had her dad's height and the casual grace of an athletic, outdoorsy girl. Showy Zoe? But she wasn't showy at all. Not showy Zoe. Zoe certainly didn't look like she was in need of a health resort. How much more rejuvenated could you get? Frances thought about the young couple, Ben and Jessica, who also seemed in sparkling good health. Were health resorts only attended by the already healthy? Was she going to be the least healthy-looking person here? She'd never been bottom of the class, except for that one time in Transcendental Meditation for Beginners. We thought we'd explore the hot springs, maybe have a quick soak, said Napoleon to Yao and Frances, as if they'd asked. Then we'll do a few laps of the pool. Clearly they were one of those active families who threw their bags down on the floor and left their hotel room the moment they checked in. I'm planning a quick nap before an urgent massage, said Frances. Excellent idea, cried Napoleon. A nap and a massage. Sounds perfect. Isn't this place amazing? And I hear the hot springs are incredible. He was an extremely enthusiastic man. Make sure you rehydrate after the hot springs, Yao said to him. There are water bottles at reception. Will do, Yao, and then we'll be back in time for the noble silence. Noble silence, said Frances. It will all become clear, Frances, said Yao. It's in your information pack, Frances, said Napoleon. Bit of a surprise. I wasn't expecting the silence aspect. I've heard of silent retreats, of course, but must admit they didn't appeal. I'm a talker, myself, as my girls here will tell you. But we'll roll with the punches, go with the flow. As he talked on in the comforting way of the chronically loquacious, Frances watched his wife and daughter further down the stairs. The daughter, who wore black flip-flops, put one heel on the step above her and leaned forward, as if she were discreetly stretching her hamstring. The mother watched her daughter, and Frances saw the ghost of a smile, followed almost immediately by an expression of pure despair that dragged all her features down, as if she were clawing at her cheeks. Then, in the next instant, it was gone, and she smiled benignly up at Frances, and Frances felt as though she had seen something she shouldn't have. Napoleon said, It wasn't you who arrived in that Lamborghini, was it, Frances? I saw it from our room. That's one hell of a car. Not me. I'm the Peugeot, said Frances. Nothing wrong with the Peugeot, although I hear those jackals charge like wounded bulls when it comes to servicing, right? He mixed his metaphors most delightfully. Frances was keen to talk more with him. He was someone who would answer any question with candour and vigour. She loved those sorts of people. Dad, said his daughter, not showy Zoe, let the lady pass. She's only just got here. She probably wants to get to her room. Sorry. I'll see you at dinner. Although we won't be chatting then, will we? He tapped the side of his nose and grinned, but there was a trapped, panicky look in his eyes. Lovely to meet you. He clapped Yao on the shoulder. "See you later, Yao, mate." Francis followed Yao up the stairs. At the top, he turned right and led her down a carpeted hallway lined with historical photos that she planned to study later. "This wing of the house was added in 1895, said Yao. "You'll find all the rooms have original fireplaces with marble mantelpieces of Georgian design. Not that you'll be lighting any fires in this heat." "I didn't expect to see families doing this retreat," commented Francis. "I must admit I thought there'd be more people like me." "Fatter people than me, Yao. Much fatter. We get people from all walks of life here at Tranquillum House," said Yao as he unlocked her room with a large, old-fashioned metal key. "Probably not all walks of life," mused Francis, because come on now, the place wasn't cheap. But she stopped talking as Yao held open the door for her. "Here we are." It was an airy, plush-carpeted room filled with period furniture, including an enormous four-poster bed. Open French doors led to a balcony with a view that stretched to the horizon. A rolling patchwork quilt of vineyards and farmhouses and green and gold countryside. Flocks of birds wheeled across the sky. Her bag sat like an old familiar friend in a corner of the room. There was a fruit basket on the coffee table, along with a glass of green, sludge-like juice with a strawberry on the side. Everything except the juice looked extremely appealing. "That's your welcome smoothie there," said Yao. "There are 6 organic smoothies a day, prepared specifically for your changing individual needs." "They're not wheatgrass, are they? I once had a wheatgrass shot and it scarred me for life." Yao picked up the glass and handed it to her. "Trust me, it's tasty." Francis looked at it doubtfully. "The smoothies are mandatory," said Yao kindly. It was confusing because you'd think from his tone that he'd said, "They are optional." She took a sip. "Oh," she said, surprised. She could taste mango, coconut, and berries. It was like drinking a tropical holiday. "It's quite good. Very good." "Yes, Francis," said Yao. He used her name as often as a desperate real estate agent. "And the good news is, it's not only delicious, but brimming with natural goodness. Please make sure you drink the entire glass." "I will," said Francis agreeably. There was an awkward pause. "Oh," said Francis, "you mean now?" She took another, larger sip. "Yum!" Yao smiled. "The daily smoothies are crucial for your wellness journey." "Gosh, well, I want to keep my wellness journey on track." "Absolutely you do," said Yao. She met his eyes. There was no irony as far back as she could see. He was going to shame that snark right out of her. "I'm going to leave you to relax," said Yao. "Your welcome pack is right here. Please take the time to read it because there are important instructions for the next 24 hours. The noble silence that Napoleon mentioned will be beginning shortly, and I know you're going to find that so beneficial. Oh, now, Speaking of silence, Francis, I'm sure you can guess what I need next from you." He looked at her expectantly. "No idea. Not more blood, I hope." "It's time to hand over all your electronic devices," said Yao. "Mobile phone, tablets, everything." "No problem." Frances retrieved her phone from her handbag, switched it off, and handed it to Yao. A not unpleasant feeling of subservience crept over her. It was like being on an aeroplane once the seatbelt sign was turned on, and the flight attendants were now in charge of your entire existence. "Great. Thanks. You're officially off the grid." Yao held up her phone. "We'll keep it safe. Some guests say the digital detox is one of the most enjoyable elements of their time with us. When it's time to leave, you'll be saying, 'Don't give it back. I don't want it back.'" He held up his hands to indicate someone waving him away. Frances tried to imagine herself in 10 days and found it strangely difficult, as if it wasn't 10 days, but 10 years she was imagining. Would she really be transformed? Thinner, lighter, pain-free, able to leap from her bed at sunrise without caffeine? "Don't forget your massage at the spa," said Yao. "Oh, and that nasty paper cut." He walked to a sideboard, selected a tube from an array of Tranquillum House branded cosmetics, and said, "Let's see that thumb." Frances presented it to him, and he placed a dab of soothing, cool gel on her paper cut, with tender care. "Your wellness journey has begun, Frances," he said, still holding her hand, and instead of smirking, Frances found herself close to tears. "I've actually been feeling very unwell lately, Yao," she said pitifully. "I know you have." Yao put both his hands on her shoulders, and it didn't feel silly or sexual. It felt healing. "We're going to get you well, Frances. We're going to get you feeling as well as you've ever felt in your life." He closed the door gently behind him as he left. Frances turned in a slow circle and waited for that inevitable moment of solitary traveller gloom. But instead, her spirits lifted. She wasn't alone. She had Yao to take care of her. She was on a wellness journey. She walked out onto her balcony to admire the view and gasped. A man on the balcony next to hers was leaning so far over it he looked in danger of falling. "Careful," she warned, but only under her breath, so as not to startle him. The man turned in her direction, lifted his hand and smiled. It was Ben. She recognized the baseball cap. She waved back. If they raised their voices, they could probably hear each other perfectly well, but it was better to pretend they were too far away to chat. Otherwise, they'd feel obligated to talk every time they happened to see each other on their balconies, and there was going to be enough obligatory chatting at every meal. She looked in the other direction and saw a row of identical balconies stretching to the end of the house. All the guest rooms shared this same view. The other balconies were empty, although as Frances watched, the figure of a woman emerged from the room at the furthest end of the house. She was too far away to distinguish her features, but Frances, keen to be friendly, gave her a wave. The woman instantly spun around, and went back inside her room. Oh well, perhaps she hadn't seen Frances. Or perhaps she suffered from tremendous social anxiety. Frances could handle the dreadfully shy. You just needed to approach slowly, as if they were little woodland creatures. Frances turned back to Ben and saw that he'd also gone back inside. She wondered if he and Jessica were still arguing. Their rooms were adjoining, so if things got heated, Frances might overhear. Once, on a book tour, she'd stayed in a thin-walled hotel where she had the pleasure of overhearing a couple argue passionately and descriptively about their sex life. That had been great. "I don't get the obsession with strangers," her first husband, Sol, once said to her, and Frances had struggled to explain that strangers were by definition interesting. It was their strangeness, the not knowing. Once you knew everything there was to know about someone, you were generally ready to divorce them. She went back inside her room to unpack. It might be nice to have a cup of tea and a few squares of chocolate while she read her information pack. She was sure it was going to have rules she would prefer not to follow. The noble silence that was beginning shortly sounded foreboding, and she would need sugar to cope. Also, she hadn't exactly followed the suggestion about reducing her sugar and caffeine intake in the days leading up to the retreat so as to avoid withdrawal symptoms. Frances couldn't be dealing with a headache right now. She went to pull out her contraband from where she'd carefully hidden it, right at the bottom of her bag, underneath her underwear, wrapped in her nightie. She'd laughed at herself for hiding it. It wasn't like they were going to be checking her bag. This wasn't rehab or boarding school. "You've got to be kidding," she said out loud. It wasn't there. She emptied all her clothes onto her bed with a growing sense of fury. They wouldn't, would they? It was unconscionable. Illegal, surely. It was very bad manners. She turned the bag upside down and shook it. The nightie was still there, neatly folded by invisible hands, but the coffee, tea, chocolate, and wine were most definitely gone. Who had been through her bag? It couldn't be Yao. He'd been with her the whole time from when she arrived. Someone else had rifled through her underwear and confiscated her treats. What could she do? She couldn't ring reception and say, "Somebody took my chocolate and wine." Well, she could, but she didn't have the requisite chutzpah. The website made it clear that snacks and coffee and alcohol were all banned. She'd broken the rules, and she'd been caught. She would say nothing, and they would say nothing, and on the last day they would hand it all back to her with a knowing smirk as she checked out, like returning a prisoner's personal effects. This was deeply embarrassing. She sat on the end of her bed and looked dolefully at the lovely fruit bowl. She laughed a little, trying to turn it into a funny story her friends would enjoy, and selected a mandarin from the bowl. As she plunged her thumb into its fleshy center, she heard something. A voice? It didn't come from Ben and Jessica's room. It was the other room adjoining hers. There was a thud, followed immediately by the unmistakable sound of something breaking. A male voice swore, loudly and forcefully, "Fuck it!" Indeed, thought Frances, as the malevolent beginnings of a headache crept slowly across her forehead. Chapter 7. Jessica. Jessica sat on the four-poster bed and tested the mattress with the palm of her hand, while Ben stood on the balcony, one hand shielding his eyes. He wasn't enjoying the beautiful view. "I'm sure they haven't stolen it," she said. She meant to sound funny and light-hearted, but she couldn't seem to get the tone of her voice to come out right these days. A hardness kept creeping in. "Yeah, but where have they parked it?" said Ben. "That's what I don't get. I'd just like to know where it is. Have they got an underground bunker somewhere?" Did you notice that when I asked if it was parked undercover, she sort of avoided answering the question? Said Jessica, non-committally. She couldn't bear another fight about the car, or about anything. Her stomach was still recovering from the last screaming match. Whenever they fought, she got instant indigestion, and that meant that these days she nearly always had indigestion. Their arguments were like submerged rocks they kept crashing up against. They couldn't be avoided. Wham, wham, wham. She lay back on the bed and looked at the light fitting. Was that a spider web near the globe? This house was so old and dark and depressing. She'd been aware it was going to be a historic house, but she thought they might have, renovated. There were cracks all over the walls and a kind of damp smell. She turned on her side and looked at Ben. Now he was leaning dangerously over the balcony railing, trying to see the other side of the house. He cared about that car more than he cared about her. Once, she saw him running his hand along the bonnet, and for just a moment she'd felt envious of the car, of the way Ben was touching it so gently and sensuously, the same way he used to touch her. She was going to tell their counsellor that. She'd written it down so she wouldn't forget. She felt like it was a really profound, powerful thing to mention, quite significant and telling. It made her eyes prickle with tears when she thought of it. If the counsellor ever wrote a book about her experience as a marriage counsellor, she would probably mention it. I once had a patient who treated his car more tenderly than he treated his wife. No need to mention the car was a Lamborghini. If they did, all the male readers would say, "Oh, well then." She wished the intensive couples counselling part of this retreat would hurry up and start, but Delilah, their wellness consultant, had been annoyingly vague about when it would begin. She wondered if the counsellor would ask them about their sex life, and if she, Jessica assumed she would be a she, would be able to hide her surprise when she heard they were down to having sex, like once a week, which meant their marriage was officially in dire trouble. Jessica didn't know she could talk about sex in front of the counsellor anyway. The counsellor might automatically assume that she was sexually unskilled, or that there was something wrong with her in a very personal gynecological kind of way. Jessica was beginning to wonder that herself. She was obviously prepared to get more surgery, even down there, or do a course, read a book, improve her skills. She'd always been prepared to improve, to listen to the advice of experts. She read a lot of self-help books. She Googled. Ben had never read a self-help book in his life. Ben came back inside from the balcony, lifting up his t-shirt to scratch his stomach. He didn't bother with crunches or planks, and his stomach still looked that good. "That author we met is in the room next to us," he said. He picked up an apple from the fruit bowl and tossed it from hand to hand like a baseball. Frances. Why do you reckon she's here? I expect she wants to lose weight, said Jessica. Like, duh. She thought it was kind of obvious. Frances had that padded look middle-aged women got. Jessica herself would never allow that to happen. She'd rather be dead. You reckon? Said Ben. What does it matter at her age? He didn't wait for an answer. What are her books like? I used to love them, said Jessica. I read them all. There was one called Nathaniel's Kiss. I read it in high school, and it was just really romantic, I guess. Romantic was too ineffectual a word to describe the feelings Nathaniel's kiss had provoked in her. She remembered how she'd cried big, heaving, shuddering sobs, and then she'd kept rereading that last chapter for the pleasure of more crying. In some ways, it felt like Nathaniel was the first man she ever loved. She couldn't tell Ben that. He never read fiction. He wouldn't understand. But was that one of the problems in their marriage? That she didn't even bother to try to communicate how she felt about things that were important to her? Or did it not matter? She didn't need to hear him talk about his passion for his car. He could talk about his car with his mates. She could talk about her memories of Nathaniel's kiss with her girlfriends. Ben took a giant bite of the apple. Jessica couldn't do that anymore, not with her new capped teeth. The dentist wanted her to wear some sort of a mouthguard at night to keep her expensive crowns all safe. It was annoying that the better the stuff you got, the less relaxed you could be about it. It was like the new rug in their hallway. Neither of them could bear to walk on something so astoundingly expensive. They shuffled down the sides and winced when their guests marched straight down the middle in dirty sneakers. That smoothie was pretty good, said Ben, his mouth full of apple. But I'm starved. I don't know if my body can cope without pizza for 10 days. I don't see why we even have to do that part. What's that got to do with marriage counselling? I told you, said Jessica. It's like a holistic approach. We have to work on everything, our minds, bodies, and spirits. Sounds like a load of... He cut himself off and walked over to the row of light switches by the wall and started playing with the one that made the ceiling fan work. He put the fan onto cyclonic speed. Jessica put a pillow over her face and tried to go for as long as she could without saying, "Turn it off!" Once, she wouldn't have thought about this. She would have just yelled, "Oh my God, turn it off, you idiot!" And he would have laughed and kept it on, and she would have tried to turn it off, and he wouldn't have let her, and they would have pretend wrestled. Did they laugh more before? Back when she was working in admin and he was a panel beater working for Pete. Back when Ben drove a V8 Commodore that didn't make anyone look twice, and she had B-cup boobs that didn't make anyone look twice either. Back when they thought going to a movie and the local Thai restaurant on the same night was splurging. And when the arrival of the credit card statement each month was, like, really stressful and even once made her cry. She didn't want to believe it was better before. If it was, then her mother was right, and she couldn't stand it if her mother was right. Ben turned the fan down to a gentler breeze. Jessica removed the pillow from her face, closed her eyes, and felt her heart race with fear of something unnamed and unknown. It made her think of the vertiginous fear she'd felt the day of the robbery. It was 2 years ago now that she'd come home from work to discover their ground floor apartment had been robbed, their possessions strewn everywhere with aggressive, malicious abandon. Every drawer open, a black footprint across her white t-shirt, the glint of broken glass. Ben arrived home just moments later. What the hell? She didn't know if he immediately thought of his sister, but she did. Ben's sister Lucy had mental health issues. That was the euphemism Ben's lovely, long-suffering mother used. The truth was that Ben's sister was an addict. Lucy's life was an endless roller coaster, and they all had to take the same ride over and over without getting off. Lucy was missing. No one had heard from her. Lucy had turned up in the middle of the night and trashed the house. Ben's mum had to call the police. They were planning an intervention, but they were going to handle this intervention differently from the last intervention. This time it would work. Lucy was doing well. Lucy was talking about rehab. Lucy was in rehab. Lucy was out of rehab. Lucy had been in another car accident. Lucy was pregnant again. Lucy was fucked up and there would never be an end to it. And because Jessica had never known the Lucy of before, the Lucy who was supposedly funny and smart and kind, it was hard not to hate her. Lucy was the reason for the underlying tension at every event with Ben's family. Would she turn up demanding money or screaming insults or crying crocodile tears because she just wanted to be a mum to the 2 children she was incapable of bringing up? Everyone knew Lucy stole. If you went to a barbecue at Ben's place, you hid your cash. So it was perfectly natural that Jessica's first thought when she walked into the apartment that day was Lucy. She tried so hard not to say it, but she couldn't help it. Just that one word. She wished she could take it back. She hadn't made it sound enough like a question. She'd made it sound like a statement. She wished she'd at least said, Lucy? She remembered how Ben shook his head. His face was drawn tight with shame. She had thought, how do you know it wasn't her? But it turned out he was right. The robbery had nothing to do with Lucy. She was on the other side of the country at the time. So it was just an ordinary, happens to lots of people, house robbery. They hadn't lost much because they didn't have much to lose. An old iPad with a cracked screen, a necklace that Ben had given Jessica for her 21st. It had a tiny diamond pendant, and it had cost Ben something like 2 months' salary. She'd loved that necklace, and still mourned it, even though it had just been a crappy little necklace with a smidge of a diamond, like a quarter carat. The thieves had rejected the rest of Jessica's jewelry box, which she found humiliating. Jessica and Ben had both hated the feeling of knowing that someone had walked through their home sneering, as if browsing through an unsatisfactory shop. The insurance company paid out without much fuss, but Ben and Jessica had to pay a $500 excess, which they resented because they hadn't asked to be robbed. It was just an ordinary robbery, except that it ended up changing their lives forever. "Why are you staring at me like that?" asked Ben. He stood at the end of the bed, looking down at her. Jessica's gaze came back into focus. "Like what?" "Like you're planning to cut off my balls with a cheese knife?" "What? I wasn't even looking at you. I was thinking." He kept chewing the remains of his apple and raised an eyebrow. The very first time they ever made eye contact in Mr. Munro's maths class, he did that. A cool, laconic lift of his left eyebrow. It was literally the hottest thing she'd seen in her entire life. And maybe if he'd raised 2 eyebrows instead of 1, she wouldn't have fallen in love with him. "I don't even have a cheese knife," said Jessica. He smiled as he threw the apple core into the bin from across the room and picked up their welcome pack. "We'd better read this, hey?" He ripped open the envelope and papers went flying. Jessica managed to stop herself from grabbing at it and putting it all back in order. She was the one in charge of paperwork. If it were up to Ben, they would never file a tax return. He opened what looked like a covering letter. "Okay, so this is a guide map for our wellness journey." "Ben," said Jessica, "this isn't going to work if we don't—" I know. I'm taking it seriously. I drove down that road, didn't I? Didn't that show my commitment?" "Oh, please, don't start on the car again." She felt like crying. "I only meant—" His mouth twisted. "Forget it." He scanned the letter and read out loud. "Welcome to your wellness journey, yada yada. The retreat will begin with a period of silence lasting 5 days, during which there will be no talking apart from counseling sessions, no touching, no reading, no writing, no eye contact with other guests or your own companions." "What the—" "This wasn't mentioned on the website," said Jessica. Ben continued to read out loud. "You may be familiar with the term monkey brain." He looked up at Jessica. She shrugged, so he kept reading. "Monkey brain refers to the way your mind swings from thought to thought, like a monkey swinging from branch to branch." Ben made a sound like a monkey and scratched under his arm to demonstrate. "Thanks for that." Jessica felt the tug of a smile. Sometimes they were fine. Ben read on. "It takes at least 24 hours to silence monkey brain. A period of nourishing silence and reflection settles the mind, body, and soul. Our aim will be to discover a beautiful state that Buddhism calls noble silence." "So we're just going to spend the next 5 days avoiding eye contact and not talking?" said Jessica. "Even when we're alone in our room?" "It's not like we don't have any experience with that," said Ben. "Very funny," said Jessica. "Give me that." She took the letter and read. "During the silence, we request that you walk slowly and mindfully with intention, heel to toe, about the property, while avoiding eye contact and conversation. If you must communicate with a staff member, please come to reception and follow the instructions on the laminated blue card. There will be guided meditation sessions, both walking and sitting, throughout each day. Please listen for the bells. She put the letter down. This is gonna be so freaky. We'll have to eat with strangers in total silence. Better than boring small talk, I guess, said Ben. He looked at her. Do you want to do it properly? We could talk here in our room and nobody would ever know. Jessica thought about it. I think we should do it properly, she said. Don't you? Even if it sounds stupid, we should just follow the rules and do whatever they say. Fine with me, said Ben, as long as they don't tell me to jump off a cliff. He scratched his neck. I don't get what we're going to do here. I told you, said Jessica. Meditate, yoga, exercise classes. Yeah, said Ben, but in between all that, if we can't talk or watch TV, what will we do? It will be hard without screens, said Jessica. She thought she was going to miss social media more than coffee. She looked again at the letter. The silence begins when the bell rings 3 times. She looked at the clock in the room. We've got half an hour left where we're allowed to talk. Or touch, she thought. They looked at each other. Neither spoke. So the silence shouldn't be too hard for us then, said Ben. Jessica laughed, but Ben didn't smile. Why weren't they having sex right now? Wasn't that what they once would have done, without even talking about it? She should say something, do something. He was her husband. She could touch him. But a tiny fear had trickled into her head late last year, and now she couldn't get rid of it. It was something about the way he looked at her, or didn't look at her, a clenching of his jaw. The thought was this: he doesn't love me anymore. It seemed so ironic that he could fall out of love with her now, when she had never looked so good. Over the last year, she had invested a lot of time and money, and a fair amount of pain, in her body. She had done everything there was to do. Her teeth, her hair, her skin, her lips, her boobs. Everyone said the results were amazing. Her Instagram account was filled with comments like, "You look so hot, Jessica," and "You look better and better every time I see you." The only person without anything positive to say was her own husband. And if he didn't find her attractive now, when she was her very best self, then he must never have found her attractive. He must have been faking it all along. Why did he even marry her? Touch me, she thought, and in her head it was an anguished wail. Please, please touch me. But all he did was stand up and walk back over to the fruit bowl. The mandarins look good. Chapter 8. Francis. When did the pain start? Frances lay naked on a massage table, a soft white towel draped over her back. Everything off, and then under this towel, the massage therapist had barked when Frances arrived at the spa. She was a large woman with a grey buzz cut and the intimidating manner of a prison guard or a hockey coach. Not quite the soft-voiced, gentle masseuse Frances had been anticipating. Frances hadn't quite caught her name, but she'd been too distracted following instructions to ask her to repeat it. "About 3 weeks ago," said Frances. The therapist placed warm hands on her back, which seemed to be the size of ping-pong bats. Was that possible? Frances lifted her head to see them, but the therapist pressed against Frances's shoulder blades, so her head fell forward again. "Did anything in particular set it off?" "Not anything physical," said Frances, "but I did have kind of an emotional shock. I was in this relationship, so no physical injury of any sort," said the therapist tersely. Clearly, she hadn't got the Tranquillum House memo about speaking in a slow, hypnotic voice. In fact, she was the opposite. It was like she wanted to get any speaking over and done with as quickly as possible. "No," said Frances, "but I feel like it was definitely connected. I had a shock, you see, because this man I was dating, well, he disappeared, and I remember this very clearly. I was actually phoning the police when I felt this kind of sensation, like I'd been slammed. It's probably better if you don't talk," said the therapist. "Oh, is it?" said Frances. "I was about to tell you a very interesting story, scary lady." She'd told the story a few times now, and she felt that she told it quite well. She was improving it with each telling. Also, she didn't have long before she had to stop talking for 5 days, and she wasn't sure how she was going to cope with so much silence. She'd only just avoided that terrifying abyss of despair in the car. Silence might tip her over again. The therapist pressed her giant thumbs on either side of Frances's spine. "Ow! Focus on your breathing." Frances breathed in the citrus-scented essential oils and thought about Paul. How it began. How it ended. Paul Drabble was an American civil engineer she met online. A friend of a friend of a friend. A friendship that turned into something more. Over a 6-month period, he sent her flowers and gift baskets and handwritten notes. They talked for hours on the phone. He'd FaceTimed with her and said he'd read 3 of her books and loved them. And he talked expertly about the characters and even quoted his favorite excerpts. And they were all excerpts that made Frances feel secretly proud. Sometimes people quoted their favorite lines to her, and Frances thought, "Really? I thought that wasn't my best." And then she felt weirdly annoyed with them. He sent her photos of his son, Ari. Frances, who'd never wanted children of her own, fell hard for Ari. He was tall for his age. He loved basketball and wanted to play it professionally. She was going to be Ari's stepmother. She'd read the book, Raising Boys, in preparation and had a number of brief but pleasurable chats with Ari on the phone. He didn't say much, understandably. He was a 12-year-old boy, after all. But sometimes she made him laugh when they Skyped, and he had a dry little chuckle that melted her heart. Ari's mother, Paul's wife, had died of cancer when Ari was in preschool. So sad, so poignant, so convenient, suggested one of Frances's friends, and Frances had slapped her wrist. Frances was planning to move from Sydney to Santa Barbara. She had her flights booked. They would need to get married to secure her green card, but she wasn't going to rush into things. If and when it happened, she planned to wear amethyst. appropriate for a third wedding. Paul had sent her photos of the room in his house that he'd already set up as her writing room. There were empty bookshelves waiting for her books. When that terrible phone call came in the middle of the night, Paul, so distraught he could barely get the words out, crying as he told her that Ari had been in a terrible car accident and there was a problem with the health insurance company and that Ari needed immediate surgery, Frances didn't hesitate. She sent him money, a vast amount of money. "Sorry, how much?" said the young detective, who carefully wrote down everything Frances said, his professionalism slipping for just a moment. That was Paul's only misstep. He underplayed his hand. She would have sent double, triple, quadruple, anything to save Ari. And then terrifying silence. She was frantic. She thought Ari must have died. Then she thought Paul had died. No answers to her texts, her voicemail messages, her emails. It was her friend Di who made the first tentative suggestion. "Don't take this the wrong way, Frances, but is it possible that—" Di didn't even need to finish the sentence. It was as if the knowledge had been lurking away in Frances's subconscious all along, even while she booked non-refundable airfares. It felt personal, but it wasn't personal. It was just business. "These people are getting so smart," the detective had said. "They're professional and polished, and they target women of your age and circumstances." The sympathy on his handsome young face was excruciating. He saw a desperate old lady. She wanted to say, "No, no, I'm not a woman of age and circumstance. I'm me. You're not seeing me." She wanted to tell him that she had never had any trouble meeting men. She had been pursued by men all her life. Men who truly loved her, and men who only wanted to have sex with her. But they were all real men who wanted her for herself, not con artists who wanted her money. She wanted to tell him that she'd been told on multiple occasions by multiple sources that she was really very good in bed, and her second serve caused consternation on the tennis court. And although she never cooked, she could bake an excellent lemon meringue pie. She wanted to tell him she was real. The shame she experienced was extraordinary. She had revealed so much of herself to this scammer. How he must have sniggered, even as he somehow responded with sensitivity, humour, and perfect spelling. He was a mirage, a narcissistic reflection of herself, saying exactly what she so obviously wanted to hear. She realized weeks after that even his name, Paul Drabble, was probably designed to begin the act of seduction by subconsciously reminding her of Margaret Drabble, one of her favourite authors, as she had posted for all to see on social media. It turned out many other women had been planning lives as Ari's stepmother too. "There are multiple ladies in the same situation as you," the detective said. Ladies. Oh my God. Ladies. She couldn't believe she was a lady. That sexless, gentrified word made Frances shudder. The details of each scam were different, but the boy's name was always Ari, and he always had a car accident, and the distraught phone call always came in the middle of the night. Paul Drabble had multiple names. each with a carefully curated online presence, so that when the ladies Googled their suitors, as they always did, they saw exactly what they wanted to see. Of course, he was not the friend of a friend of a friend, or not in the real world way. He'd played a long game, setting up a fake Facebook page and pretending an interest in antique restoration furniture, which had got him accepted into a Facebook group run by a university friend's husband. By the time he sent Frances a friend request, she'd seen enough of his intelligent, witty, concise comments on her friend's posts to believe him to be a real person in her extended circle. Frances met up with one of the other women for coffee. The woman showed Frances pictures on her phone of the bedroom she'd created for Ari, complete with Star Wars posters on the wall. The posters were actually a little young for Ari. He wasn't into Star Wars, but Frances kept that to herself. The woman was in a far worse state than Frances. Frances ended up writing her a check to help her get back on her feet. Frances's friends spluttered when they heard this. Yes, she gave more cash to yet another stranger. But for Frances, it was a way of restoring her pride, taking back control, and fixing some of the trail of destruction left by that man. She did think a thank you card from her fellow scam victim might have been nice, but one mustn't give only in expectation of thank you cards. After it was all over, Frances packed away the evidence of her stupidity in a file. All the printouts of emails where she'd spilled her foolish heart. The cards that accompanied real flowers with fake sentiments. The handwritten letters. She went to shove the folder into her filing cabinet, and a sheet of paper sliced open her thumb like the edge of a razor blade. Such a tiny, trite injury, and yet it hurt so much. The therapist's thumbs moved in small, hard circles. A liquid warmth radiated across Frances's lower back. She looked through the hole in the massage table at the floor. She could see the therapist's sneakered feet. Someone had used a Sharpie to doodle flowers all over the white plastic toes of her shoes. "I fell for an internet romance scam," said Frances. She needed to talk. The therapist would just have to listen. "I lost a lot of money." The therapist said nothing, but at least she didn't order Frances to stop talking again. Her hands kept moving. "I didn't care so much about the money. Well, I did. I'd worked hard for that money. But some people lose everything in these kinds of scams, whereas I just lost my self-respect, I guess, and my innocence." She was babbling now, but she couldn't seem to stop. All she could hear was the therapist's steady breathing. "I guess I've always just assumed that people are who they say they are, and that 99% of people are good people. I've lived in a bubble. Never been robbed, never been mugged. Nobody has ever laid a hand on me." That wasn't strictly true. Her second husband hit her once. He cried. She didn't. They both knew the marriage was over in that moment. Poor Henry. He was a good man, but they brought out something terrible in each other, like allergic reactions. Her mind wandered off down the road of her long and complicated relationship history. She'd shared her relationship history with Paul Drabble, and he'd shared his. His had sounded so real. It must have had some truth to it. So says the novelist who makes up relationships for a living. Of course he could have fabricated his relationship history, you idiot. She kept talking. Better to talk than to think. I honestly thought I was more in love with this man than any other man I'd met in the real world. I was quite deluded. But then again, love is just a trick of the mind, isn't it? Just shut up, Frances. She's not interested. Anyway, it was all very... Her voice trailed off. Embarrassing. The therapist was completely silent now. Frances couldn't even hear her breathing. It was like being massaged by a giant-handed ghost. Frances wondered if she was thinking, I'd never fall for something like that. The sharpest knife point of her humiliation was this. Before, if Frances had been asked to pick the sort of person likely to fall for an internet scam, she would have chosen someone like this woman, with her bulky body, buzz cut, and questionable social skills. Not Frances. Frances said, I'm sorry, I missed your name before? Jan. Do you mind me asking, Jan, are you married? In a relationship? Divorced. Me too, said Frances. Twice. Frances's eyes filled with happy tears for her. Romance would never be dead for Frances. Never. So, he's a policeman? He's a new cop in Jarrabong, said Jan. He was bored sitting on the side of the road doing random breath testing, and we got chatting while he waited for another car to come along. It took 2 hours. Frances tried to imagine Jan chatting for 2 hours. What's his name? Asked Frances. Gus, said Jan. Frances waited, giving Jan the opportunity to wax lyrical about her new boyfriend. She tried to imagine him for herself. Gus, a local country cop, broad-shouldered with a heart of gold. Gus probably owned a dog, a lovable dog. Gus probably whittled. He probably had a tuneful whistle. He probably whistled while he whittled. Frances was already half in love with Gus herself. But Jan had gone silent on the subject of Gus. After a while, Frances kept talking, as if Jan had actually shown interest. You know, sometimes I think it was almost worth it, the money I paid for the companionship over those 6 months. For the hope. I should email him and say, look, I know you're a scammer, but I'll pay you to keep pretending to be Paul Drabble. She paused. I would never really do that. Silence. It's funny, because I'm a romance writer. I create fictional characters for a living. And then I fell for one. Still nothing. Jan mustn't be a reader. Maybe she was just embarrassed for Frances. Wait till I get home and tell Gus about this loser. Gus would give a long, low, tuneful whistle of surprise and sympathy. That's what happens in the big smoke, Jan. Frances managed to stay silent for a few moments as Jan kneaded her knuckle into a spot on her lower back. It hurt in a glorious, necessary feeling way. Do you work full-time here, Jan? Just casual, when they need me. You like it? It's a job. You're very good at it. Yep. Extraordinarily good. Jan said nothing, and Frances closed her eyes. "How long have you worked here?" she asked sleepily. "Only a few months," said Jan, "so I'm still a newbie." Frances opened her eyes. There was something in Jan's voice. Just a shadow. Was it possible she wasn't quite sold on the Tranquillum House philosophy? Frances considered asking her about the missing contraband, but how would the conversation progress? "I think someone went through my bags, Jan." "Why do you think that, Frances?" "Well, some things were missing." "What sort of things?" She was too ashamed and too vulnerable without her clothes on to confess. "What is the director like?" asked Frances, thinking of the reverence with which Yao had looked at that closed door. Silence. Frances watched Jan's feet in their chunky sneakers. They didn't move. Finally, Jan spoke. "She's very passionate about her work." Yao had also said he was passionate about his work. It was the theatrical language of movie stars and motivational speakers. Frances would never say she was passionate about her work, although she was, in fact, passionate about her work. If she went too long without writing, she lost her mind. What if she was never published again? Why would anyone publish her again? She didn't deserve to be published. Don't think about the review. "Passion is good," she said. "Yep," said Jan. She chose another spot for knuckle digging. "Is she possibly too passionate at times?" asked Frances, trying to understand the point, if any, that Jan was trying to make. "She cares a lot about the guests here, and she's prepared to do whatever it takes to help them." "Whatever it takes," said Frances. "That sounds—" Jan's hands moved to Frances's shoulders. "I need to remind you that the noble silence will begin in just a few moments. Once we hear the third bell, we're not allowed to talk." Frances felt panicky. She wanted more information before this creepy silence began. "When you say whatever it takes, I only have positive things to say about the staff here," interrupted Jan. She sounded a little robotic now. "They have your best interests at heart." "This is sounding kind of ominous," said Frances. "People achieve great results here," said Jan. "Well, that's good." "Yep," said Jan. "So are you saying that some of their methods are possibly a little—" Frances tried to find the right word. She was remembering some of those angry online reviews. A bell rang once. It reverberated with the melodic authority of a church bell, clear and pure. "Damn it!" "Unorthodox?" continued Frances hurriedly. "I guess I'm just cautious now after my experience with that man, that scammer. Once bitten—" The second bell, even louder than the first, sliced through the middle of her cliché so that it hung foolishly in the air. "Twice shy," whispered Frances. Jan pressed her palms down hard on Frances's shoulder blades as if she were performing CPR, and leaned forward so that her breath was warm against Frances's ear. "Just don't do anything you're not comfortable with. That's all I can say." The third bell rang. Chapter 9. Masha. the director of Tranquillum House, Maria Dmitrichenko, Masha, to everyone except the tax office, sat alone in her locked office at the top of the house as the third bell rang. Even from all the way up here, she could sense the silence fall. It felt like she'd walked into a cave or cathedral, that feeling of release. She bowed her head towards her favorite fingerprint-shaped wall in the surface of her white oak desk. She was on her third day of a water-only fast, and fasting always heightened her senses. The window of her office was open, and she breathed in great gusts of clean country air. She closed her eyes and remembered how she'd once breathed in all the strange, thrilling scents of this new country: eucalyptus, fresh-cut grass, and petrol fumes. Why was she thinking about this? It was because her ex-husband had emailed yesterday for the first time in years. She'd deleted his email, but just seeing his name for even an instant had infiltrated her consciousness, so that now the merest scent of eucalyptus on a breeze was enough to transport her back 30 years to the person she'd once been. Someone she could barely remember. And yet, she did remember everything about that first day. After those endless flights, Moscow, Delhi, Singapore, Melbourne, how she and her husband had looked at each other in the back of that little van, marveling at all the lights, even in the middle of the street. They'd whispered to each other about the way strangers kept smiling at them. It was bizarre the way they did this, so friendly. But then, it was Masha who first noticed this. When they turned their heads, their smiles shrank to nothing. Smile, gone. Smile, gone. In Russia, people didn't smile like that. If they smiled at all, they smiled from the heart. That was Masha's first ever experience of the polite smile. You could see the polite smile as a wonderful or terrible thing. Her ex-husband smiled back. Masha did not. Nu naher. She did not have time for the past right now. She had a health resort to run. People were depending on her. This was the first time she'd begun a retreat with a period of silence, but she knew already that it was right. The silence would give her guests clarity. It would frighten some of them. They would resist, and people would break the silence, accidentally or deliberately. Couples might whisper in their beds, but that was fine. The silence would set the right tone going forward. Some guests treated this place like summer camp. Middle-aged women got overexcited at not having to cook dinner each night. All that high-pitched chatter. If two men became mates, you could be sure rules would be broken. In the early days, when Masha first opened Tranquillum House to the public, she'd been shocked to discover an order for a family-sized meat lover's pizza being delivered at the back fence. "Nu что такое?" she shouted, scaring the life out of both the poor delivery boy and the guest. "What's going on here?" She had learned the funny ways of her guests. Now she took precautions. Security cameras around the property, regular monitoring. Bags were checked, all for their own good. She turned sideways in her chair and lifted one leg, pressing her forehead to her shin bone. She occupied her body with the ease of a 10-year-old boy, and she liked to say that she was only 10 years old, because it was coming up to the 10th anniversary of the day it happened. Her cardiac arrest, the day she died and was born again. If not for that day, she would still be in the corporate world, and she would still be fat and stressed. She had been Global Operations Director for a multinational producer of dairy products. She had been taking Australia's most trusted cheese to the world. She no longer ate cheese. She remembered her office with its views of the Sydney Opera House and the pleasure she once took in ticking off tasks, formulating policies to streamline procedures, bringing a room full of men to heel. Her life then had been spiritually void, but intellectually stimulating. She especially loved new product development and seeing the company's entire product line laid out on the boardroom table, the lushness of choice, the brightly colored packaging. In a strange way, it fulfilled the yearning she'd felt as a child when she flicked through illicit shopping catalogs from the West. But the pleasure she took in her corporate life had been like a polite smile. There was no substance to it. Her mind, body, and soul had operated like different divisions of a corporation, without a good flow of communication. This nostalgia she felt for her old job was as fraudulent as fond thoughts of her ex-husband. The memories her mind kept throwing up were nothing but computer glitches. She must focus. 9 people were depending on her. 9 perfect strangers, who would soon become like family. She ran her finger down a printout of their names. Frances Welty, Jessica Chandler, Ben Chandler, Heather Marconi, Napoleon Marconi, Zoe Marconi, Tony Hogburn, Carmel Schneider, Laz Lee. 9 strangers who, right now, were settling into their rooms, exploring the property, nervously reading their information packs, drinking their smoothies, perhaps enjoying their first spa treatments, worrying about what lay ahead. She loved them already. Their self-consciousness and self-loathing, their manifest lies, their defensive jokes to hide their pain as they cracked and crumbled before her. They were hers for the next 10 days, hers to teach and nurture, to shape into the people they could be, should be. She found the file for the first name on her list. Frances Welty, aged 52. The photo she'd submitted showed a woman wearing red lipstick holding a cocktail. Masha had treated 100 women like Frances. It was simply a matter of peeling back their layers to reveal the heartache beneath. They longed to be peeled, for someone to be interested enough to peel them. It wasn't hard. They'd been hurt by husbands and lovers, by children who no longer needed them, by disappointing careers, by life, by death. They nearly all loathed their bodies. Women and their bodies. the most abusive and toxic of relationships. Masha had seen women pinch at the flesh of their stomachs with such brutal self-loathing they left bruises. Meanwhile, their husbands fondly patted their own much larger stomachs with rueful pride. These women came to Masha overfed and yet malnourished, addicted to various substances and chemicals, exhausted and stressed, and experiencing migraines or muscular pain or digestive issues. They were easy to heal with rest and fresh air, nutritious food and attention. Their eyes brightened. They became expansive and exhilarated as their cheekbones re-emerged. They wouldn't shut up. They left Masha with hugs and tears in their eyes and bright toot-toots of their car horns. They sent heartfelt cards, often with photos enclosed, showing how their journeys had continued as they applied Masha's lessons to their day-to-day lives. But then, 2, 3, 4 years later, a good proportion came back to Tranquillum House, looking as unhealthy as they'd been at their first visits, or even unhealthier. I stopped my morning meditation, they would say, all wide-eyed and apologetic, but not that apologetic. They seemed to think their lapses were natural, cute, to be expected. And next thing, I was back drinking every day. I lost my job. I got divorced. I had a car accident. Masha had only reset them temporarily. In times of crisis, they returned to their default settings. That was not good enough, not for Masha. This was why the new protocol was essential. There was no need for the strange anxiety that was waking her up in the dark of the night. The reason Masha had been so successful in her corporate career was because she had always been the one prepared to take risks, to think laterally. It was the same here. She tapped her fingertip against the bleary, bloated face of Frances Welty and checked to see which boxes she had selected for what she wanted to achieve over the next 10 days. Stress relief, spiritual nourishment, and relaxation. It was interesting that she hadn't ticked weight loss. It must be an oversight. She seemed like the careless sort. No attention to detail. One thing was clear. This woman was crying out for a spiritually transformative experience, and Masha would give it to her. She opened the next file. Ben and Jessica Chandler. Their photo showed an attractive young couple sitting on a yacht. They were smiling with their teeth, but Masha couldn't see their eyes because of their dark sunglasses. They had ticked the box for couples counseling, and Masha was confident she could help. Their problems would be fresh, not calcified after years of arguments and bitterness. The new protocol would be perfect for them. Next up, Lars Lee, 40. The photo he'd attached was a glossy corporate headshot. She knew this type of guest very well. He saw attendance at health resorts as a part of his grooming regime, like a haircut or a manicure. He would not try to smuggle in contraband, but he would feel that inconvenient rules did not apply to him. His reaction to the new protocol would be interesting. Carmel Schneider, 39, mother of young children, divorced. Masha looked at her photo and clucked. She heard her mother's voice. If a woman doesn't look after herself, her man looks after another woman. Poor little bunny. Low self-esteem. Carmel had ticked every single box on the list except for couples counseling. Masha felt lovingly towards her for this. No problem, my lapochka. You will be one of my easy ones. Tony Hogburn, 56, also divorced, also here for weight loss. That was the only box he ticked. He would become grumpy and possibly aggressive when his body reacted to the changes in his self-medicating lifestyle. One to monitor. The next file made her frown. Could this be her wild card? The Marconi family. Napoleon and Heather, both aged 48. Their daughter, Zoe, aged 20. This was the first time a family group had booked in to do a Tranquillum House retreat. She'd had many couples, mothers and daughters, siblings and friends, but never a family. And the daughter was the youngest guest ever to come. Why would a perfectly healthy-looking 20-year-old choose to do a 10-day health retreat with her parents? Eating disorder? That could be it. They all looked underfed to Masha's practiced eye. Some sort of strange family dysfunction going on. Whoever filled in the questionnaire for the family's group booking had ticked only one box. Stress relief. The photo the Marconi family had submitted showed the three of them in front of a Christmas tree. It was clearly a selfie, because they had their heads at funny angles, trying to get into the camera frame. They were all smiling, but their eyes were flat and empty. What happened to you, my lapochki? Chapter 10. Heather. As soon as the third bell rang, Heather Marconi felt the silence fall, as though a blanket had been gently dropped over Tranquillum House. It was remarkable how palpable it was. She hadn't been especially aware of any ambient noise beforehand. She had just come out of the bathroom when the bells began to ring, much louder and more commanding than she had anticipated. She had been of two minds as to whether she'd bother to go along with this absurd silence. If they'd wanted a silent retreat, they would have booked a silent retreat. Thank you very much. But the religious sound of the bells froze her on the spot. Ignoring the silence now felt disrespectful, even in the privacy of their own room. Her husband sat on an antique sofa in the corner, his finger to his lips like a schoolteacher, because Napoleon was a schoolteacher, a beloved schoolteacher in a disadvantaged area, and you couldn't spend 25 years teaching geography to recalcitrant boys without bringing home some teacher-like habits. Heather thought, "Don't shush me, darling. I'm not one of your students. I'll talk if I want to talk." She met his eyes to give him a wink, and Napoleon's gaze skittered away as if he had something to hide. But he was always the one with nothing to hide. He was the open bloody book, and the reason he was avoiding her eyes was because the paperwork had specified no eye contact for the next 5 days, and Napoleon would never forget a rule or regulation, even one as pointless and arbitrary as this. What possible good could come of avoiding eye contact between husband and wife? But Napoleon was deeply respectful of road signs and tiny clauses on bureaucratic forms. For him, rules were about politeness and respect and ensuring the survival of a civilized society. She studied him as he sat in his too short dressing gown, his long hairy legs entwined. He had a feminine way of crossing his legs, like a supermodel being interviewed on a talk show. His two shorter, chunkier older brothers gave him hell about the girly way he sat, but he just grinned and gave them the finger. His hair was still wet from their visit to the hot springs and swim in the pool. The hot springs were an easy walk from the back of the house down a generously signposted walking track. There had been nobody else around. They had found the secret grotto, a rocky, shaded pool just big enough for the three of them to sit in a semicircle and enjoy the views of the valley. Heather and Zoe had listened as Napoleon talked on and on about how the minerals in the water would help their circulation and reduce their stress levels and so on and so forth. She couldn't really remember what he'd said. Napoleon's conversation was like background noise in her life. A radio, permanently on talkback, only random phrases making their way into her subconscious. He had obviously been panicked at the thought of 5 days of silence and had been speaking even faster than usual, without pause, his voice bubbling endlessly, like the frothy, warm, sulphuric-smelling water that bubbled about their bodies. "Sweetheart, of course I can cope without speaking for 5 days, he'd reassured Zoe, who had looked at her father with genuine concern on her beautiful young face. "If you can cope without your phone and your mother can cope without caffeine, I can cope without conversation." Afterwards, the three of them had cooled off in the pool. The relief of the cold blue chlorinated water had been magical after the hot springs. Heather watched Zoe try to race her dad. He swam butterfly. She swam freestyle with a 5-second head start. He still won, even though he didn't want to win, but he couldn't get away with pretending to lose like when she was a kid. Then they sat by the pool, and Zoe told them a funny story about one of her university tutors that Heather didn't quite get, but she could tell by Zoe's face that it was meant to be funny, so it was easy to laugh. It had been a rare and special moment of happiness. Heather knew they would all three have noted it and hoped it was a sign of something good. And now they had to spend the next 5 days not talking. Heather felt a burst of powerful irritation, or perhaps it was simply her body demanding a macchiato, because this so-called holiday was not meant to be about suffering. There were undoubtedly multiple other health resorts that offered the same peaceful environment without these draconian deprivations. None of the three of them needed to lose weight. Weight was just not an issue for Heather. She weighed herself every morning at 6 on the dot, and if she ever saw the needle move in the wrong direction, she adjusted her diet. Her BMI was in the underweight category, but only by a kilo. She'd always been lean. Zoe sometimes accused Heather of having an eating disorder just because she was kind of picky about when and what she ate. She didn't put just anything in her mouth. Unlike Napoleon, who ate like a vacuum cleaner, hoovering up whatever was around him. Napoleon stood. He lifted his suitcase onto the bed, unzipped it, and removed a beautifully folded t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and some underpants. He packed like a soldier whose kit bag would be inspected. He took off his dressing gown and stood in all his skinny, white, hairy, naked magnificence. His uncharacteristic silence made him suddenly a stranger. The muscles on his back moved in unison like an exquisitely engineered machine as he pulled on his t-shirt. Napoleon's height and nerdy demeanour disguised his sexiness. The first time they had sex, all those years ago, Heather kept thinking to herself, well, this is a surprise, because who knew that a guy like Napoleon would have the moves? She'd liked him well enough. He was sweet and funny and attentive, but she'd kind of thought sleeping with him would be like doing community service. It was meant to be polite, friendly, thanks so much for dinner, and the Kevin Costner movie sex. Not mind-blowing sex. She knew Napoleon's memory of their first date was different from hers. His memory was wholesome and sweet and correct, the way the memory of a first date between a future husband and wife should be. Napoleon zipped up his shorts and buckled his belt. He slid the brown leather through the silver metal clasp with irritatingly quick, efficient moves. He must have felt her eyes upon him, but he didn't look at her. He was so determined to follow these silly rules, no matter what. He was such a good man, so fucking perfect in every fucking way. The rage hit her with the power and momentum of a contraction during active labour. There was no escaping it. She saw herself punching his face with a closed fist, crunching his cheekbone, the diamond cluster of her engagement ring breaking his skin over and over and over and over, blood dripping. The rage wrapped itself around her body, almost lifted her off her feet. She had to grip her toes to the floor to stop herself lunging at Napoleon as he zipped the bag back up and placed it on the floor in the corner of the room where nobody could trip over it. She focused on a point on the wall where there was a small island-shaped scratch in the wallpaper and used the variable breathing method she taught mothers to use during the transition phase of labour. Pant, pant, blow. He, hoo. Pant, pant, blow. Napoleon walked across the room and stepped out onto the balcony. He stood with his legs apart and his hands clenching the railing, as if he were on the deck of a lurching ship. The rage eased, receded, vanished. Done. She'd got through it again. The oblivious object of her rage bowed his head, exposing his defenceless white neck. He would never know. He'd be horrified and so deeply wounded if he ever knew the violence of her secret thoughts. Heather felt shaky. Her mouth tasted of bile. It was as though she'd just vomited. She opened her own suitcase and found shorts and a tank top. Later this afternoon, after the meditation, she would need to run. She wouldn't be relaxed after sitting and focusing on her breathing for an hour. She'd be on the verge of madness. Coming here was a mistake, an expensive mistake. They should have gone to a big anonymous hotel. She tied the laces on her runners with vicious tugs and opened her mouth to speak. She was definitely going to speak. This silence was unnecessary. They wouldn't speak in the presence of the other guests, but there was no need to maintain this awkward, weird, and unhealthy silence in the privacy of their own room. And what about poor Zoe, alone and silent in the room next door? Heather and Napoleon both panicked if she was alone in her bedroom at home for too long, which was hard because she was 20 years old and needed to study. If there had been no sound for a while, one of them would make an excuse to go and check on her. She never complained, and she never closed her door. But there were no family suites at Tranquillum House. They'd had no choice but to book her a single room. She said she was fine. She constantly reassured them she was fine. She was happy. She understood their need to be reassured. But she'd worked so hard this year, much too hard, tapping away grimly on her computer as if a media studies degree were a matter of life and death, and she deserved a break. Heather looked at the wall above their bed that separated their room from Zoe's and wished she could see straight through it. What was she doing right now? She didn't have her phone. 20-year-olds needed their phones by their sides at all times. Zoe found it stressful if her battery power dropped below 80%. They shouldn't be risking their daughter's mental health like this. Zoe didn't sleep alone in a bed until she was 10 years old. Had she ever stayed in a hotel room on her own before? Never. Zoe had been away on holidays with her girlfriends, but they would have always shared a room, or so Heather would have thought. She just broke up with her boyfriend, and now she is alone in her room with nothing but her thoughts. My God! Her heart raced. She knew she was catastrophizing. She is an adult. She's fine. Napoleon turned from the balcony, caught her eye, and once again dropped his gaze. Heather felt her molars grind. He'd be so disappointed in her if she spoke only 5 minutes into the noble silence. Jesus! This was unexpectedly hard. The silence made her thoughts scream. She hadn't realized how much distraction Napoleon provided with his incessant chatter. How ironic if she was the one who couldn't handle silence, not him. They didn't need silence or fasting or detoxification. They just needed a refuge from January. Last January, they'd stayed home, and that had been a disaster. It was even worse than the year before. It seemed that January was a cruel-eyed, clawed vulture that would terrorize Heather's tiny family forever. Maybe we should go away this time, Napoleon had suggested a few months ago. Somewhere peaceful and quiet. Like a monastery, Zoe had said. Then her eyes brightened. Or, I know, a health resort. We'll get Dad's cholesterol down. Napoleon's school had offered all the teaching staff free health assessments back in June, and Napoleon had been told his cholesterol was high and his blood pressure was becoming worrisome, and it was great that he exercised, but he needed to make dramatic changes to his diet. So Heather had Googled health resorts. Are you in need of significant healing? That was the opening line on the homepage for the Tranquillum House website. Yes, Heather had said quietly to her computer screen. Yes, we are. It seemed likely that Tranquillum House targeted people of a socio-economic status a few income levels higher than those of a high school teacher and a midwife. But their last proper holiday had been years ago, and Napoleon's inheritance from his grandfather had been sitting there in a term deposit. They could afford it. There was nothing else they needed or wanted. Are you sure you want to be stuck with your parents at a health resort for 10 days? She'd asked Zoe. Zoe shrugged, smiled, I just want to spend this holiday sleeping. I'm so tired. Normal 20-year-old girls shouldn't be spending that much of their summer break with their parents. But then, Zoe wasn't a normal 20-year-old girl. Heather had clicked Book Now and instantly regretted it. It was strange how something could appear so attractive and then, the very moment you committed to it, become wildly unattractive. But it was too late. She'd agreed to the terms and conditions. They could change the time they went, but they couldn't get their money back. The three of them were doing a 10-day cleanse, whether they liked it or not. She'd spent days kicking herself. They didn't need to be transformed. There was nothing wrong with their bodies. Everyone always said the three of them were exercise fanatics. This wasn't the place for the Marconis. It was the place for people like that woman Napoleon had accosted on the stairs. What was her name? Frances. You could tell just by looking at her that she filled her life with lunches and facials and her husband's work functions. She looked vaguely familiar to Heather, probably because Heather knew so many women just like her, wealthy, middle-aged women who hadn't worked since before their children were born. There was nothing wrong with those women. Heather liked them. She just couldn't be with them for too long without succumbing to rage. They were utterly unscathed by life. The only thing they had to worry about was their bodies, because all that lunching didn't help their figures, so they needed to come to places like this to recharge and to hear the experts tell them the amazing news that if you eat less and move more, you will weigh less and feel better. Once the silence was over and they were allowed to talk again, Napoleon and Frances would get on like a house on fire. Napoleon would listen with genuine interest as Frances humble bragged about how her children were studying at Harvard or Oxford or taking a gap year in Europe, where they seemed to be visiting more nightclubs than museums. Heather wondered idly if she should suggest to Napoleon that he take the opportunity to have an affair while they were here. Perhaps the poor man craved sex, and Frances would be a fine, buxom choice. Heather knew the exact date she'd last had sex with her husband. It was 3 years ago. If she'd known it was going to be the last time she'd have sex for the rest of her life, she might have bothered to remember the details. She was sure it was good. It generally was good. It just wasn't possible anymore. Not for Heather. She sat on the end of the bed, and Napoleon came and sat down next to her. She could feel the warmth of his body along hers, but their bodies didn't touch, as per the rules. They waited for Zoe, who was going to knock on their door once she was showered. That was the plan. Then the three of them would wait, silently, for the bell and go downstairs together for the first guided sitting meditation. Zoe was fine. Of course she was fine. She was a good girl. She would do what she said she would do. She always did. She tried so hard to be everything for them, while they tried so hard to pretend that she wasn't their only reason for living. Heather felt the pierce of grief as sharp as a samurai sword. She could always hide the rage, but never the grief. It was too visceral. She put her hand to the base of her throat, and a tiny mouse-like sound escaped. "Just ride it out, sweetheart," murmured Napoleon. He spoke so quietly it was almost a whisper. Without looking at her, he took her hand, enfolding it in the warmth of his palms, breaking his beloved rules for her. She clutched at him, her fingers locked into the grooves between his knuckles, like a woman in labor holds her partner's hand as the pain tries to drag her away. Chapter 11. Frances. The bell rang for the first guided sitting meditation, and Frances opened the door of her room at the same time as Ben and Jessica next door. Nobody said anything, which Frances found almost unendurable, and they all avoided eye contact as they walked down the corridor towards the stairs. Ben wore the same clothes as earlier, while Jessica had changed into skin-tight yoga gear, revealing a figure so magnificent Frances wanted to compliment her on her efforts. It took a lot of commitment and silicone to look that good, and yet the poor kid didn't sashay as she deserved. Rather, she scurried, her shoulders hunched as though she were somewhere out of bounds and trying to escape notice. Ben, on the other hand, had the stiff, stoic walk of a man being taken off to prison for a crime to which he'd pled guilty. Frances wanted to take them both out to a bar and listen to their life stories while they all ate peanuts and drank sangria. Why was she even thinking about sangria, for heaven's sake? She hadn't drunk sangria in years. It was like her brain kept tossing out random suggestions for every type of food or drink she was going to be denied for the next 10 days. Just ahead of them on the stairs was the chatty giant Napoleon, together with his family. The mother was Heather like leather. The daughter was not showy Zoe. Well done, Frances. You're a genius. Although, what was the point of her excellent name-remembering skills? She wasn't at a cocktail party. She wasn't even allowed to look at them. Napoleon walked in a very odd way, head bowed like a monk, each leg lifted and dropped with agonizing slowness, as though he were pretending to be a spacewalker. Frances was nonplussed for a moment, and then remembered the instructions about mindful walking during the silence. She slowed her pace and saw Jessica flick Ben on the arm to tell him to do the same. All 6 of them walked down the stairs in mindful, heel-to-toe slow motion, and Frances tried not to notice the absurdity of it. If she started laughing, she would become hysterical. She was already quite light-headed from hunger. It had been hours since she licked the Kit Kat wrapper. Everyone yielded to Napoleon as the most enthusiastically mindful walker, and they all followed him mindfully through the house, and then down the stairs to the cool and dark yoga and meditation studio. Frances took her place on one of the blue mats towards the back of the room and attempted to imitate the posture of the 2 wellness consultants who sat in the front corners of the room, like exam supervisors, except that their legs were folded like origami, their hands resting on their knees, thumbs and fingers touching, irritating half smiles on their smooth, tranquil faces. She noted once again the big television screen and wondered if desperate guests ever crept down in their pajamas and tried to get a late-night TV fix, although there didn't seem to be a remote anywhere. As she tried to make herself comfortable, she registered a slight but noticeable improvement in her back after her massage. The pain was still there, but it was like one of the multiple bolts had been fractionally loosened. She sniffed. She understood from her long-ago course that meditation was mostly about breathing correctly, and right now she couldn't breathe. People would think of her as the aggravating, sniffling lady at the back of the room, and when she inevitably fell asleep, she'd suddenly jerk awake after doing one of those loud, snorty snores. Why hadn't she gone on a cruise? She sighed and looked around the room for guests she hadn't yet met. To the right of her was a man of about her own age, with a pallid, unhappy face. He sat stolidly on his mat, with his legs stuck straight out in front of him, cradling his big, solid belly on his lap as if it were a baby that had been handed to him without his consent. Frances smiled kindly at him. It was nice to see someone here who truly needed a health resort. His eyes met hers. "Wait. No, please, no." Her stomach lurched. It was the man who had stopped on the side of the road and witnessed her screaming and banging on her horn like a lunatic. It was the man with whom she had freely discussed her menopausal symptoms. The serial killer on vacation. She had not cared what the serial killer thought of her because she was never going to see him again. She had never considered that he might also be checking into Tranquillum House because he was driving in the opposite direction, away from Tranquillum House, deliberately misleading her. This was fine. This was highly embarrassing, but fine. She smiled again, her mouth pulled down in a self-deprecating way to show that she was mildly mortified that she was going to spend the next 10 days with him after he'd witnessed her roadside meltdown. But she was a grown-up. He was a grown-up. What the heck? He sneered at her. He absolutely, most definitely sneered at her. And then he looked away. Fast. Frances loathed him. He had been so arrogant on the side of the road, telling her he couldn't let her drive. Was he the police? No. She felt like they were generally better groomed. Of course, she would absolutely give the serial killer the chance to redeem himself. First impressions could be wrong. She'd read Pride and Prejudice. But she rather hoped he would continue to be loathsome for the next 10 days. It was invigorating. Probably speeded up the metabolism. 2 more guests came into the room, and Frances gave them her full attention. She would befriend them the moment she was allowed to speak. She was excellent at making friends. She felt quite sure that the serial killer was not excellent at making friends, and she would therefore win. The first was a woman, whom Frances guessed to be in her mid to late 30s, wearing an oversized, brand-new-looking white T-shirt that hung almost to her knees over black leggings, the standard outfit for an average-sized woman who starts a new exercise program and thinks her perfectly normal body should be hidden. Her thick black woolly hair was tied back in a long braid with glinting grey strands, and she wore red-rimmed cat's eye glasses. Statement glasses, favoured by those who want to appear quirky and intellectual. Frances had a pair. The woman had a flustered look about her, as if she'd only just made her bus, and she had lots of other places to be today and might need to leave early. The flustered lady was followed by an astonishingly handsome man with high cheekbones and flashing eyes, who paused at the front of the room as if he were a movie star walking out onto the set of a chat show to rapturous applause. He was perfectly stubbled, perfectly proportioned, and deeply, deservedly, in love with himself. Frances wanted to laugh out loud at the sight of him. He was too good-looking even to be the tall, dark and handsome hero in one of her books. The only way it would work would be if she put him in a wheelchair. He'd look great in a wheelchair. Honestly, she could probably get away with removing both his legs and he could still play the lead. He sat himself down on a yoga mat in the easy manner of someone with a daily yoga practice. The tendons of Frances's neck began to ache from the strain of trying to hold her body so she didn't see the serial killer in her peripheral vision. She rolled her shoulders. Sometimes she exhausted herself. She turned her head and looked directly at him. He sat slumped, poking his finger into a hole near the hem of his t-shirt. She sighed, looked away. He wasn't even worth loathing. Now what? Now, nothing. They were all just sitting here, waiting. What were they meant to be doing? The desire to interact was an irresistible itch. Jessica, who sat directly in front of Frances, cleared her throat as if she were about to speak. Someone else coughed discreetly at the back of the room. Frances threw in a cough too. Her cough sounded quite bad, actually. She probably had a chest infection. Would they have antibiotics here? Or would they try to cure her with natural supplements? In which case, she'd get sicker and sicker and eventually die. All this coughing and clearing of throats reminded her of being in church. When had she last been in a church? It must have been for a wedding. Some of her friends' children were starting to get married. Girls who wore fuck-me boots in the 80s were now wearing mother-of-the-bride outfits with pretty bolero jackets to conceal their upper arms. At least at a wedding, you could quietly chat to the other guests while you waited for the bride. Compliment your friend on her pretty bolero jacket. This was more like a funeral, although even funerals weren't this silent as people murmured their soft condolences. She was paying to be here, and it was worse than a funeral. She looked dolefully around the room. There were no nice stained glass windows to enjoy, like in a church. There were no windows or natural light at all. It was almost dungeon-like. She was in a dungeon on an isolated property with a group of strangers, at least one of whom was a serial killer. She shivered violently. The air conditioning was on too high. She thought of the inscription Yao had showed her from the convict stonemasons and wondered if the place might be haunted by their tortured spirits. She'd set a couple of her books in haunted houses. It was helpful for when you wanted your characters to leap into each other's arms. Napoleon sneezed, a high-pitched shriek of a sneeze, like a dog's yelp. "Gesundheit!" cried the handsome man. Frances gasped. He'd broken the noble silence already. The handsome man clapped his hand to his mouth. His eyes danced. A wave of laughter ballooned in her chest. Oh, God, it was like trying not to laugh in class. She saw the handsome man's shoulders shake. He chuckled. She giggled. In a moment, she'd be crying with laughter, and someone would order her to leave the room until she could control herself. Namaste. Good afternoon. The atmosphere changed instantly as a figure strode into the room, altering the particles of air around her, drawing every eye, bringing the coughs and sneezes and throat clearing to an instant halt. The laughter trapped in Francis's chest vanished. The handsome man went still. A very warm welcome to Tranquillum House. My name is Masha. Masha was an extraordinary-looking woman, a supermodel, an Olympic athlete, at least 6 feet tall, with corpse-white skin and green eyes so striking and huge they were almost alien-like. In fact, Masha did seem like a different species, a superior species to every other person in the room, even the handsome man. Her voice was low and deep for a woman, with an attractive accent that made certain syllables shift sideways. Namaste became namaste. The cadence of her speech rolled back and forth between broad Australian and what Francis picked as exotic Russian. Indeed, the woman could easily be a Russian spy, a Russian assassin. Like all the staff, she wore white, except on her it looked less like a uniform and more like a choice. The perfect choice. The only choice. The muscles on her arms and legs were sculpted in clean, sleek lines. Her hair was bleached platinum and cut so short she'd be able to shake her head, dog-like, when she got out of the shower and be ready to face the day. As Francis's eyes ran over Masha's exquisitely toned body and compared it to her own, she sank into herself. She was Jabba the Hutt, all pillowy bosom and hips and soft oozing flesh. "Stop it," she told herself. It wasn't like her to indulge in self-loathing. Yet it would be disingenuous to deny the aesthetic pleasure of Masha's body. Francis had never bought into everyone is beautiful, a platitude only women had to be sold, as men could be beautiful or not without feeling as though they weren't really men. This woman, like the handsome man, had a dramatic, almost shocking physical presence. Francis had to talk or write or flirt or joke or in some way act before she could make an impact on people around her. Otherwise, as she knew from experience, she could stand at a counter in a shop and be ignored forever. No one could ignore Masha. All she had to do for attention was exist. For a long, agonizing moment, Masha surveyed the room, turning her head in a slow arc that took in their cross-legged, silent subservience. There's something demeaning about this, thought Francis. We're sitting at her feet like kindergarten kids. We're silent, she speaks. Also, the rule was no eye contact, and yet Masha appeared to be inviting it. She set the rules so she could break them. I'm paying for this, thought Francis. You work for me, lady. Masha met Francis's gaze with warmth and humour. It was as if she and Francis were old friends, and she knew exactly what Francis was thinking and found her adorable for it. At long last, she spoke again. I thank you for your willingness to take part in the noble silence. I thank you. She paused. I understand that some of you may find this period of silence particularly challenging. I understand, too, that the silence was unexpected. Some of you may be experiencing feelings of frustration and anger right now. You may be thinking, but I didn't sign up for this. I understand. And to you I say this. Those of you who find the silence the most challenging will also find it the most rewarding. Thought Francis. We'll see about that. Right now, you're at the foot of a mountain, Masha continued, and this summit seems impossibly far away. But I am here to help you reach that summit. In 10 days, you will not be the person you are now. Let me be clear on this, because it's important. She paused again. She looked slowly around the room, as if she were satirizing a politician. The drama of her delivery was so deliberately hyperbolic, it wasn't even funny. It should have been funny, yet it wasn't. Masha repeated, "In 10 days, you will not be the person you are now." No one moved. Francis felt hope rise in the room, like a delicate mist. Oh, to be transformed, to be someone else, to be someone better. You will leave Tranquillum House feeling happier, healthier, lighter, freer, said Masha. Each word felt like a benediction. Happier, healthier, lighter, freer. On the last day of your stay with us, you will come to me and you will say this, "Masha, you were right. I am not the same person I was. I am healed. I am free of all the negative habits and chemicals and toxins and thoughts that were holding me back. My body and mind are clear. I am changed in ways I could never have imagined." What a load of crap, thought Francis, while simultaneously thinking, please let it be true. She imagined driving home in 10 days. Pain-free, energized, her head cold cured, her back as flexible as an elastic band. The hurt and humiliation of her romance scam long gone, washed clean. She would walk tall, stand tall. She would be ready for whatever happened with the new book. The review would have faded to nothing. She could actually feel the review right now, like a sharp-edged corn chip stuck in her throat, making it hard to breathe and swallow. She might even, and here she felt a burst of childlike anticipation, as if for Christmas Day, be able to zip that amazing Zimmermann dress all the way up again, the one that used to guarantee her compliments, often from other people's husbands, which was always so pleasing. Perhaps her transformed self would go home and write a thriller, or an old-fashioned murder mystery, featuring a cast of colourful characters with secrets and a delightfully improbable villain. It might be fun to murder someone with a candlestick or a cup of poisoned tea. She could set it at a health resort. The murder weapon could be one of those stretchy green elastic bands she'd seen in the gym. Or she could make it more of a historical health resort, where everyone wafted about looking pale and interesting as they recovered from tuberculosis. She could surely throw in a romantic subplot. Who didn't like a romantic subplot? "There will be surprises on this journey," said Masha. "Each morning at dawn, you will receive your daily schedule, but there will be unexpected detours and plans that change. I know this will be difficult for some of you who hold your lives with tight fists." She held up her fists to demonstrate her point and smiled. It was a stunning smile, warm and radiant and sensual. Frances found herself smiling back and looked around the room to see if everyone else was similarly affected. Yes, indeed. Even the serial killer smiled at Masha, although it seemed as if his lips had been forced up only temporarily without his consent, and the moment he got control back, he was once again slack-jawed and sullen, pulling at a piece of thread on the fraying edge of his t-shirt. "Imagine you are a leaf in a stream," said Masha. "Relax and enjoy the journey. The stream will carry you this way and that, but it will carry you forward to where you need to go." Napoleon nodded thoughtfully. Frances studied the still, straight backs of Ben and Jessica in front of her, somehow vulnerable in their slim youthfulness, which didn't make sense because they probably didn't say, "Ugh," each time they stood up from a chair. Ben turned towards Jessica and opened his mouth as if he were about to break the silence, but he didn't. Jessica moved her hand and the light bounced off an enormous diamond on her finger. Good Lord, how many carats was that thing? "Before we begin our first guided meditation, I have a story to share," said Masha. 10 years ago, I died." Well, that was unexpected. Frances sat a little straighter. Masha's face became oddly jovial. "If you don't believe me, ask Yao." Frances looked across at Yao, who seemed to be trying not to smile. "I went into cardiac arrest, and I was clinically dead." Masha's green eyes shone with crazy joy, as if she were describing the best day of her life. Frances frowned. "Wait, why did you mention Yao? Was he there? Keep your narrative on track, Masha." "They call my experience a near-death experience," said Masha, "but I feel that is the wrong terminology, because I wasn't just near death. I was dead. I experienced death, a privilege for which I am eternally grateful. My experience, my so-called near-death experience, was ultimately life-changing." There were no coughs, no movement in the room. Were people rigid with embarrassment or still with awe? "Here comes the tunnel of light," thought Frances. Hadn't they proved there was a scientific reason for that phenomenon? Yet even as she scoffed, she felt a tingle of goosebumps. "That day, 10 years ago, I temporarily left my body," said Masha. She said this with casual conviction, as if she didn't expect to be doubted. Her eyes swept the room. "There may be doubters among you. You may be thinking, did she really die? Let me tell you, Yao was one of the paramedics who took care of me that day." She nodded at Yao, who nodded back. "Yao can confirm that my heart did indeed stop. We later developed a friendship and a mutual interest in wellness." Yao nodded even more vigorously. Did Frances imagine it, or did the other wellness consultant roll her eyes at that? Professional jealousy? What was her name again? Delilah. What happened to Delilah after she cut off Samson's hair? Frances longed to Google it. How was she going to cope for 10 days without instant answers to idle questions? Masha continued to speak. I wish I could tell you much more about my near-death experience, but it is so hard to find the right words, and I'll tell you why. It is simply beyond human comprehension. I don't have the vocabulary for it. At least give it a shot. Frances scratched irritably at her forearm, which she understood from a clickbait article to be a symptom of Alzheimer's, although she couldn't be 100% sure because she couldn't goddamn Google it. I can tell you this, said Masha. There is another reality that sits alongside the physical reality. I now know that death is not to be feared. Although still best avoided, thought Frances. The more earnest people got, the more flippant she became. It was a flaw. Death is simply a matter of leaving behind our earthly bodies. Masha moved her own earthly body with unearthly grace. She seemed to be demonstrating how one shrugged off a body. It is a natural progression, like walking into another room, like leaving the womb. She stopped. There was movement at the back of the studio. Frances turned and saw the youngest person there, Zoe, stand from her cross-legged position in one fluid movement. Sorry, she said in a low mumble. Frances noticed Zoe's ears were studded with a multitude of earrings in unusual spots Frances didn't even know it was possible to pierce. Her face was pale. She was so exquisite and heartbreaking just because she was young, or maybe just because Frances was old. Excuse me. Both her parents looked up at her in alarm, their hands outstretched as if to grab her. Zoe shook her head violently at them. Bathrooms are just over there, said Masha. I just need a little air, said Zoe. Heather got to her feet. I'll come with you. Mum, no, I'm fine, said Zoe. Please, just let me. She indicated the door. Everyone watched to see who would prevail. I'm sure she is fine, said Masha decisively. Come back when you are ready, Zoe. You are tired after your long journey, that's all. Heather surrendered with obvious reluctance and sat back down. Everyone watched Zoe leave. The room felt unsettled now, as if Zoe's departure had put things out of balance. Masha breathed in deeply through her nostrils and out through her mouth. Someone spoke. Listen, now this, noble silence has been broken, could I ask a question? It was the serial killer. He spoke belligerently, just like a serial killer, his mouth barely open so that his words came out in pellets. He was clearly very upset. Frances saw Masha's eyes widen ever so slightly at this infraction. If you feel it's important right now? He jutted his chin. Did someone go through our bags? Chapter 12. Zoe. Zoe stood at the bottom of the stairs outside the heavy oak door of the meditation room, bent double, her hands on her thighs, trying to catch her breath. Lately, she'd been having the occasional mini panic attack. Not proper panic attacks, which she understood to be awful and had people calling for ambulances. Just these mini episodes where suddenly, out of nowhere, she felt like she'd spiked her heart rate in a spin class. It was fine to be puffing and panting when she was doing a spin class, but not when she was sitting cross-legged on the floor doing nothing except listening to a mad woman talk about death. She wondered if this was how it was for Zach. He used to say that asthma felt like someone had placed 10 bricks on his chest. Zoe put a hand to her chest. No bricks. It wasn't asthma, just run-of-the-mill panic. She could always trace back the causes. This time it was hearing Masha's mad thoughts on the wonderfulness of her near-death experience. It had made Zoe remember the poem her Uncle Alessandro had read at her brother's funeral. Death is nothing at all. Zoe had started thinking about how much she hated that poem because it was all lies. Her brother had not just gone into another room. He was gone. So gone, so silent. Not a text, not a post, not a tweet, not a word. And the next thing, she was struggling for breath, and all she could think was, get out. She felt bad about breaking the noble silence, especially after her dad's sneezing had created havoc in the room. The people at this retreat had no idea that those were her dad's most subdued sneezes. One of his students had once made a 3-minute film called Mr. Marconi Sneezes, which was just a montage of her dad sneezing at different times with a soundtrack. It had gone a bit viral. "Did someone go through our bags?" said a man's voice from behind the door. She'd put money on it being the seedy-looking guy who was nearly as tall as her dad and twice as wide. Zoe couldn't hear the response. She climbed the narrow stone staircase and shoved hard to open the second heavy door that led back into the main part of the house. She couldn't disappear for too long because her parents would worry, which wasn't at all suffocating. Ever since Zach died, it was as if Zoe's life was in permanent jeopardy, and only her parents' secret, ongoing vigilance would save her. Her mum and dad truly believed that if Zoe didn't get the flu shot, if her car brakes weren't checked every 6 months, if she didn't have a plan for getting home, she would die. It was as simple as that. And when they so casually asked a question like, "Are you getting an Uber?" their faces averted, their hands busy doing something else, they couldn't disguise the dread beneath their words. And so she didn't brush them off. She didn't walk away when her mother stood next to her and tried to secretly listen to her breathing, even though, unlike Zach, who'd had asthma from when he was a child, Zoe had never had asthma in her life. She clamped down hard on her irritation and let them listen to her breathe and gave the answers and constant reassurance they needed. She wouldn't disappear on them now. She'd just take 10 minutes for herself, and then she'd sneak back in, and hopefully Mad Masha would have got everyone under control by then, and they'd all be silently meditating. There were no staff about as she wandered into the lavender room. It was lavishly lavender. There were multiple tall vases stuffed with sprigs of lavender. The soft furnishings and cushions were all in various shades of lavender, and just in case you'd missed the point, pictures of lavender adorned the lavender-coloured walls. Zoe went over to the window, which looked straight out onto the rose garden, a rectangle of lush green grass bordered by high hedges, with garden beds of abundant white roses. This was where they would do Tai Chi at dawn tomorrow morning. This place was all very nice, if dull, but it was kind of shocking if they really had searched the bags. Luckily, Zoe had taken precautions, just in case. She knew how to get alcohol into alcohol-free parties. She'd wrapped up her contraband like a present, using bubble wrap to disguise the wine bottle shape, complete with a gift tag that said, "Happy Anniversary, Mum and Dad." She'd checked when she got to the room, and the present was untouched in her bag. On Zach's 21st birthday, Zoe was going to toast him at midnight with a glass of wine. When she and Zach were born, the maths teacher at her dad's school had given them each a bottle of Grange. Strange presents for babies. The bottles were probably meant to be in a temperature-controlled cellar, but Zoe's family weren't big on alcohol. The wine had been sitting in the back of the linen cupboard, behind the bath towels, all these years, waiting for their 21st birthday. According to the internet, this particular vintage had a beautiful limp aspect, with a mélange of dried fruits and spices and a long, imperious finish. Zach would have found that description funny. A long, imperious finish. Her eyes followed the softly curved silhouette of the blue-green hills along the horizon, and she thought of her ex-boyfriend, and how hard he'd tried to convince her to join him on a surfing trip to Bali with a group of friends. He couldn't believe it when she insisted it was impossible. "I have to be with my parents," she'd told him. "Any other time, just not January." In the end, he got angry, and then all of a sudden they were taking a break, and next thing, they were broken up. She'd kind of thought she had loved him. She banged her forehead gently against the glass of the window. Did he think she wanted to be here with her parents? Did he think she wouldn't prefer to be in Bali? Last January had been terrible. Like her parents were burning to death from the inside, their internal organs liquefied while they pretended that everything was just fine. "Hello there. It's Zoe, isn't it? We met earlier. I'm Frances." Zoe turned from the window. It was the strawberry blonde lady with the bright red lipstick whom her dad had accosted on the stairs. She was adjusting an old-fashioned giant tortoiseshell clip in her hair, and she looked flushed in the face. "Hi," said Zoe. "I know we're not meant to be speaking, but I feel like this has turned out to be an unplanned interlude in Masha's noble silence." "What's going on down there?" "It's all got very awkward," said Frances. She sat down on one of the lavender couches. "Oh dear, this is one of those swallow-you-up couches." She shoved 2 cushions behind her back. "Ow! My back! Ow!" She wriggled about. "No, I'm okay. That's better. Well, you know the man, the grumpy-looking one with the hacking cough? Not that I can talk. Don't come too close to me. I don't want to infect you, although I feel like my germs are nicer than his germs. Anyway, he's getting very worked up because apparently he smuggled in a whole minibar, by the sound of it. And, well, this is embarrassing, but they took some things from my bag too, and I kind of felt like I should have been supporting the grumpy man. You know, like That is a breach of privacy. You can't do that. We have rights. She punched a fist in the air. Zoe sat on the couch opposite her and smiled at the fist punch. But I got embarrassed because I didn't want everyone to know I also brought in contraband that was confiscated. And I know this isn't an episode of Survivor, but I didn't want to form an alliance with that man because he seems so, well, so I said I needed some air too, which I feel like was one of the bravest things I've ever done. I brought in contraband too, said Zoe. Did you? Frances brightened. Did they find it? No. If they searched my bag, they missed it. I wrapped it up like a present for my parents. That's genius. What is it? It's a bottle of wine, said Zoe. Really expensive wine. Oh, and a bag of Reese's peanut butter cups. I'm addicted. Yum. Frances sighed. Congratulations. I like your ingenuity. Thank you, said Zoe. Frances picked up a cushion and hugged it. I'm perfectly capable of going for 10 days without a glass of wine. I don't know. I was being wicked. I don't even like wine, said Zoe. Oh, did you just want to prove you could beat the system? I brought the wine to toast my brother's 21st birthday. It's in a few days. He died 3 years ago. She saw Frances's inevitably stricken face. It's okay, she told her quickly. We weren't close. People usually looked relieved when she told them that, but Frances's face didn't change at all. I'm so sorry, she said. It's fine. Like I said, we really didn't get on. Zoe tried to clarify it for her. Don't stress. You're off the hook. She remembered her friend Cara, the day after Zach's funeral, saying, At least you weren't close. Cara was really close to her sister. What was your brother's name? Asked Frances, as if this was somehow important. Zach, said Zoe, and the name sounded odd and painful in her mouth. She heard a roaring sound in her ears and felt for a moment as if she might faint. Zoe and Zach. We were twins. Very cutesy names. I think they're lovely names, said Frances. But if you're twins, that means it's your birthday in a few days too. Zoe took a sprig of lavender out of a vase and began to shred it. Technically, but I don't celebrate on that day anymore. I kind of changed my birthday. She'd officially moved her birthday to the 18th of March. It was a nicer date, a cooler, less tempestuous time of year. The 18th of March was Grandma Maria's birthday, and Grandma Maria used to say it had never once rained on her birthday, and maybe that was true. Everyone said they should check the weather records in case it was some sort of phenomenon. Only Grandma Maria had noticed, but nobody ever got around to it. Grandma Maria had always said she'd live to 100, like her own mother, but she died 1 month after Zach of a broken heart. Even the doctor said it was a broken heart. Zach died the day before our 18th birthday, said Zoe. We were meant to be having a Z party. I was going as Zoe, which seemed really funny at the time. Oh, Zoe. Frances leaned forward. Zoe could tell she wanted to touch her, but was stopping herself. So that's why I changed it, said Zoe. "It's not fair to Mum and Dad to have to celebrate my birthday the day after when they're still totally wrecked from the anniversary. January is really hard for my parents." "Of course it would be," said Frances. Her eyes were bright with sympathy. "Hard for all of you, I imagine. So you thought it would be good to get away?" "We just wanted somewhere quiet, and a health resort seemed like a good idea because we're all really unhealthy." "Are you? You don't look at all unhealthy to me." "Well, for a start, I have way too much sugar in my diet," said Zoe. "Sugar is the new villain," said Frances. "It used to be fat. Then it was carbs. It's hard to keep up." "No, but sugar is seriously bad," said Zoe. "It wasn't hard to keep up at all. Everyone knew sugar was terrible for you. They've done all this research. I need to withdraw from my sugar addiction." Said Frances. "I eat too much chocolate, and I'm addicted to Diet Coke. That's why my skin is so bad." Zoe put a fingertip to a blind pimple near her lip. She couldn't stop touching it. "Your skin is gorgeous." Frances gesticulated wildly, probably because she was trying not to look at Zoe's pimple. Zoe sighed. People should be honest. "My parents are exercise fanatics, but my dad has a junk food addiction, and Mum basically has an eating disorder." She reflected. Her mother would not like any aspect of this conversation. "Please don't tell her I said that. She doesn't really have an eating disorder. She's just kind of weird about food." Even before Zach died, Zoe's mother had been like that. She couldn't bear to see lavish displays of food, which was a problem, seeing as she'd married a man with a big extended Italian family. Heather suffered from heartburn and stomach cramps and other digestive issues she referred to only obliquely. She never saw food as just food. She always had some fierce emotional response to it. She was starving or bloated or craving something specific and unattainable. "Anyway, what about you?" she asked Frances. She wanted to shift the focus. She'd revealed far too much about herself and her family to this stranger. "Why did you decide to do this?" "Oh, I'm run down. I've done something to my back. I have a cold I can't seem to shake. I suppose I could do with losing a few kilos. Just the normal middle-aged stuff." "How old are your kids?" asked Zoe. Frances smiled. "No kids." "Oh!" Zoe was taken aback, worried that she might have made some kind of sexist faux pas. "Sorry." "Don't be sorry," Frances said. "It was my choice not to have children. I just never saw myself as a mother. Ever. Even when I was a kid." "But you're so motherly," thought Zoe. "No husband either," said Frances. "Just 2 ex-husbands. No boyfriend. I'm very single." It was cute, the way she said boyfriend. "I'm very single too," said Zoe. And Frances smiled, as if Zoe had said something cute. "I thought I was in love with someone recently, but he wasn't who he said he was," said Frances. "It turned out to be an internet romance scam." She made quote marks with her fingers. "Oh my God," thought Zoe, "how stupid would you have to be?" "What do you do for a living?" She changed the subject because she was literally going bright red with embarrassment for the woman. "I write romance novels," said Frances. "Or I did. I might be in need of a career change." "Romance novels," repeated Zoe. It was getting worse. She tried to keep her face neutral. "Please, God, don't let it be erotica." "Are you a reader?" asked Frances. "Sometimes," said Zoe. Never, ever romance. "What made you become a romance writer?" "Well, when I was about 15, I read Jane Eyre, and it was a strange, sad time in my life. My dad had just died, and I was hormonal and grieving and just very impressionable. And when I got to that famous line, you know the one, 'Reader, I married him,' it just had this profound effect on me. I'd sit in the bath and murmur to myself, 'Reader, I married him,' and then I'd just sob. It had remarkable staying power. 'Reader, I married—' Oh!" She demonstrated herself sobbing dramatically like a teenage girl, hand to her forehead. Zoe laughed. Frances said, "You've read Jane Eyre, right?" "I think I saw the movie once," said Zoe. "Ah, well," said Frances sympathetically. "Anyway, I know that 'Reader, I married him' line has become virtually a cliché now it's referenced so often. 'Reader, I divorced him. Reader, I murdered him.' But for me, at that time of my life, it was, well, profound. I remember being amazed that 4 words could affect me in that way. So I guess I just developed an interest in the power of words. The first romance story I ever wrote was heavily influenced by Charlotte Bronte, except without the mad woman in the attic. My leading man was a heady mix of Mr. Rochester and Rob Lowe." "Rob Lowe?" said Zoe. "I had his poster on my wall," said Frances. "I can still taste his lips. Very smooth and papery. Matte gloss." Zoe giggled. "I felt the same way about Justin Bieber." "There might even be one of my books here," said Frances. "There often is in places like this." She scanned the shelves of paperbacks, then smiled, a hint of pride. "Bingo." She stood up, clutching her back, went to one of the shelves and squatted down to pull out a battered-looking, chunky paperback. "There you go." She handed it to Zoe and sat back down on the couch with a grunt. "Awesome," said Zoe. The book looked terrible. It was called Nathaniel's Kiss, and the picture on the front showed a girl with long, curly, fair hair staring wistfully out to sea. At least it didn't look erotic. "Anyway, my last book got rejected," said Frances, "so I might be looking for a new career soon." "Oh," said Zoe. "I'm sorry." "Well," said Frances, and she shrugged, gave her a half-smile, her palm up, and Zoe knew what she was trying to say. Zoe's friend Erin thought she wasn't allowed to complain about her life anymore without first prefacing it, "I know this is nothing compared to what you've been through," with this solemn, wide-eyed look, and Zoe always said, "Erin, it's been 3 years. You're allowed to complain about your life." And then she nodded along sympathetically while thinking, "You're right. Your car needing 3 new tires is nothing to complain about." "I guess I should go back downstairs," said Zoe. My parents get paranoid if they can't pinpoint my location. I think they'd like to put a tracking device on me. Frances sighed. I guess I should too. But she didn't move. She gave Zoe a quizzical look. Do you think we're all going to be transformed by the end of this thing? Not really, said Zoe. What do you think? I don't know, said Frances. I feel like Masha could do anything. She scares the life out of me. Zoe laughed, and then they both started as a gong began to sound, over and over, in rapid succession, like an alarm. They jumped to their feet, and Frances grabbed Zoe's arm. Oh, God, it's just like boarding school. Do you think we're in trouble? Or maybe there's a fire, and we're all evacuating. I think it probably just means the silence is starting again. Yes, you're right. Okay, we'll go back together. I'll go first. I'm older. I'm not scared of her. Yes, you are. I know, I am. Terrified. Quick, let's go. I'll see you on the other side of the silence. I'll read your book. Zoe held up the paperback as they left the lavender room and headed back downstairs. It was a crazy thing to say. She had no interest in reading a romance book. But whatever. She liked Frances. You're not meant to read in the silence. I'm a rebel, said Zoe. She shoved the book under her top and into the waist of her bike pants. I'll be in an alliance with you. She was just making a weak joke in reference to Frances's comment earlier about Survivor, but Frances stopped in her tracks and turned around with a radiant smile. Oh, Zoe, I would love to be in alliance with you. And all of a sudden, it felt like they were. Chapter 13. Masha. 2 guests, Zoe Marconi and Frances Welty, had excused themselves from the meditation room and not yet come back. The silence had been broken, and one guest, Tony Hogburn, was now demanding his money back and threatening to report Tranquillum House to the Department of Consumer Affairs, blah, blah, blah. Masha had heard it all before, while the remaining guests looked on with curiosity or concern. Masha saw poor Yao shoot her an anxious look. He was a warrior. There was no need for stress. She could handle the childlike tantrums of one unhappy, unhealthy man. Solving unexpected problems energized her. It was one of her strengths. I am very happy to give you a full refund. She fixed Tony with her eyes like a pin through a butterfly. You are free to pack your bags and leave immediately. May I suggest you drive yourself to the nearest village, where you will find a fine pub called the Lion's Heart. Their menu includes something called a Mega Monster Burger with unlimited fries and soft drink. Does that sound delicious? Sure does, said Tony truculently, and yet he didn't get to his feet. Oh, my sweetie pie, you need me. You know you need me. You don't want to be you anymore. Of course you don't. Who would? He tried to wriggle free of her gaze, but she wouldn't let him. I understand. that you are not happy that we searched your bags, but the terms and conditions of your wellness contract clearly state that we have the right to search luggage and confiscate all contraband. Seriously? Did anyone read that? Tony looked around the room. Napoleon raised his hand. His wife, Heather, lifted her eyes to the ceiling. "Must have been buried in the fine print," said Tony. His face had turned mottled red, the color of uncooked steak. "Growth can be painful," Masha told him, her voice gentle. He was a child, an enormous, sulky child. There will be parts of this experience that may be uncomfortable or unpleasant at times, but it's only 10 days. The average person lives around 27,000 days. Tony's outburst was actually a serendipitous opportunity to shape all their expectations and mold their future behavior. She spoke as if only to him, but the message was for them all. "You are free to leave at any time, Tony. You are not a prisoner. This is a health resort, not a jail." A few people chuckled. "And you are not a child. You can drink what you want to drink, eat what you want to eat. But there is a reason why you came here, and if you choose to stay, I ask you to commit fully to your journey and to put your trust in me and the other staff at Tranquillum House." "Yeah, fine. I obviously didn't read the fine print properly." Tony scratched hard at the side of his unshaved face and tugged at the fabric of his dreadful, hot, heavy blue jeans. "I just didn't appreciate my bags being searched." The aggression was draining from his voice. Now he sounded embarrassed. His eyes peered out at her from within the prison of his poor, tortured body, from which he so desperately needed rescue. She'd won. She had him. He would be beautiful when she finished with him. They would all be beautiful. Are there any more areas of concern before we resume the silence? Ben raised his hand. Masha observed his wife flash him a look of horror and move slightly away. Yeah, I have just one question. Are the cars parked under cover?" She looked at him for a moment, long enough to help him see the sadness of this deep attachment to his earthly possessions. He shifted uncomfortably. "They are parked under cover, Ben. Please don't worry. They are perfectly safe." "Okay, but, where are the cars? I've walked around the property and I just can't see where." As he spoke, he removed his cap and briskly rubbed the top of his head. For the briefest of moments, Masha saw another boy wearing a baseball cap walking towards her. So strange, and yet so familiar. She felt the love rise within her chest, and she crossed her arms so she could secretly pinch the flesh on her arm, hard enough to hurt, until the vision vanished, and all that was left was here and now and the important tasks that lay ahead. As I said, Ben, everyone's cars are perfectly safe. He opened his mouth to speak yet again, and his wife hissed something inaudible through her teeth. He closed his mouth. So, if everyone is in agreement, I would like to recommence the noble silence and begin our guided meditation. Yao, perhaps you could ring the gong to let our missing guests know we would appreciate their return. Yao struck the gong with a mallet, perhaps a little more forcefully than Masha would have done, and within only a few moments, Frances and Zoe had returned, their faces apologetic and guilty. It was clear to Masha that they had been chatting, forming a friendship, perhaps, which would need to be monitored. The point of the silence was to prevent this. She smiled benignly at them as they returned to their mats. Zoe's parents sagged with relief. Although I will be your guide today, she said, meditation is a personal experience. Please release your expectations and open yourself to all possibilities. This is called a guided sitting meditation, but that doesn't mean you must sit. Please find the most natural, relaxed position for you. Some of you may like to sit cross-legged. Some of you may like to sit on a chair with your feet flat on the floor. Some of you may prefer to lie down. There are no hard and fast rules here. She watched as they chose their positions with self-conscious faces. Frances lay flat on her back. Tony went and sat on a chair, as did Napoleon. The rest remained cross-legged on their mats. Masha waited until they were all settled. Let your eyes drift closed. She could sense their fluttering spirits, their anxieties, hopes, dreams, and fears. She was so good at this. It was a pleasure to excel. Interviewers would one day ask, "Were you nervous when you first introduced the new protocol?" Masha would answer, "Not at all. We'd done our research. We knew from the beginning it would be a success." It might be better to admit to a little nervousness. People in this country admired humility. The biggest compliment you could give a successful woman was to describe her as humble. She looked at her 9 guests, all of whom now had their eyes obediently closed as they awaited her instructions. Their destinies were in her hands. She was going to change them, not just temporarily, but forever. We will begin. Chapter 14. Frances. It was the end of her first day at Tranquillum House, and Frances lay in bed, willfully reading while she drank her evening smoothie. No one could be expected to give up wine and books at the same time. None of the 4 novels she'd packed to get her through the next 10 days had been confiscated, unlike her wine and chocolate, presumably because books weren't on the contraband list. She would never have come here if so. But a small slip of paper had been placed inside the front cover of each of them. A gentle reminder that we recommend no reading during the noble silence. What an absolute joke. She didn't know how to go to sleep without reading. It wasn't possible. The book she was reading now was a debut novel that had received rave reviews. There was a lot of buzz about it. It was described as powerful, muscular, and it was written by a man Frances had met at a party last year. The man had been pleasant, shy and bespectacled, not especially muscular, so Frances was trying to forgive him for his lavish descriptions of beautiful corpses. How many more beautiful young women had to die before they could get on with the job of tracking down their murderer? Frances made little tch sounds of disgust. Now the craggy detective was drunk on single malt whiskey in a smoke-hazed bar, and a long-legged girl half his age was whispering into his ear, without inverted commas, this being powerful literary fiction, "I want to fuck you so bad." Frances, who had reached her limit, threw the book across the room. "In your dreams, buddy." She lay back with her hands clasped across her chest and reminded herself that her own debut novel featured a piano-playing, poetry-reciting firefighter. It was cute that the bespectacled author imagined 20-something girls ever whispered, "I want to fuck you so bad," into the ears of 50-something men. She would give the author a consoling little pat on the shoulder next time she saw him at a festival. Anyway, what did she know? Maybe 20-something girls did that all the time. She would ask Zoe. She certainly would not ask Zoe. She reached for her phone on the bedside table to check the news and the weather for tomorrow. No phone. Of course. Well, fine. The bed was a luxurious one, a good mattress, the sheets crisp with a high thread count. Her back hurt, but maybe a little less, thanks to Jan's giant hands. She attempted to quieten her monkey brain as per the rules. In fact, her mind felt stuffed with new faces and new experiences. The long drive here, screaming on the side of the road, the serial killer on vacation. It was that damned book's fault for making her think of serial killers. Ben and Jessica in that car. Yao unexpectedly filling a test tube with her blood. Masha and her near-death experience. Chatty Napoleon and his intense wife. Lovely young Zoe with her multiple piercings and long, smooth brown legs sitting in the lavender room telling Frances about her dead brother. That's why Zoe's mother had looked so sad on the stairs. She probably wasn't intense at all. Just sad. The tall, dark and handsome man who'd cried "Gesundheit" and the flustered lady with Frances's glasses. A lot for one day. Stimulating and distracting. She hadn't had time for any more existential crises, so that was something. She hadn't even thought much about Paul Drabble, apart from when she was telling Jan and Zoe about what had happened. She'd be over her internet scam by the time she left. Over the review. Over everything. And thin. She'd be so thin. Her stomach rumbled. She was starving. Dinner tonight had been possibly the most excruciating meal of her life. When she took her place at the long dining room table, she picked up a small card propped in front of her plate. At Tranquillum House, we recommend mindful eating. Please take small bites of your food. After each mouthful, place your cutlery back on the table, close your eyes, and chew for at least 14 seconds. Slowly and pleasurably. Oh, God, she thought, we're going to be here forever. She put down the card and looked up to share a "can you believe this" glance with someone. The only ones prepared to meet her eyes were the astonishingly handsome man, who possibly winked at her, and Zoe, who definitely grinned and responded with a look that said, "I know. I can't believe it either." Masha wasn't in the dining room, but her presence was felt, like that of a managing director or school teacher who could turn up at any moment. Yao and Delilah were there, but they didn't sit down to eat with the guests. Instead, they stood at the side of the room, at either side of a large candelabrum on an ornate sideboard. The lighting in the room was muted, and the candelabrum had 3 lit candles. They sat in silence for at least 10 endless minutes before the meals came out, delivered by a briskly smiling grey-haired lady in a chef's hat. She didn't say a word, but nevertheless exuded goodwill. It felt so rude not to thank her. Frances tried to convey warm gratitude with a nod of her head. Every person at the table received a different meal. Both Heather and Zoe, who sat next to Frances, received delicious-looking steaks together with baked potatoes. Frances's meal was a quinoa salad. It was excellent, but in Frances's world, she'd call that a side, and by the time she'd masticated each mouthful for 14 seconds, it had lost all flavour. Napoleon, who sat opposite Frances, received some sort of lentil dish. He leaned forward towards the bowl and waved the rising steam towards his nose, enjoying the scent. It was clear the poor man was desperate to chat. Frances would bet that in normal circumstances he would have been discussing the history of the lentil. The serial killer studied his giant bowl of green salad mournfully before picking up his cutlery and stabbing 3 cherry tomatoes onto his fork with an air of tragic resignation. The flustered lady with the quirky glasses received fish, to her apparent delight. The astonishingly handsome man was assigned chicken and vegetables, which he appeared to find mildly amusing. Ben received a vegetable curry and finished his meal well before the rest of the table. Jessica was given a really delicious-looking stir-fry, which was the wrong dish for the poor girl. She spent ages laboriously twirling the long noodles around her fork and then dabbing worriedly at her face with her napkin for splashes of food. Nobody broke the silence or made eye contact. When Napoleon sneezed again, nobody responded in any way. How quickly people adapted to strange rules and regulations. Heather ate less than half her steak before putting down her knife and fork with a little puff of irritation. Frances had to restrain herself from leaping on it like a wolf. Throughout the meal, Yao and Delilah stood silent and unmoving. They were like footmen, except you couldn't snap your fingers and tell them to let cook know that my lady could do with a larger portion of quinoa and perhaps a medium-rare sirloin. The sound of strangers chewing and clinking and scraping their cutlery just about did Frances's head in. Hadn't she once read there was an actual disorder where people suffered real psychological distress at the sound of others eating? There was a name for it. Frances probably had that disorder and had never been diagnosed because you were meant to talk while you dined. Something else to remember to Google once she got her phone back. Eventually, they were done, and they all pulled back their chairs and returned to their rooms. You couldn't even say, Good night. Sleep well. Now, as Frances drank the last of her smoothie, she thought about the number of silent, insufficient meals ahead of her, and considered leaving in the morning. No one leaves early, Frances, Yao had said today. Well, Frances could be the first. Set a new precedent. She thought of her massage therapist's whispered warning just before the silence began. Don't do anything you're not comfortable with. What did she mean by that? Frances would certainly not do anything she didn't feel comfortable with. She recalled what Ellen had said when she suggested this place. Their approach is really quite unconventional. Ellen was her friend. She wouldn't send her somewhere dangerous, would she? Just to lose 3 kilos. You'd want to lose a lot more than 3 kilos if they were doing something dangerous. What could it be? Walking across burning coals for enlightenment? Frances would absolutely not do that. She didn't even like walking across hot sand at the beach. Ellen would have told her if there was walking across hot coals. Ellen was a dear friend. I've never trusted that Ellen, Gillian once said, darkly and knowledgeably. But Gillian was always making dark, knowledgeable comments about people, as if everyone had secret mafia connections that only Gillian knew about. Frances missed her greatly. A wave of exhaustion hit her. Not surprising after that long drive. She switched off her bedside lamp and fell instantly sound asleep, flat on her back, like a sunbaker. A light shone in her face. Frances woke with a gasp. Chapter 15. Lars. What the actual fuck? Lars sat up, his heart hammering. A figure stood at the end of his bed, shining a small torch in his face, like a nurse doing hospital rounds. He switched on his bedside lamp. His wellness consultant, the delectable Delilah, stood next to his bed holding up the Tranquillum House dressing gown with one hand. She didn't speak. She lifted one finger and beckoned, as if he would just obediently and silently follow her instructions. I'm not going anywhere, sweetheart, he said. It's the middle of the night and I like my sleep. Delilah said, It's the starlight meditation. It's always on the first night. You don't want to miss it. Lars lay back in bed and shielded his eyes. I do want to miss it. You'll like it. It's really beautiful. Lars removed his hand from his eyes. Did you even knock before you came into my room without permission? Naturally, I knocked, said Delilah. She held up the dressing gown. Please, I'll lose my job if you don't come down for it. You will not. I might. Masha wants all the guests there for it. It only takes half an hour. Lars sighed. He could refuse on principle, but it was such a first-world privileged principle, he couldn't be bothered. He was awake now, anyway. He sat up and held out his hand for his dressing gown. He slept naked. He could have just leapt from the bed in all his glory to make the point that this was what happened when you woke your sleeping guests in the middle of the night. But he was too well-mannered. Delilah averted her eyes as he threw back the sheet, although he didn't miss the quick downward flick. She was only human. "Don't forget the silence," she said, as she stepped into the corridor. "How could I forget the beautiful, noble silence?" said Lars. She put her finger to her lips. It was a clear night. The stars were out in force, and a full moon illuminated the garden with silvery light. The balmy air was a soft caress against his skin after the hot day. It was, he had to admit, all very pleasant. 9 yoga mats had been placed in a circle, and guests wearing the Tranquillum House dressing gowns lay with their heads facing the center of the circle, where their striking leader, Masha, sat cross-legged on the grass. Lars saw there was only one empty mat. He was the last guest to arrive. He wondered if he'd made the most fuss about being dragged from his bed. He never ceased to be amazed by the obedience of people at these places. They allowed themselves to be dipped in mud, wrapped in plastic, starved and deprived, pricked and prodded, all in the name of transformation. Of course, Lars did too, but he was prepared to draw the line when necessary. For example, he drew the line at enemies. Also, he did not want to ever discuss his bowel movements. Delilah led Lars to a mat in between the lady who got the giggles when Lars said Gesundheit earlier and the giant lump of a man who had complained about his contraband being confiscated. There was something familiar about the big guy with the contraband. It had been hard not to stare at him through dinner. Lars couldn't shake the irritating feeling that he knew him from somewhere, but he couldn't work out where. Was he one of the husbands? If he was one of the husbands, would he recognize Lars and come after him? Like that time he was boarding a plane and a guy in the economy line saw Lars and went nuts. He'd shouted, "You're the reason I'm flying cattle class." Lars had taken extra pleasure in his Perrier Jouet on that flight, and walked briskly off the plane towards the priority queue at customs. The big guy didn't look like one of the husbands, but Lars knew he knew him from somewhere. He wasn't good with faces. Ray was great with them. Every time they started a new series, Lars would sit up on the couch, point at the screen and say, "Her! We know her! How do we know her?" Ray normally had it within seconds. Breaking Bad, the girlfriend. Walt let her die. Now shut up. It was a real skill. On the rare occasions that Lars worked it out before Ray, he got very excited and demanded high fives. Lars lay down on the mat between the big guy and the giggling lady. She reminded Lars of one of Renoir's women, small-faced and round-eyed, with curly hair piled on top of her head, creamy-skinned, plump and bosomy. Possibly a little vacuous, but he thought they would probably get on. She looked like a fellow hedonist. "Namaste," said Masha. "Thank you for leaving your beds for tonight's starlight meditation. I am grateful to you for your flexibility, for opening your hearts and minds to new experiences. I am proud of you." She was proud of them. How condescending. She didn't even know them. They were her clients. They were paying for this. And yet Lars felt a sense of satisfaction in the garden, as if everyone wanted Masha to be proud of them. "The retreat you are about to undertake combines ancient Eastern healing wisdom and herbal treatments with the latest cutting-edge advances in Western medicine. I want you to know that although I am not a practicing Buddhist, I have incorporated certain Buddhist philosophies into our practices here. Yeah, East meets West. Never heard that before, thought Lars. This won't take very long. I'm not going to say much. The stars will do the talking for me. Isn't it funny how we forget to look up at the stars? We scurry about like ants in our day-to-day lives, and look, just look, what's up above our heads. All your life you look down. It's time to look up, to see the stars. Lars looked at the sky, emblazoned with stars. The big guy on his left gave a chesty cough. So did the busty blonde on his right. Jesus, he should be wearing some sort of sanitation mask. If he came back from this thing with a cold, he wouldn't be happy. Masha said, "Some of you may have heard of the word koan. A koan is a paradox or puzzle that Zen Buddhists use during meditation to help them on their quest towards enlightenment. The most famous one is this. What is the sound of one hand clapping?" Oh, Lord. The website had given the impression that this place leaned more towards luxury wellness. Lars had a daily yoga and meditation practice, but he preferred his health retreats to avoid too much embarrassing cultural appropriation. While you look at the stars tonight, I want you to reflect on two koans. The first one is this. Out of nowhere, the mind comes forth. Masha paused. And the second? Show me your original face. The one you had before your parents were born. Lars heard the big guy next to him make a wheezy exhalation that caused him to start rolling about, coughing. Do not struggle to find answers or solutions, said Masha. This is not a quiz, my people. She chuckled a little. The woman really was quite a strange mix of charismatic leader and enthusiastic nerd. One moment a guru, the next the newly appointed CEO of a telecommunications company. There is no right or wrong answer. Simply look at the stars and reflect without straining for a solution. Just breathe. That's all you need to do. Breathe and watch the stars. Lars breathed and watched the stars. He did not think of either of the koans. He thought of Ray, and how, early on in their relationship, Ray had convinced him to go camping with him. Never again. They had lain together on a beach, holding hands and looking at the stars, and it had been beautiful. But something had built up and up in Lars's chest until he couldn't take it anymore, and he jumped up and run into the ocean, whooping and tearing off his clothes, pretending he was the type of guy who whooped, the type of guy who didn't think about sharks or the temperature of the ocean in October. He smiled a bit, because he knew he couldn't get away with that now. Ray knew about his shark phobia. Ray had asked if he could join him on this retreat. Lars couldn't work out his motivation. He'd never wanted to come to one before. Lars did a couple of retreats a year, but Ray always said they sounded hellish. Why did he suddenly want to come along on this one? Lars thought of Ray's face when he said he'd rather go alone. There was a micro moment when it looked like Lars had slapped him. But then Ray shrugged, smiled, and said that was fine. He was going to eat lasagna every night while Lars was gone and watch nothing but sports on TV. Ray's lifestyle was already squeaky clean and incorporated vegetable juices and smoothies and protein shakes. It wasn't necessary for him to come along to this. Lars needed his time alone. Did he want Lars to feel like shit? Was it somehow related to the text Ray's sister Sarah had sent earlier today? Can you at least think about it? She must have sent it without Ray's knowledge. Lars was sure Ray had accepted that his decision about children was final. It wasn't like he hadn't been upfront about his lack of interest in having a family. He had never said otherwise. "Did I ever say otherwise?" he'd said to Ray, and he'd come close to raising his voice, which was not something he could countenance. He could not be in a relationship with the crassness and indignity of raised voices. It made him shudder to think of it. Ray knew this. "You never said otherwise." Ray had responded evenly, and he didn't raise his voice. "You never misled me. I'm not saying that. I guess I just hoped you might change your mind." Sarah, all shiny-eyed and sincere, had offered to help them have a baby. Ray's family was so liberal and lovely and loving. It was fucking annoying. Lars had recoiled, literally, physically recoiled at the thought. "God, no," he'd said to Ray and his sister. "Just no." He'd felt terrified and suffocated by the thought of all the earnest love he'd have to endure if they had a baby. There would be no escaping it. All those family functions. Ray's mother would never stop crying. It was not happening. Never. Out of nowhere the mind comes forth. A Zen koan, give me strength. If Ray really wanted to be a father, should Lars let him go be one with someone else? But wasn't that up to Ray? If Ray couldn't live without children, then he was free to leave. They weren't married. The house was in both their names, but they were both financially secure and sufficiently intelligent people to work all that out. Obviously, Lars could handle a fair division of property. Was it the only way forward? Had their relationship reached an impossible impasse because either way one of them had to make an impossible sacrifice? Whose sacrifice was worse? But Ray had stopped asking. He'd accepted it. Lars felt that Ray wanted something else from him. What was it? Permission to leave? He didn't want Ray to leave. Something tumbled in the sky. A falling star, for God's sake. How had Masha managed that? Lars heard everyone exhale with the wonder of it. He closed his eyes, and all of a sudden it came to him exactly how he knew the big guy on his left, and he wished Ray was here so he could tell him, "I got it, Ray. I got it." Chapter 16. Jessica. The author, Frances Welty, who lay on the yoga mat next to Jessica, was fast asleep. She wasn't snoring, but Jessica could tell she was asleep by the way she breathed. Jessica considered giving her a gentle nudge with her foot. She'd just missed seeing a falling star. On reflection, Jessica decided not to bother her. It was the middle of the night. People her age really needed their sleep. If Jessica's mother had a bad night's sleep, the bags under her eyes made her literally look like something from a horror movie, though she just laughed when Jessica tried to teach her about concealer. It wasn't necessary to look that bad. It was stupid. If Jessica's dad left her for his PA, Jessica's mother would have no one to blame but herself. Under-eye concealer was invented for a reason. Jessica rolled her head and looked at Ben on the other side of her. He was staring up at the stars with a glazed expression, as if he were considering those Zen riddles, when really he was probably just counting down the hours until he could get out of here and back behind the wheel of his precious car. He turned his head and winked at her. It made her heart lift, as if her crush had winked at her in the classroom. Ben looked back up at the stars, and Jessica touched her face with her fingers. She wondered if her skin looked bad without makeup in the moonlight. There had been no time to put on foundation. They were just dragged from their beds. They could have been having sex when that girl came into their bedroom, with just the gentlest knock on their door and without even waiting for them to say, "Come in," before she marched on in and shone a light in their eyes. They hadn't been having sex. Ben had been asleep, and Jessica had been lying next to him in the darkness, unable to sleep. Missing her phone so badly, it felt like she'd had something amputated. When she couldn't sleep at home, she simply picked up her phone and scrolled through Instagram and Pinterest until she got tired. She looked at her scarlet toenails in the moonlight. If she had her phone with her right now, she would have photographed her feet, together with Ben's feet, and tagged it #Starlight Meditation, #Health Retreat, #Learning about koans, #We just saw a falling star, #What is the sound of one hand clapping. That last hashtag would have made her look quite intellectual and spiritual, she thought, which was good, because you had to be careful not to come across as superficial on your socials. She couldn't shake the feeling that if she didn't record this moment on her phone, then it wasn't really happening. It didn't count. It wasn't real life. She knew that was irrational, but she couldn't help it. She literally felt twitchy without her phone. Obviously, she was addicted to it. Still, better than being addicted to heroin. Though these days no one was sure about Ben's sister's most recent drug of choice. She liked to mix it up. Jessica sometimes wondered if all their problems led back to Ben's sister. She was always there, a big black cloud in their blue sky. Because apart from Lucy, honestly, what did they have to worry about? Nothing. They should have been as happy as it was possible to be. Where had they gone wrong? Jessica had been so careful right from day one. What was that stupid thing her mother said? "Oh, Jessica, darling, this sort of thing can ruin people." She said that, all frowny-faced, on what should have been the most spectacular day of Jessica's life. The day that split her life in two. It was 2 years ago now, a Monday evening. Jessica had come home from work in a hurry because she was going to try to make the 6:30 p.m. spin class. She rushed into the tiny kitchen with its ugly laminate bent tops to fill her water bottle. And there was Ben, sitting on the floor, his back up against the dishwasher, his legs splayed, phone held limply in his hand. His face was dead white, his eyes glassy. She got down on the floor next to him, her heart pounding, barely breathing, hardly able to speak. The uppermost thought in her mind was, Who? Who? Her first thought was Lucy, of course. Ben's sister flirted with death on a daily basis. But something told her it wasn't Lucy. He seemed too shocked, and Lucy's death was never going to come as a surprise. He said, "Do you remember how Mum sent us that card?" Jessica's heart contracted because she thought it must have been his mother who had died, and she loved Ben's mum. "How?" she said. "How did it happen?" How was it possible that Donna had died? She played tennis twice a week. She was healthier and fitter than Jessica. It was probably the stress over Lucy. "You remember the card she sent?" Ben repeated obliviously, "because we were so upset about the robbery." Poor Ben. He was obviously mad with grief, and for some reason he was clutching on to this memory. "I remember the card," she said gently. "It came in the mail. It had a cute puppy on the front with a speech bubble coming out of his mouth saying, 'Sorry to hear you're feeling low,' and a lottery ticket inside. Donna's message said, 'You two deserve some good luck.' Ben said, 'The ticket won.' Jessica said, 'What's happened to your mum?' 'Nothing, Mum is fine,' said Ben. 'I haven't told her yet.' 'You haven't told her what?' Jessica's brain couldn't seem to keep up with the words she was hearing, and she was suddenly angry. "Ben, has anybody died or not?" Ben smiled. "Nobody has died." "You're sure?" "Everybody is in perfect health." "Right," she said. "Well, good." As the adrenaline left her body, she was suddenly exhausted. She didn't think she could do her spin class now. "The ticket won. The ticket that Mum gave us after the robbery. That was the lottery office. We won the first division prize. We just won $22 million. She said tiredly, "Don't be stupid. We did not." He turned to look at her, and his eyes were red and watery and fearful. He said, "We have." If only they'd known in advance, "You're gonna win the lottery tomorrow." Then they might have acted like proper lottery winners. But it took a long while for it to feel like a fact. Jessica checked and double-checked the numbers on the internet. She called the lottery office back herself to confirm. It became more real with each phone call they made to their family and friends, and then they finally started doing the screaming and jumping and crying and laughing expected of lottery winners, and invited everyone over to celebrate with the most expensive champagne they could find in the bottle shop. They toasted those pathetic thieves, because if it wasn't for the robbery, they would never have won the lottery. Ben's mother couldn't get over it. It would never even have crossed my mind to buy you a lottery ticket before. That's the first lottery ticket I've ever bought in my life. I had to ask the lady at the newsagent how it worked. She seemed to want to make sure that no one forgot that she had bought the ticket. She didn't want to share in the prize, although obviously they ended up giving her money. She just wanted everyone to know of her crucial role in this glorious event. It was like a better version of their wedding day. Jessica felt special, the center of attention. She smiled so much her cheeks ached. The money made her instantly more intelligent and beautiful and stylish. People treated her differently because she was different. When she looked at her own face in the bathroom mirror that night, she could already see it. She glowed with money. Instant wealth was like the best facial ever. But even on that first night, even while Ben and his brothers argued drunkenly over which luxury cars to buy, Jessica could sense Ben's fear growing. "Make sure it doesn't change us," he slurred just before they fell asleep that night, and Jessica thought, "What are you talking about? It's already changed us." Then there was Jessica's mother, who acted as if the win were a catastrophe. "You have to be so careful, Jessica," she said. "This kind of money can send people off the rails." It was true that there had been some unexpected difficulties with this new life. Some tricky situations they were still trying to unravel. Friendships they'd lost. One family estrangement. 2 family estrangements. No, 3. Ben's cousin, who thought they should have paid off his mortgage. They gave him a car. Jessica thought that was generous. Ben liked his cousin, but he barely saw him before the win. In the end, they did pay off his mortgage, but the damage had been done. For God's sake. Jessica's younger sister. They gave her $1 million. But she kept asking for more. Ben said, just give it to her, and they did. But then one day Jessica went out to lunch with her and didn't offer to pay the bill, and now they weren't talking. Jessica's heart clenched as she thought about it. She always paid the bill. Always. It was the one time she didn't, and supposedly that was unforgivable? Ben's stepdad. Because Ben's stepdad was a financial planner, and he'd assumed that he'd manage all their finances now that they had finances, but Ben thought his stepdad was an idiot and didn't want him near their money. So that was awkward. Ben could have kept his opinions about his stepdad a secret forever if it wasn't for winning the lottery. And, of course, Ben's sister. How could they give her money? How could they not give her money? Ben and his mother had agonized over what to do. They tried to do it all the right way, the careful way. They set up a trust fund. They never gave her cash, but cash was all she wanted. When they bought her a car, she sold it within 2 weeks. She sold anything they bought her. She screamed ugly words at poor Ben. "You rich prick with your fancy car. You won't even help out your own family." They spent thousands and thousands on expensive rehab programs that Ben's mother had once dreamed about, assuming those exclusive programs would be the answer, if only they had the money. But once they had the money, they found out that those weren't the answer. It just went on and on. Ben kept thinking there had to be a solution. Jessica knew there was no solution. Lucy didn't want help. And it wasn't just their family who thought Ben and Jessica should give them money. Every day they were contacted by long-lost relatives and friends of friends, asking for loans or a helping hand or wanting Ben and Jessica to support their favourite charity, their local school, their kids' soccer club. Family members they hadn't seen in years got in touch. Family members they didn't know existed got in touch. The requests often had a passive-aggressive edge. $10,000 is probably small change to you, but it would mean a huge amount to us. Just give it to them. That was Ben's constant refrain. But sometimes it got Jessica's back up. The nerve of these people. It was bewildering to Jessica that she and Ben fought more about money now that they had an abundance of it. It was impossible to even imagine they'd once felt so upset about the arrival of unexpected bills. Becoming instantly wealthy was like starting a really stressful, glamorous job for which they had no qualifications or experience. But still, it was a pretty great job. It was hardly something to complain about. There was no need to ruin it, as Ben seemed intent on doing. She sometimes wondered if Ben regretted winning the money. He told her once that he missed working. "Start your own business then," she'd said. They could do anything. But he said he couldn't compete with Pete, his old boss. He was like his sister. He didn't want a solution to his problems. He said that he didn't like their snooty new neighbours, and Jessica pointed out that they didn't even know them and offered to invite some of them over for drinks, but Ben looked horrified at the idea. It wasn't like they'd really known their neighbours back at the old flat. Everyone had worked full-time and kept to themselves. He enjoyed the luxury holidays they took, but even the travel didn't truly make him happy. Jessica remembered a night watching the sunset in Santorini. It was incredible, gorgeous, and she'd just bought a stunning bracelet for herself, and she'd looked across at Ben, who was deep in what seemed like profound thought, and she said, "What are you thinking about?" "Lucy," he answered. "I remember she used to talk about travelling to the Greek islands." It made her want to scream and scream because they could afford to send Lucy to Santorini and put her up at a great hotel, but that wasn't possible because Lucy preferred to stick needles in her arms. So, fine, let her ruin her own life, but why did she have to ruin their lives as well? The car was the one thing about the lottery win that made him happy. He didn't really care about any of the other things. Not the beautiful house in the best part of Turak, the concert tickets, the designer labels, the travel. Only the car. His dream car. God, how she hated that car. Jessica realized with a start that people were standing, straightening their unflattering gowns, suppressing yawns. She got to her feet and looked at the starry sky one last time. But there were no answers up there. Chapter 17. Francis. It was only 8 in the morning, and Francis was hiking. It was going to be another hot summer's day, but the temperature at this hour was perfect. the air silky soft on her skin. There was no sound apart from the occasional sweet, piercing call of a bellbird, and the cracks and rustles of sticks and rocks beneath her feet on the rocky trail. She felt like she'd been up for hours, which, in fact, she had been. Today, her first full day at Tranquillum House had begun before dawn. Before dawn? With a firm knock at her bedroom door. Frances had stumbled out of bed and opened the door to find the corridor empty and a silver tray on the floor, with her morning smoothie and a sealed envelope containing her personalized daily schedule. She had got back into bed to drink the smoothie with a pillow propped up behind her back while she read her schedule with equal parts pleasure and horror. Daily schedule for Frances Welty. Dawn. Tai Chi class in the Rose Garden. 7 a.m. Breakfast in the dining room. Please remember to continue to observe the silence. 8 a.m. Walking meditation. Meet at the bottom of Tranquility Hill. This will be a slow, silent, mindful hike, giving you plenty of time to stop and contemplate the magnificent views. Enjoy! 10 a.m. One-on-one exercise class. Meet Delilah at the gym. 11 a.m. Remedial massage with Jan in the spa. 12 noon. Lunch in the dining room. 1 p.m. Guided sitting meditation in the yoga and meditation studio. 2 to 4 p.m. Free time. 5 p.m. Yoga class in the yoga and meditation studio. 6 p.m. Dinner in the dining room. 7 to 9 p.m. Free time. 9 p.m. Lights out. Lights out? Was that a suggestion or an order? Frances hadn't been to bed at 9 p.m. since she was a child. But then again, maybe she'd be ready for bed by then. She'd yawned her way through the Tai Chi class in the Rose Garden with Yao, silently eaten her first breakfast in the dining room. Very good. Poached eggs and steamed spinach, although it felt kind of pointless without the essential accompaniment of sourdough toast and a cappuccino. And now here she was with the other guests participating in the walking meditation, which was basically a slow uphill hike on a bushland track a short distance away from the house. The two wellness consultants, Yao and Delilah, were with them. Delilah led the group at the front, and Yao was at the back. The pace set by Delilah was extremely slow, almost agonizingly slow, even for Frances, and if she found it difficult to walk this slowly, she suspected the Marconis, exercise fanatics, according to Zoe, were just about losing their minds. Frances was in the middle of the group, behind Zoe, whose glossy ponytail swung as she walked behind her dad. The serial killer was directly behind Frances, which was not the ideal position for a serial killer, but at least he'd be obliged to kill her in mindful slow motion, so she'd have plenty of time to escape. At random intervals, the group came to a stop, and they then had to stand and gaze silently at some fixed point on the horizon for what felt like an extraordinary length of time. Frances was all for a leisurely hike with lots of rests to enjoy the view, but at this rate they would never get to the top. Slowly, 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 they filed up the hiking trail, and slowly, 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 Frances felt her mind and body adjust to the pace. Slow was certainly slow, but also it was quite lovely. She considered the pace of her life. The world had begun to move faster and faster over the last decade. People spoke faster, drove faster, walked faster. Everyone was in a rush. Everyone was busy. Everyone demanded their gratification instantly. She'd even begun to notice it in the editing of her books. Pace! Jo had begun to snap in her editorial comments, where once she would have written, nice. It seemed to Frances that readers once had more patience. They were content for the story to take its time, for an occasional chapter to meander pleasurably through a beautiful landscape without anything much happening, except perhaps the exchange of some meaningful eye contact. The path steepened, but they were walking so slowly that Frances's breathing stayed steady. The trail curved, and slivers of views appeared like gifts between the trees. They were getting quite high up now. Of course, Jo's editing had probably taken on that frenetic tone in response to Frances's declining sales. No doubt Jo could see the writing on the wall, and that accounted for her increasingly feverish pleas. Add some intrigue to this chapter. Maybe a red herring to throw the reader off the scent? Frances had ignored the comments and let her career peacefully pass away, like an old lady in her sleep. She was an idiot, a deluded fool. She walked faster. The thought came to her that she might be walking a little too quickly at the exact moment her nose slammed straight into Zoe's shoulder blades. Zoe had stopped dead. Frances heard her gasp. Heather had somehow veered off the trail and onto a large rock that overhung the steep side of the hill. The ground fell away directly in front of her. Another step, and she would have gone over. Napoleon had his wife's arm in a fierce grip. Frances couldn't tell if his face was white with anger or fear as his hand closed around her thin upper arm and he hauled her back onto the hiking trail. Heather didn't thank her husband or smile at him or even meet his eyes. She extricated herself from Napoleon's grasp with an irritated shrug of her shoulder and walked ahead, tugging the sleeve of her threadbare t-shirt straight. Napoleon looked back at Zoe, and his chest rose and fell in tandem with his daughter's audibly ragged breathing. After a moment, both father and daughter lowered their heads and continued their slow hike up the trail, as if what Frances had just witnessed had been of no consequence at all. Chapter 18. Tony. Tony Hogburn had just returned to his room after yet another hellish experience of a guided sitting meditation. How much more meditation could a man do? Breathe in like you're breathing through a straw. Jesus wept, what a load of absolute horse shit. He was humiliated to realize that his legs ached from the excruciatingly slow walking meditation they'd done this morning. Once upon a time, he could have run that trail, no problem at all, as a warm-up, and now his legs felt like jelly after walking it at the pace of a 100-year-old. He sat on the balcony outside his room and yearned for an ice-cold beer and the feel of an old collie's silky, hard head under his hand. It should have been a mild desire for a beer and a sad ache for a beloved pet, but it felt like a raging thirst in the desert and the deepest of heartaches. He went to stand up for the 200th time to get relief for this pain from the fridge, before remembering for the 200th time that there was no relief to be found. No refrigerator, no pantry, no TV to turn on for a distracting documentary. No internet to surf mindlessly. No dog he could summon with a whistle, just to hear the obedient patter of paws. Banjo made it to 14 years old. Good innings for a collie. Tony should have been ready for it, but it seemed he wasn't. In the first week, great gusts of grief hit him whenever he put his key in the lock of his front door. A grief hard enough to buckle his knees. Contemptible. A grown man brought to his knees by a dog. He'd lost dogs before. 3 dogs over the course of his life. It was part of being a dog owner. He didn't get why he was taking Banjo's death so hard. It was 6 months now, for Christ's sake. Was it possible that he grieved the loss of this damn dog more than any human he'd lost in his lifetime? Yes, it was possible. He remembered when the kids were little and the Jack Russell they gave their youngest, Mimi, for her 8th birthday, escaped from the backyard and got hit by a car. Mimi had been devastated, crying on Tony's shoulder at the funeral. Tony had cried too, feeling horrible guilt for missing that hole in the fence and sadness for that poor little dumb dog. His daughter had been such a sweet little thing back then, with her soft round cheeks and pigtails. So easy to love. Now Mimi was a 26-year-old dental hygienist, and she looked just like her mother. Skinny, with a pin-like head and a rapid way of talking and walking that exhausted Tony. She was hygienic and busy, Mimi, and maybe not so easy to love, although he did love her. He'd die for his daughter. But sometimes he wouldn't pick up the phone for her. Being a dental hygienist meant that Mimi was used to delivering monologues without fear of interruption. She was closer to her mother than to him. All 3 kids were. He hadn't been around enough in their childhood. Next thing, they were grown-ups, and he sometimes got the feeling that they were doing dad duty when they called or turned up for a visit. Once, Mimi left a sweet, cooing message on his phone for his birthday, and then, right at the end of the message, he heard her say in an entirely different tone of voice to someone else, "Right, that's done. Let's go," as she hung up. His sons didn't remember his birthday. Not that he expected them to remember it. He barely remembered it himself, and he only remembered theirs because Mimi texted him a reminder on the morning of her brother's birthdays. James lived in Sydney, dating a different girl every month, and his oldest, Will, had married a Dutch girl and moved to Holland. Tony's 3 granddaughters, whom he only saw in real life every couple of years and Skyped at Christmas, had Dutch accents. They felt entirely unrelated to him. His ex-wife saw them all the time, travelled over there twice a year and stayed for 2-3 weeks. His oldest granddaughter excelled at Irish dancing. Why were they doing Irish dancing in Holland? Why were they doing Irish dancing at all? No one else seemed to find this strange. According to his ex-wife, children were doing Irish dancing all around the world. It was good for their aerobic fitness and coordination or something. Tony had seen footage on her phone. His granddaughter wore a wig, and danced like she had a giant ruler gaffer-taped to her back. Tony never expected being a grandfather to be like this. Funny accented little girls talking to him on a screen about things he didn't understand. When he'd thought about being a grandfather, he'd imagined a small, sticky, trusting hand in his, a slow, dawdling walk to the corner shop to buy ice creams. That never happened, and the corner store wasn't even there anymore. So what the hell was wrong with him? He stood. He needed something to eat. Thinking of his grandchildren had created a crater of misery in his stomach that could only be filled with carbohydrates. He would make a toasted cheese. Jesus Christ. No bread, no cheese, no toaster. You might experience something we call snack anxiety, his wellness consultant, Delilah, had told him with a gleam in her eyes. Don't worry, it will pass. He slumped back in his chair and thought back to the day he booked himself into this hellhole. That moment of temporary insanity. His appointment with the GP had been at 11 a.m. He even remembered the time. The doctor said, "Right, Tony." A beat. "About those test results." Tony must have been holding his breath because he took an involuntary gusty gulp of air. The doctor studied the paperwork for a few moments. He took off his glasses and leaned forward, and there was something in his eyes that reminded Tony of the vet's face when he told him that it was time to let Banjo go. Tony would never forget the shocking clarity of the moment that followed. It was like he'd been walking around in a daze for the last 20 years, and suddenly he was awake. He remembered how his mind had raced on the drive home. He had been so clear and focused. He needed to act. Fast. He could not spend the short time he had left working and watching TV. But what to do? So he Googled how to change. Google finished the sentence for him. How to change my life. There were a trillion suggestions, from religion to self-help books. That's when he came across an article about health resorts. Tranquillum House was top of the list. A 10-day cleanse. What could be so hard about that? He hadn't taken a break in years. He ran a sports marketing consultancy, and he'd made one of the few excellent decisions of his life when he hired Pippa as an office manager. She was better than him at basically every aspect of his job. He would drop some weight. He would get himself together. He would make an action plan. On the drive from the airport, he'd felt almost optimistic. If only he hadn't made that stupid last-minute decision to stock up on emergency supplies. He'd already taken the turn-off to Tranquillum House when he did a U-turn and headed back to the nearest town, where he'd seen a drive-through bottle shop. All he'd got was a 6-pack of beer, light beer, and a bag of chips and some crackers. What the hell was wrong with crackers? If he hadn't turned around, he would never have met Loony Woman on the side of the road. He'd thought she was in some kind of trouble. What other logical reason would there be to sit on the side of the road screaming and banging her horn? When she opened the window and he saw her face, she had looked seriously ill. Was menopause really that bad? Or was this woman a hypochondriac? Maybe it was that bad. Once he got out of here, he'd ask his sister. Now she appeared perfectly normal and healthy. If he hadn't seen her on the side of the road, he would have picked her as one of those bright-eyed, bushy-tailed super mums that bounded about like Labradors when Tony's kids were at school. He was kind of terrified of her. She'd made him feel like a moron. It brought back a long-buried memory of a humiliating incident from childhood. He'd had a thing for one of his oldest sister's friends, and something happened. He'd said something or done something. He couldn't quite remember, but he knew it was to do with periods and tampons. Something he hadn't understood at the age of 13, something innocent and trite that had seemed like the end of the world at the time. Now he was 56 years old, a grandfather. He'd seen his wife give birth to their 3 children. He was beyond feeling embarrassed by the dark mysteries of a woman's body. Yet that's how Loony Woman had made him feel. He stood, agitated, his chair scraping back. There were 2 hours of free time to fill before dinner. At home, the hours between work and bed glided by in a haze of beer and food and television. Now, he didn't know where to go. This room felt too small for him. There were too many cutesy ornaments. Yesterday, he'd turned around and knocked a vase off a side table, shattering it, causing him to swear so loudly that whoever was in the room next to his probably heard. He hoped it wasn't an antique. He leaned over the balcony and studied the grounds. 2 kangaroos stood in the shade of the house. One of them was grooming itself, twisting around in a very human way to scratch. The other one sat still, ears alert. It looked like it was carved in stone. He could see the gleaming aquamarine of a huge kidney-shaped pool. Maybe he'd go for a swim. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been for a swim. The beach used to be such a big part of his life when the kids were little. He took all 3 to Nippers every Sunday morning for years to learn how to be surf safe. Meanwhile, his 3 pale-skinned grandchildren had probably never caught a wave in their sad little Dutch lives. He went to his suitcase and pulled out his board shorts. Trying not to think of a stranger's hands rifling through his clothes, searching for contraband, noting his faded underwear. He needed new clothes. His ex-wife used to buy all his clothes. He never asked her to buy his clothes, she just did it, and he wasn't interested in clothes, so he got used to it. Then, years later, during the divorce, it appeared that was one of the many, many things she did for which she felt taken for granted. He never once said thank you. Didn't he? Could that be true? Jesus. And if it was true, why wait 22 years to mention it? Surely he said thank you. But why not tell him he was being an ungrateful pig at the time, so he didn't have to feel like the worst man in the world sitting there in front of that counsellor all those years later? He'd felt so ashamed at that moment, he literally couldn't speak. This turned out to be an example of him shutting down, being emotionally distant, not giving a shit. And on it went until he no longer did give a shit and he was numbly signing the papers. What was that phrase his wife used to describe him? As if it were funny? Amateur human being. She'd even said it to the counsellor. A few months after that counselling session, it occurred to him that there were various things he'd done in that marriage for which he was pretty sure he'd never been thanked or acknowledged. He took care of everything to do with her car, for example. The amateur human being kept her car filled with petrol. He'd often wondered if she thought it had some sort of self-filling mechanism. He got her car serviced once a year, did her tax return. Wasn't it possible they both took each other for granted? Wasn't it possible that taking each other for granted was one of the benefits of marriage? But it was too late by then. Now it was 5 years since the separation, and they were the best 5 years of his ex-wife's life. She was back in touch with her true self. She lived on her own and did evening courses and went on weekends away with a gaggle of blissfully divorced women. In fact, they often came to places like this. His ex now had a daily meditation practice. "How long do you practice before you get it right?" Tony had asked, and she'd rolled her eyes so hard it was a wonder they didn't get stuck there. Whenever she talked to Tony these days, she kept stopping to breathe deeply. Come to think of it, she looked like she was breathing through a straw. Tony pulled up the board shorts. Jesus Christ, they must have shrunk badly. He'd probably washed them the wrong way. In cold water. Or hot water. The wrong water. He tugged at the fabric with all his strength and slid the button through the buttonhole. Done. Except he couldn't breathe. He coughed, and the button pinged free, skittering across the floorboards. He laughed out loud with disbelief and looked down at the huge, hairy bulge of his stomach. It seemed to belong to someone else. He remembered a different body, a different time, the almighty roar of an ecstatic crowd, the way the sound used to vibrate in his chest. Once there had been no barrier at all between his mind and his body. He thought run, and he ran. He thought jump, and he jumped. He rolled down his shorts so that they sat beneath his belly, and thought of his ex-wife, 6 months pregnant, doing the same thing with an elastic-waisted skirt. He picked up his room key and put a white bath towel over his shoulder. Were these towels allowed outside? There was probably a clause in the contract about it. Old mate the beanstalk would be able to tell him. Presumably a lawyer. Tony knew all about lawyers. He left his room. The house was as quiet and still as a church. He opened the front door and walked out into the afternoon heat and down the paved path that led to the pool. A woman walked towards him from the opposite direction, wearing a sporty black swimming costume and a sarong tied at her waist. The one with the chunky plait of hair, like a horse's tail, and brightly coloured cat's eye glasses. Tony had her pegged. Intellectual left-wing feminist. She would write Tony off after 5 minutes of conversation. Still, he'd rather be ignored by the feminist than interact with loony woman. The path was too narrow for them to pass each other, so Tony stood to one side, which hopefully would not offend her feminist principles, like that time when he'd held open a door for a woman and she'd hissed, "I can open it myself, thanks." He'd thought about letting it slam in her face, but he didn't, of course. He just smiled like a gormless goon, because not every man was capable of violence towards women, even if they did have the occasional violent thought. This woman didn't make eye contact, but lifted her hand in thanks, as if she were lifting it from the steering wheel of a car to thank him for letting her into his lane. And it was only after she'd gone past him that he realized she was weeping quietly. He sighed. He couldn't stand to see a woman cry. He watched her go. Not a bad figure. Then walked on towards the pool, tugging at his shorts to make sure they didn't fall at his feet. He opened the gate. For fuck's sake. Loony woman was in the pool, bobbing about like a cork. Chapter 19. Francis. For heaven's sake, thought Francis, the serial killer. The mechanisms of the pool gate had bamboozled her for about 5 minutes, but naturally he had no problem at all. He lifted the little black knobby thing with one meaty hand and kicked the gate hard with the ball of his foot. Francis had already had to endure flustered glasses powering up and down the pool, creating a wake like a speedboat. Now him. The serial killer dropped his bath towel on a deck chair. You were meant to use the stripy blue and white towels from reception, but rules didn't apply to him. Walked straight to the edge of the pool and, without even bothering to put in his toe to check the temperature, dived straight in. Francis did a sedate breaststroke in the other direction. Now she was stuck in the pool because she didn't want to get out in front of him. She would have thought she was too old to worry about her body being observed and judged in a swimsuit. But apparently this neurosis began at 12 years old and never ended. The problem was that she wanted to convey strength in all her future interactions with this man, and her soft white body, especially when compared to Masha's Amazonian example, damn her, didn't convey anything much except 52 years of good living and a weakness for Lindt chocolate balls. The serial killer would no doubt be the type to rank every woman based on his own personal "would I fuck her?" score. She remembered her first ever boyfriend of over 30 years ago, who told her he preferred smaller breasts than hers while his hands were on her breasts. As if she'd find this interesting, as if women's body parts were dishes on a menu and men were the goddamned diners. This is what she said to that first boyfriend. Sorry. This was her first boyfriend's benevolent reply. That's okay. She couldn't blame her upbringing for her pathetic behaviour. When Francis was 8 years old, a man patted her mother's bottom as he walked past them on a suburban street. Nice ass, he said in a friendly tone. Francis remembered thinking, oh, that's kind of him. And then she'd watched in shock as her 5'0" mother chased the man to the corner and swung a heavy handbag full of hardback library books at the back of his head. Right, enough was enough. She would get out of the pool at her own pace. She would not rush to grab up her towel to throw over her body. Wait. She didn't want to get out of the pool. She was here first. Why should she get out just because he was here? She would enjoy her swim, and then she would get out. She dived down and swam along the pebbly bottom of the pool, enjoying the dappled light and relishing the ache in her legs from the hike that morning. Yes, this was so lovely and relaxing, and she was fine. Her back felt quite good. After her second massage with Jan. and she was definitely a little transformed already. Then, apropos of absolutely nothing, the words of the review slithered snake-like into her mind. Misogynistic airport trash that leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Frances thought of how Zoe had said she would read Nathaniel's Kiss just to be nice. The last thing that sad, beautiful child needed to read was misogynistic trash. Had Frances accidentally been writing misogynistic trash for the last 30 years? She came to the surface with an undignified gasp for air that sounded like a sob. The serial killer stood at the opposite side of the pool, breathing hard, his back against the tiles, his arms resting on the paving. He stared straight at her with something like fear. For God's sake, she thought, I may not be 20 years old, but is my body really so unattractive it actually scares you? He said out loud. He grimaced. He actually grimaced. That's how disgusting he found her. What? Said Frances. She squared her shoulders and thought of her mother swinging her handbag like a discus thrower. We're not meant to be talking. You're... He touched under his nose. Did he mean you smell? She did not smell. Frances put her fingers to her nose. Oh! Her nose was bleeding. She'd never had a nosebleed in her life. That review had given her an actual nosebleed. Thank you, she said coldly. Both times she'd interacted with this man, she had been at a terrible and most mortifying disadvantage. She tipped her head back and dog-paddled towards the steps. Head forward, said the serial killer. You meant to put your head back, snapped Frances. She waded up the stairs, trying to stop her swimsuit from riding up with one hand while attempting to stem the flow of blood with the other. Great clots of blood slid from her nose into her cupped hand. It was disgusting. Unbelievable. Like she'd been shot. She was not good with blood. Not really very good with anything remotely medical. It was one of the reasons why having babies had never appealed to her. She looked up at the blue sky, and a wave of nausea hit her. I think I'm going to faint, she said. No, you're not, he said. I have low blood pressure, she said. I faint a lot. I could easily faint. I've got you, he said. She clutched his arm as he helped her out of the pool. He wasn't rough, exactly, but there was a detachment to his touch and a kind of concentrated, grunting effort, like he was moving an ungainly piece of furniture through a narrow doorway. A refrigerator, perhaps. It was depressing to be treated like a refrigerator. The blood continued to gush from her nose. He led her to the deck chair, sat her down, put one towel around her shoulders and the other in front of her nose. Firmly pinch the bridge of your nose, he said, like this. He pinched her nose and then directed her hand into the same spot. That's it. You'll be right. It'll stop. I'm sure you're meant to put your head back, protested Frances. It's forward, he said. Otherwise the blood runs down the back of your throat. I'm not wrong on this. She gave up. Maybe he was right. He was one of those definite people. Definite people were often annoyingly right about things. The nausea and dizziness began to ease. She kept pinching her nose and chanced an upward glance. He stood solidly in front of her, so she was at eye level with his belly button. "You okay?" he said. He coughed, his phlegmy, plague-ridden man cough. "Yes, thank you," she said. "I'm Frances." She kept one hand on her nose and held out her other hand. He shook it. Her hand disappeared into his. "Tony," he said. "Thanks so much for your help," she said. He was probably a nice man, even if he had treated her like a refrigerator. "And, for stopping on the road when I was—" He looked pained by the memory. "I've never had a bleeding nose before," she told him. "I don't know what brought it on, although I guess I have had a bad cold. Actually, you sound like you've had quite a bad— I might get going." Tony interrupted her impatiently, aggressively, as if she were an old lady who had accosted him at a bus stop and wouldn't let him get a word in edgewise. "Places to go, people to see," said Frances, deeply offended. She'd just been through a medical crisis. Tony met her gaze. His eyes were light brown, almost gold. They brought to mind a small endangered native animal. A bilby, for example. "No," he said. "I just thought I should get dressed for dinner." Frances grunted. They had plenty of time before dinner. There was an awkward moment of silence. He didn't leave. He cleared his throat. "I don't know if I'm going to survive this experience." He touched his stomach. "It's not really my kind of thing. I didn't expect quite so much hippy-dippy stuff." Frances softened, smiled. "You'll be fine. It's only 10 days. 9 to go now." "Yeah," said Tony. He sighed and squinted off at the blue-hazed horizon. "It is beautiful here." "It is," said Frances. "Peaceful." Tony said, "So you're okay? Keep pinching your nose until it stops." "Yep," said Frances. She looked down at the scarlet droplets on her towel and found another, cleaner section of fabric to plug her nose. When she looked up, Tony was already walking towards the pool gate. As he lifted his arm to open it, his shorts suddenly slid down to his knees to reveal the entirety of his buttocks. "Fuck!" he said with deep feeling. Frances stared. What in the world? The man had tattoos of bright yellow smiley faces on both his butt cheeks. It was extraordinary. It was like discovering he was wearing a secret clown suit beneath his clothes. She ducked her head. A second later, she heard the pool gate slam. She looked up, and he was gone. Smiley face tattoos. How drunk must he have been? It kind of changed her entire view of the man. No longer the arrogant, sneering man. He was Tony. Tony with smiley face tattoos on his butt. Tony, the smiley face tattoo-butted serial killer? She chuckled, sniffed, and tasted quite a lot of blood. Chapter 20. Masha. Another email from him. In just a matter of days, Masha stared at her ex-husband's name on her computer screen. The subject heading of this one read, "Пожалуйста, прочти, Masha." Please open, Masha. It was as if he were speaking directly to her. There was an attachment to the email. She heard herself make a noise. A silly, pathetic little squeak, like the sound of someone standing on a child's toy. She remembered the weight and warmth of his arm across her shoulders as they sat on an awful Soviet-made couch in a flat that looked identical to their own, except that this one had something extraordinary. A VCR. If not for that wonderful, terrible VCR, where would she be right now? Who would she be? Not here, not this person. Maybe they would still be together. She deleted the email, then went straight to her deleted items folder and deleted it there too. This was a crucial moment in her professional life. Focus was essential. People were depending on her, her guests, her staff. She did not have time for so-called, what was that rhyming phrase Delilah used? Blasts from the past. She did not have time for blasts from the past. And yet her stomach continued to lurch about like the sea. She needed to practice detachment. First, she needed to identify the emotion she was experiencing, observe it, label it, let it go. She looked for a word that could describe how she felt and could only find one from her native language. Toska. There was no adequate English word to describe the kind of anguished longing she felt for something she could not have and did not even want. Maybe because English-speaking people did not experience that feeling. What was going on? This was not like her. She stood and went to the exercise mat on the floor of her office and did push-ups until her forehead was covered in sweat. She returned to her desk, breathing hard, and opened the security program on her computer to check on the location and activities of her guests. Her mind focused once again. She had installed CCTV cameras around the property for security reasons, and right now she could see most of her guests. The young couple walked down the back footpath towards the hot springs. Jessica was in front, her head bowed, Ben a few steps behind, studying the horizon. The Marconi family appeared to have split up. Napoleon was in the rose garden. He was down on his knees, sniffing a rose. Masha smiled. He was literally stopping to smell the roses. Meanwhile, his wife was out running. Heather was nearly at the top of Tranquility Hill. Masha watched for a moment, impressed by her pace on the steep section. Not as fast as Masha, but fast. Where was the daughter? Masha clicked through grainy black and white images and found her in the gym, lifting weights. Tony Hogburn was leaving the pool area where Frances Welty sat on a deck chair, dabbing at her face with a towel. Laz Lee lay in a hammock in the pergola with some sort of drink he'd obviously persuaded the kitchen staff to give him. He would have used sign language and his good looks. Masha had his number. No one else? She clicked through the upstairs corridors and came across a woman wearing a sarong, walking briskly. Carmel Schneider, the other single woman. Carmel took off her glasses and rubbed her face, possibly crying. Deep breaths, murmured Masha, as Carmel struggled with her room key and banged her fist with frustration against the door. Eventually, Carmel opened the door and almost fell inside. If only Masha could see what she did once she was in her room. People were so prudish. Yao and Delilah got worked up about legalities. Masha had no interest in seeing the naked bodies of her guests. She simply wanted to gain knowledge in order to do her job to the best of her ability. She would have to rely on audio only. She turned the dial on her screen and keyed in Carmel's room number. A woman's tear-choked voice emerged loud and clear from Masha's monitor. Get a grip! Get a grip! Get a grip! Chapter 21. Carmel. Carmel stood in her room and slapped her own face. Once, twice, 3 times. The 3rd time, she slapped herself so hard, her glasses flew off. She picked them up, went to the bathroom, and looked at her flushed cheek in the mirror. For a moment there, when she was in the pool, swimming her laps, endorphins zipping through her body after that fantastic bushwalk, she'd felt fine. More than fine. She'd felt exultant. It had been years since she'd had time to do laps. As she swam, she gloried in the fact that there was nowhere to be, nothing to do, no one to worry about. No jazz pickup or karate drop-off, no homework to supervise, no birthday gifts to buy, no doctor's appointments to book. The endless multitude of teeny-tiny details that made up her life. Each obligation on its own seemed laughably easy. It was the sheer volume that threatened to bury her. Here, she didn't even have to do her own laundry. Carmel simply had to put her washing outside her door in a little cloth bag, and it would be returned to her, laundered and ironed, within 24 hours. She'd literally cried with happiness when she read that. She had set herself a goal of 50 laps of freestyle, faster and faster with each lap. She was going to get so fit here. She could almost feel that excess weight falling off her. All she'd ever needed was time to exercise and a pantry free of treats. As she swam, she silently chanted in time with her strokes. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Breathe. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Breathe. But then that tiny voice beneath the exultant chanting, just the faintest whisper, had begun. I wonder what they're doing now. She tried to ignore it, chanting louder. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. The voice got louder until it became a shout. No, but seriously, what do you think they're doing right now? That's when she'd felt her sanity come loose. The feeling of panic reminded her of one of those recurring dreams in which she'd lost all 4 of her daughters in some bizarrely negligent way, such as leaving them on the side of the road, or just forgetting they existed and going out dancing. She'd tried to calm herself with rational thoughts. Her children were not lost on the side of the road. They were with their father and Sonia, his perfectly lovely new girlfriend, soon-to-be wife. Carmel knew from the itinerary that today they were in Paris, staying in a wonderful Airbnb flat. Sonia, who just loved to travel, had stayed there before. It would be cold, of course, in January, but the kids had new jackets. They were on the trip of a lifetime. They were having a wonderful educational experience while their mother had a wonderful break to recharge. Their father loved them. Their father's new girlfriend loved them. Sonia said she loves us more than life itself, Rosie told Carmel, after only the 3rd time she met the woman, and Carmel said, well, she sounds like a total nutcase, but only in her head. Out loud, she said, that's so nice. It was an amicable divorce. Amicable on Joel's part, anyway. On Carmel's part, it felt like a death no one acknowledged. He just fell out of love with her, that's all. It must have been so hard for him, living with a woman he no longer loved. He really struggled with it, poor man, but he had to be true to himself. It happens. It happens a lot. It's essential that the discarded wife remains dignified. She must not wail and weep, except in the shower, when the kids are at school and preschool, and she's alone in the suburbs with all the other weeping, wailing wives. The discarded wife must not be bitchy or unkind about the new and improved wife. She must suck it up, but without developing a sour face. It is better for all concerned if she is thin. Carmel had touched the side and turned to do another lap when she saw that someone had joined her in the pool. The friendly-looking, older, strawberry blonde woman. Carmel almost said, "Hi," before remembering the silence and ignoring her. She kept swimming and thought about how that woman's hair was a similar shade to Sonia's hair. No doubt they both paid handsomely for it. Carmel's daughter Lulu was fair-haired. Lulu looked entirely unrelated to Carmel, which had never mattered until the day Lulu told her that when Daddy and Sonia took them out to dinner, a lady stopped by the table and said to Lulu, "You've got beautiful hair, just like your mummy, haven't you?" Carmel said in a high, strained voice, "Huh, that's funny. Did you tell her that Sonia wasn't your mummy?" Lulu said that Daddy had said it wasn't necessary to always point out that Sonia wasn't her real mother. And Carmel had said, "Of course it's necessary, darling. You should point it out every single time, in your loudest voice." But only in her head. Out loud she said, "It's time to clean your teeth, Lulu." Remembering this, she'd picked up speed, her arms and legs chopping through the water, harder and harder, faster and faster. But she couldn't sustain it. She wasn't fit enough. She was so unfit, and fat, and lazy, and disgusting. And she thought of her 4 girls on the other side of the world, in Paris, where Carmel had never been, having their hair done by Sonia, and probably sitting still for her. And suddenly she swallowed a giant mouthful of water. She hopped out of the pool without making eye contact with the friendly blonde lady, as per the rules, fortunately, because she was crying like a fool, and she cried all the way to her room. There was no way the big man coming down the pathway to the pool hadn't noticed. "Get a grip," she said now to her reflection in the mirror. She wrapped her arms around her body. She missed her children. It hit her like a sudden fever. She longed for the comfort of their 4 beautiful little girl bodies and their heedless, proprietorial use of her body, the way they plonked themselves on her lap as if she were a chair, the way they burrowed their hot little heads into her stomach, her breasts. She was always yelping at someone, "Get off me!" When she was with her children, she was needed, essential, in fact. Everything relied on her. Someone was always saying, "Where's Mummy?" "I'm telling Mum what you just said." "Mummy!" Now she was untethered by obligations, as loose and free as a balloon. She undid the tie of her swimsuit and let it fall in a heap on the bathroom floor while she studied her naked body in the mirror. "I'm so sorry. I still care very deeply for you, but we've always valued honesty in our relationship, haven't we?" Joel had said to her a year ago, while he poured her a glass of wine. "It really hurts me to say this, but the thing is, I'm just not attracted to you anymore." He truly thought he was being kind and ethical. He believed himself to be a man who did the right thing. He would never have cheated on her. He simply left her, went straight onto a dating website, and replaced her. His conscience was perfectly clear. He'd always liked to keep his possessions well maintained, and if they couldn't be repaired to as new, then he updated them. Carmel lifted her breasts in both hands to where they used to be, when they were as new. She looked at the stretch marks on her wobbly stomach and thought of some sappy Facebook post she'd read about how stretch marks were beautiful because of what they represented, creating new life, blah, blah, blah. Maybe stretch marks could be considered beautiful if the father of your baby still loved your body. When Joel asked if he and Sonia could please take the girls on a trip to Europe over the January school holidays, Disneyland in Paris, skiing in Austria, ice skating in Rome, Carmel had said, "Are you kidding me? You're going on the trip we used to talk about doing? But you're doing it without me?" But only in her head. Out loud, she said, "That sounds like so much fun." And then she arranged all their passports. She told her sister that she was going to spend the time they were away eating paleo and doing cardio and weights and yoga. The plan was to transform her body. She didn't want Joel back. All she wanted was for his mouth to drop open when he saw her. She didn't need him to gape, although that would be nice. She simply wanted her body to look as good as it was physically possible for her to look. And then maybe, possibly, probably not, but possibly she herself might check out one of those dating websites where you went to replace your spouse. There's not a damned thing wrong with your body. You are average-sized, you deluded fool. You are an attractive, intelligent woman, you idiot. You should spend January lying in a hammock and eating cheese, said Carmel's sister Vanessa, who was furious with Joel and the fat-shaming patriarchy. Carmel let her breasts drop and put a hand to the curve of her stomach. Average wasn't good enough. Average was too big. Everyone knew that. There was an obesity crisis in this country. She didn't want to fat shame other people, but she certainly wanted to fat shame herself because she deserved to be shamed. She used to be 2 sizes smaller, and the reason she was now 2 sizes larger was not because of her 4 daughters. It was because she didn't take care of herself. Women were meant to take care of themselves. That's what men said on dating websites. I'd like a woman who takes care of herself. They meant, I want a thin woman. And it wasn't like the information wasn't available on how to take care of yourself. Everyone knew you simply cut out carbs and sugar and trans fats from your diet. Celebrities generously revealed their secrets. They snacked on a handful of nuts or 2 squares of dark antioxidant-rich chocolate. They drank a lot of water, stayed out of the sun, and took the stairs. It wasn't rocket science. But did Carmel ever take the stairs? No, she didn't. It was true that she often had the kids with her, and if they walked up too many stairs, one of them was liable to run too far ahead, while another one sat down and announced that her legs no longer worked. But still, there must have been times when Carmel could have built some incidental exercise into her lifestyle. And yet she hadn't. She neglected her body. She didn't get her hair cut for months on end. Her eyebrows were left unplucked. She forgot to shave her legs. And it was no surprise her husband left her, because as she tried to teach her children, actions had consequences. She thought of the long, sculpted lines of Masha's body. She imagined Masha living Carmel's life, standing at the front door when Joel and Sonia dropped off the girls. Joel wouldn't have left Masha in the first place, but say he did. Then Masha's heart wouldn't hammer with pain and humiliation at the sight of her ex-husband and his new girlfriend. Masha wouldn't curve her body around the door at a strange angle as if to hide it from Joel. Masha would stand tall and proud. She wouldn't hunch her body to protect her raw, broken heart. Her sister said Joel's so-called lack of attraction was Joel's problem, not hers. Her sister said Carmel should learn self-love and texted her links to articles about intuitive eating and healthy at any size. Carmel knew these articles were written by fat people to make fat people feel better about their sad, fat lives. If she could transform her body, she could transform her life, and she could move on from her failed marriage. That wasn't deluded. That was a fact. Her sister, who was both wealthy and generous, a most excellent combination, gave Carmel a card for her birthday that said, "Carmel, I don't think you need to lose weight. You're beautiful. And Joel is a shallow idiot, and you should give 0 fucks what he thinks. But if you're determined to go on a health kick, I want you to do it in style and comfort. I've booked you into Tranquillum House for their 10-day cleanse while the kids are away. Enjoy. Ness. Kiss kiss. P.S. And then come home and eat cheese." Carmel hadn't been that happy to receive a gift since she was a child. Now she thought of Masha's words. "In 10 days, you will not be the person you are now." The word please filled her mind. Please, please, please let that be true. Please, please, please let me become someone other than this. She looked at her stupid, dopey, pleading face in the mirror. Her skin was rough and red like an old washerwoman's hands. There was a picket fence of tiny lines neatly indented across her top lip, which was so thin it disappeared when she smiled. The only part of her body that was thin was her top lip. Lips were meant to be plump rosebuds, not mean, thin, disappearing lines. Oh, Carmel, of course he stopped being attracted to you. What were you thinking? How could he possibly be attracted to someone who looks like you? She lifted her hand to slap her face once more. There was a gentle knock on the door. Carmel jumped. She pulled on the Tranquillum House dressing gown and went to open the door. It was Yao. His head was bowed. He didn't make eye contact or say a word. He held out a small card. Carmel took it, and Yao immediately backed away. She closed the door. It was a square of thick, creamy cardboard, like a wedding invitation. The handwriting was in thick, black, authoritative ink. Dear Carmel, although you are currently scheduled for free time, we ask that you please report immediately to the spa for the Tranquillum House Ultimate Relaxation and Rejuvenation Signature Facial. It's a 90-minute treatment and will be completed just before dinner. Your therapist is waiting for you. Yours, Masha. P.S. Yao is your assigned wellness consultant, but please know that I will also be doing everything in my power to deliver you the health, healing, and happiness you need and deserve. It was at that moment Carmel Schneider gave herself to Masha with the same voluptuous abandon that novice nuns once surrendered themselves to God. Chapter 22. Yao. It was 9 p.m. The guests had all been fed and were safely in their rooms, hopefully sleeping soundly. Yao, Masha, and Delilah sat at a round table in the corner of Masha's office, with notepads in front of them. They were having their daily staff meeting, at which Yao and Delilah were required to give status updates. Masha tapped her fingers on the table. There was always a discernible difference in her demeanor at these meetings. You could see her former corporate identity in the language she chose, the crispness of her speech, and the stiffness of her posture. Delilah found it laughable, but Yao, who had never worked in that world, found it charming. Right, next item on the agenda, the silence. Has anyone broken it today? Asked Masha. She seemed brittle. It must be nerves about the new protocol. Yao was nervous himself. Lars broke it, said Delilah. He was trying to get out of the daily blood tests. I told him not to be a baby. Yao would never say that to a guest. Delilah just said what she was thinking, whereas Yao sometimes felt just a little fraudulent, like a performer. For example, he would be helping an ill-mannered guest do a plank and giving them gentle, patient encouragement. You've got this, while thinking, you're not even trying, you rude, lazy motherfucker. Frances wrote me a note, said Yao. She asked if she could please skip the blood test as she'd had a nosebleed. I told her that was all the more reason to do the test. Masha grunted. "Nobody likes blood tests," she said. "I don't like them. I hate needles." She shuddered. "When we were applying to come here all those years ago, we had to do many blood tests. For AIDS, for syphilis. Your government wanted us for our brains, but our bodies had to also be perfect. Even our teeth were checked." She tapped her finger against her white teeth. "I remember my friend said it's like they are choosing a horse." Her lip curled at the memory, as if her pride had been hurt. "But you do what you have to do," she said, without looking at either of them. It was as if she was speaking to someone else, not in the room. Yao looked at Masha's collarbone beneath the straps of her simple white sleeveless top. He had never thought the collarbone to be an especially sensual part of a woman's body until he met Masha. "Are you in love with this woman or something?" his mother had said to him on the phone just last week. "Is that why you work like a dog for her?" "She's nearly the same age as you, Mum," Yao told her, "and I don't work like a dog for her." "More like a puppy," Delilah told him. "You have a crush on her." They were in bed at the time. Delilah was beautiful and sexually very skilled, and he liked her very much. But their hookups always felt kind of transactional, even though no money changed hands. "I'm grateful to her," Yao said, his hands behind his head as he looked at the ceiling, considering this. "She saved my life." "She didn't save your life. You saved her life." "My supervisor saved her life," said Yao. "I didn't know what the hell I was doing." "And now you love her," said Delilah, putting her bra back on. "Like a sister," said Yao. "Yeah, right," said Delilah. "Like a cousin." Delilah snorted. He did care very deeply for Masha. Was that so strange? To love your boss? Surely not so strange when you lived and worked together, and when your boss looked like Masha. She was interesting and stimulating. He found her exotic accent as attractive as her body. He would admit he had a significant crush on her. Perhaps his crush was strange and indicated some flaw in his personality or dysfunctional consequence of his childhood, even though it was just the ordinary, happy childhood of a shy, earnest boy who could get a little too intense about things, but mostly slipped under the radar. His parents were softly-spoken, humble people who never pushed him. Yao's parents believed in keeping expectations low to avoid disappointment. His father had said that out loud once, without irony. "Expect to fail, Yao. Then you will never be disappointed." That's why Yao found Masha's egotism so refreshing. She was bigger than life. Self-deprecation was something she had never practiced and did not understand in other people. And Masha had saved his life. After her heart attack, she had written letters to both Finn and Yao, thanking them and talking about how her near-death experience had changed her forever. She said that while she floated above them, she had seen the tiny red birthmark on Yao's scalp. She had described it perfectly. Strawberry-shaped. Finn never answered Masha's letter. She's a nutter. She didn't need to float above our bloody heads to see your birthmark. She probably saw it when she was sitting at her desk before she collapsed. But Yao was intrigued by her near-death experience. He emailed her, and over the years they kept up a sporadic correspondence. She told him that after she recovered from her heart surgery, she'd given up her highly successful, her words, corporate career, and cashed in her company shares to buy a famous historic house in the countryside. She was going to put in a swimming pool and restore the house. Her initial plan had been to start an exclusive bed and breakfast, but as her interest in health had developed, she changed her mind. She wrote, "Yao, I have transformed my body, my mind, my soul, and I want to do the same for others." There was an element of grandiosity to her emails he found amusing and endearing, but really she was not especially important to him. Just a grateful ex-patient with a funny turn of phrase. And then, just after his 25th birthday, all his dominoes toppled. Bam, bam, bam. First, his parents announced they were divorcing. They sold the family home and moved into separate apartments. It was confusing and distressing. Then, in the midst of all that drama, his fiancée, Bernadette, broke off their engagement. It came without warning. He thought they were deeply in love. The wedding, reception, and honeymoon were booked. How was it possible? It felt like the foundations of his life were collapsing beneath his feet. A breakup wasn't a tragedy, and yet, to his shame, it felt cataclysmic. His car got stolen. He began to suffer from stress-related dermatitis. Finn moved interstate, and the ambulance service transferred Yao to a regional area where he knew no one, where the call-outs mostly involved violence and drugs. One night, a man held a knife to his throat and said, "If you don't save her, I'll slit your throat." The woman was already dead. When the police came, the man lunged at them with the knife, and he was shot. Yao ended up saving his life. He went back to work. Then 2 days later, he woke up just a few minutes before his alarm, as usual, but the moment it went off, something catastrophic happened to his brain. He felt it implode. It felt physical. He thought it was a bleed on the brain. He ended up in a psychiatric ward. "Sounds like you've been under a lot of pressure," said a doctor with dark shadows under his eyes. "Nobody died," said Yao. "But it feels like they did, doesn't it?" That was exactly how it felt. Like death after death after death. Finn was gone, his fiancée was gone, his family home was gone. Even his car was gone. "We used to call this a nervous breakdown," said the doctor. "Now, we'd call it a major depressive episode." He gave Yao a referral for a psychiatrist and a prescription for antidepressants. "A well-managed breakdown can turn out to be a good thing," he told Yao. "Try to see it as an opportunity to grow and learn about yourself." The day after he got home from the hospital, He received an email from Masha in which she said that if he ever needed to escape the rat race, he was very welcome to visit and try out her new guest rooms. It felt like a sign. "Your timing is good. I haven't been well," he wrote to her. "I might just come for a few days for a rest." He hadn't recognized Masha when he arrived at the house, and a goddess in white walked out onto the veranda. A goddess who took him into her arms and said into his ear, "I will make you well." Each time he walked out of Tranquillum House to greet new guests, he wanted to create that same experience for them, like the sight of land when you've been lost at sea. Masha nurtured Yao like a sick bird. She cooked for him and taught him meditation and yoga. They learned Tai Chi together. They were alone in that house for 3 months. They didn't have sex, but they shared something. A journey of some kind. A rejuvenation. During that time, his body changed. It hardened and strengthened as his mind healed. He became someone else entirely as he experienced a kind of peace and certainty he'd never known in his life. He shed the old Yao like dead skin. The old Yao only exercised sporadically and ate too much processed food. The old Yao was a worrier and an insomniac who often woke up in the middle of the night thinking of all the things that could have gone wrong in his working day. The new Yao slept through the night and woke up in the morning refreshed. The new Yao no longer thought obsessively about his fiancée in bed with another man. The new Yao rarely thought of Bernadette at all, and eventually completely eradicated her from his thoughts. The new Yao lived in the moment and was passionate about wellness, inspired by Masha's vision for Tranquillum House. Instead of just patching people up, like Yao had done as a paramedic, the plan was to transform people, in the same way that he himself had been transformed. It felt like religion, except everything they did was based on science and evidence-based research. His parents visited separately and told him it was time to return to Sydney and get his life back on track. But within 6 months of his arrival, Masha and Yao opened the doors of Tranquillum House for their first guests. It was a success and fun. A lot more fun than being a paramedic. A few days had become 5 years. Delilah joined the staff 4 years ago, and together the three of them had all learned so much, constantly refining and improving their retreats. Masha paid generously. It was a dream career. "Tomorrow I begin one-on-one counseling sessions," said Masha. "I will share my notes with you." "Good, because the more we know about each guest, the better," said Yao. This particular retreat would set new precedents for the way they did business. It was natural to be nervous. "I want to learn more about Tony Hogburn's past," said Delilah. "There's something about him. I can't put my finger on it." "It's going to be fine," murmured Yao, almost to himself. Masha reached across the table and grabbed him by the arm, her incredible green eyes ablaze with that energy and passion he found so inspiring. "It's going to be more than fine, Yao," she said. "It's going to be beautiful." Chapter 23. Francis. It was now day 4 of the retreat. Francis found she had settled into the gentle rhythm of life at Tranquillum House with surprising ease. She rarely had to make decisions about how to spend her time. Every morning began with Tai Chi in the rose garden with Yao. Her schedule always included at least 1, sometimes 2, remedial massages with Jan. Some days she had to go to the spa on multiple occasions, if, for example, she was assigned a facial. She did not find this onerous. The facials were divinely scented, dreamlike experiences that left Frances rosy and glowing, with her hair sticking up like the petals of a flower. There were yoga classes in the yoga and meditation studio, and walking meditations through the surrounding bushland. The walking meditations got brisker and faster and steeper each day. In the early evening, when it got cooler, some guests went running with Yao. The Marconi family seemed to do nothing but run, even during free time. Frances would sit on her balcony and watch the 3 of them pelting up Tranquility Hill as if they were running for their lives, while others did a gentle exercise class in the rose garden with Delilah. Delilah seemed to have made it her personal mission to get Frances to do push-ups on her toes like a man, and because Frances wasn't allowed to speak, she couldn't say, "No, thank you, I've never seen the point of push-ups." She now understood that the point of push-ups was to work every muscle in her body, which was supposedly a good thing. Frances meekly allowed Yao to take her blood and check her blood pressure each day, before hopping mutely on the scales so he could record her weight, which she still avoided looking at, but which she assumed was plummeting, probably in free fall, what with all the exercise and the lack of calories and wine. The noble silence, which seemed so flimsy and silly in the beginning, so arbitrary and easily breakable, somehow gained in strength and substance as the days passed, like the settling in of a heat wave. And in fact, the summer heat had intensified. It was a dry, still heat, bright and white, like the silence itself. At first, without the distraction of noise and conversation, Frances's thoughts went around and around on a crazy, endless, repetitive loop. Paul Drabble, the money she'd lost, the surprise, the hurt, the anger, the surprise, the hurt, the anger, Paul's son, who was probably not even his son, the book she'd written with delusional love in her heart, which had subsequently been rejected, the career that was possibly over, the review that she should never have read. It wasn't that she'd found any solutions or experienced any earth-shattering revelations, but the act of observing her looping thoughts seemed to slow them down, until at last they came to a complete stop, and she'd found that for moments of time she thought nothing. Nothing at all. Her mind was quite empty. And those moments were lovely. The other guests were silent, not unwelcome figures in her peripheral vision. It became perfectly normal to ignore people, to not say hello when you found someone else sitting in the hot spring you were visiting, but to instead step silently into the bubbling, eggy-scented water with your head averted. Once, she and the tall, dark and handsome man sat in the secret grotto hot spring for what seemed like an eternity together. neither saying a word, both gazing out at the valley views, lost in their private thoughts. Even though they hadn't spoken or even looked at each other, it felt like they'd shared something spiritual. There had been other pleasant surprises too. For example, yesterday afternoon, as she had passed Zoe on the stairs, the girl brushed against her and pressed something into the palm of her hand. Frances managed to keep her eyes ahead and not say anything, which was remarkable, as she was very bad at that sort of thing. Both her ex-husbands had informed her that they could think of no one who would make a worse spy than her, while they, in spite of their differing personalities, were both apparently eminently qualified to join the CIA at a moment's notice. And when she got to her room, she had found a Reese's peanut butter cup in her hand. She had never tasted anything more divine. Apart from Zoe, Frances didn't have much interaction with anyone else. She no longer startled when Napoleon sneezed. She noted that Tony's hacking cough gradually lessened and lessened until it disappeared, and indeed her own cough disappeared around the same time. Her breathing became beautifully clear. Her paper cut vanished, and her back pain got better every day. It really was a healing journey. When she got home, she was going to send Ellen an effusive thank you card for suggesting this place. According to today's schedule, she had a one-on-one counselling session with Masha straight after lunch. Frances had never had any form of counselling in her life. She had friends for that. They all counselled each other, and it was generally a two-way process. Frances couldn't imagine sitting and telling anyone her problems without then listening to their problems and offering her own sage advice in return. She generally felt that the advice she offered was superior to the advice she received. Other people's problems were so simple. One's own problems tended to be so much more nuanced. But the silence and the heat and the daily massages had all combined to create a peaceful sense of resignation. Masha could counsel Frances if it made her happy. Frances's lunch that day was a vegetarian curry. She had stopped noticing the sound of everyone chewing and had begun to take the most extraordinary pleasure in her food. Extraordinary because she thought she already took quite substantial pleasure in her food. The curry, which she savoured tiny mouthful by tiny mouthful, had a hint of saffron that just about blew her mind. Was saffron always that good? She didn't know, but it felt like a religious experience. After lunch, while still reflecting on the wonder of saffron, Frances opened the door marked private, then climbed up 2 flights of stairs to the Princess Tower at the top of the house and knocked on the door of Masha's office. "Come in," said a voice, a little peremptorily. Frances entered the room, reminded of visits to the principal's office when she was at boarding school. Masha was writing something down, and she gestured towards the seat in front of her to indicate that Frances should sit while she finished what she was doing. Her demeanour would normally have made Frances bristle, and she wasn't yet quite so zen that she didn't note the fact that she had the right to bristle. She was the paying guest, turning up at the appointed time, thank you very much, not the hired help. But she didn't sigh or clear her throat or wriggle because she was very nearly transformed. Definitely thinner, and yesterday she did 2 push-ups in a row on her toes. She'd probably look very similar to Masha quite soon. A wave of laughter rose in her chest, and she distracted herself by studying the room. She'd love an office like this. If she had an office like this, she would probably write a masterpiece without chocolate. There were huge glass windows on all four sides, giving Masha a 360-degree view of the soft, rippling green countryside. It looked like a Renaissance painting from up here. In the same way that the silence didn't apply to Masha, it seemed that neither did the no electronic devices rule. Masha did not seem averse to the very latest in technology. She had not one, but two very smart-looking oversized computer monitors on her desk, as well as a laptop. Was she surfing the internet up here while all her guests digitally detoxed? Frances felt her right hand twitch. She imagined grabbing a mouse, spinning a monitor around to face her, and clicking on a news site. What had happened in the last 4 days? There could have been a zombie apocalypse or a significant celebrity couple breakup, and Frances would have no idea. She dragged her eyes away from the seductive computer screens and looked instead at the few items on Masha's desk. No photo frames revealing anything personal. There were a few lovely antiques that Frances coveted. Her hand crept out to touch a letter opener. The gold handle had an intricate design with pictures of elephants. "Careful," said Masha. "That letter opener is as sharp as a dagger. You could murder someone with that, Frances." Frances's hand flew back as fast as a shoplifter's. Masha picked up the letter opener and removed it from its sheath. "It is at least 200 years old," she said. She pressed her thumb to the sharp point. "It has been in my family for a long time." Frances made an interested murmur. She wasn't sure if she was allowed to break the silence, and suddenly she was irritated by that. "I assume the noble silence doesn't apply right now?" she said, and her unused voice sounded strange and unfamiliar to her ears. She'd been so good. She hadn't even talked to herself when she was alone in her room, and normally she was very chatty when alone, cheerfully narrating her own actions and engaging in friendly dialogue with inanimate objects. "Where are you hiding, oh peeler of carrots?" "Ah, you are a person who likes to follow the rules, are you?" Masha rested her chin in both hands and studied her. Her eyes really were a remarkable shade of green. "Generally," said Frances. Masha didn't break eye contact. "As I'm sure you know, I did have some banned items in my luggage," said Frances. She was happy with her cool tone, but her face was hot. "Yes," said Masha, "I am aware of that." "And I'm still reading," said Frances defiantly. "Are you?" said Masha. "Yes," said Frances. "Anything good?" Masha replaced the letter opener on her desk. Frances thought about this. The book was meant to be another murder mystery, but the author had introduced far too many characters too early, and so far everyone was still alive and kicking. The pace had slowed. "Come on now, hurry up and kill someone." "It's quite good," she told Masha. "Tell me, Frances," said Masha, "do you want to be a different person when you leave here?" "Well," said Frances. She picked up a coloured glass ball from Masha's desk. It felt vaguely bad-mannered. You didn't pick up other people's belongings. And yet she couldn't help it. She wanted to feel the cool weight of it in her hand. "I guess I do." "I don't think you do," said Masha. "I think you are here for a little rest, and you are quite happy with the way you are now. I think this is all a little bit of a joke to you. You prefer not to take things too seriously in your life. Yes?" Her accent had deepened. Frances reminded herself that this woman had no authority over her. "Does it matter if I'm just here for a little rest?" Frances put the glass ball back down and pushed it away from her, causing a moment's panic when it began to roll. She stopped it with her fingertips and placed her hands in her lap. This was ridiculous. Why did she feel ashamed, like a teenager? This was a health resort. Masha didn't answer her question. "I wonder, do you feel that you've ever been truly tested in your life?" Frances shifted in her seat. "I've suffered losses," she said defensively. Masha flicked her hand. "Of course you have," she said. "You are 52 years old. That is not my question." "I've been lucky," said Frances. "I know I have been very lucky." "And you live in the lucky country." Masha lifted her arms to encompass the countryside that surrounded them. "Well, that phrase about us being the lucky country, it's kind of misused." Frances heard a pedantic tone creep into her voice, and she wondered why she was parroting her first husband, Sol, who always felt the need to point this out smugly when someone referred to Australia as being the lucky country. The author who wrote that phrase meant to imply that we hadn't earned our prosperity. So, Australia is not so lucky? Well, no, we are, but... Frances stopped. Was that exactly the point that Masha was trying to make? That Frances hadn't earned her prosperity? "You never had children," said Masha, referring to an open file on the desk in front of her. Frances found herself craning to look, as if her file would reveal a secret. Masha only knew she didn't have children because Frances had indicated that when she filled in the booking form. Was that decision made by choice, or was it forced upon you by circumstance? "Choice," said Frances. "This is none of your business, lady." She thought of Ari and the PlayStation games he was going to show her when she got to America. Where was Ari now? Or the boy who pretended to be Ari? Was he on the phone to some other woman? "I see," said Masha. Did Masha think she was selfish for not wanting children? It wouldn't be the first time she'd heard that accusation. It had never especially bothered her. "Do you have children?" Frances asked Masha. She was allowed to ask questions. This woman was not her therapist. She probably had no qualifications whatsoever. She leaned forward, curious to know, "Are you in a relationship?" "I am not in a relationship, and I do not have children," said Masha. She had become very still. She looked very steadily at Frances, so steadily that Frances couldn't help but wonder if she was lying, although it was impossible to imagine Masha in a relationship. She could never be half of any relationship. "You mentioned losses," said Masha. "Tell me about those losses." "My father died when I was very young," said Francis. "Mine also," said Masha. Francis was taken aback by this unasked-for personal revelation. "I'm sorry," said Francis. She thought of her last memory of her dad. It had been summer. A Saturday. She was going out to her part-time job as a checkout girl at Target. He was sitting in their living room, playing Hot August Night, smoking a cigarette, eyes closed, and humming along with deep feeling to Neil Diamond, whom he considered to be a genius. Francis kissed him on the forehead. "See you, darling," he said, without opening his eyes. For her, the smell of cigarettes was the smell of love. She dated far too many smokers for that reason. "A lady driving a car didn't stop at a pedestrian crossing," said Francis. "The sun was in her eyes. My father was going for a walk." "My father was shot in the market by a hitman for the Russian mafia," said Masha. "Also an accident. They thought he was someone else." "Seriously?" Francis tried not to look too avid for more exotic detail. Masha shrugged. "My mother said my father had too common a face, too plain, like anybody's, like everybody's. She was very angry with him for his plain face." Francis didn't know whether to smile. Masha didn't smile, so Francis didn't either. Francis offered up, "My mother was angry with my father for going for a walk. For years, she said, it was so hot that day. Why didn't he just stay inside like a normal person? Why did he have to walk everywhere?" Masha nodded, just once. "My father should not have been at the market," she said. "He was a very clever man. He had a very senior position for a firm that made vacuum cleaners. But after the fall of the Soviet Union, when inflation went—" She made a whistling motion and pointed up. "Our entire savings gone. My father's company could not pay him cash. They paid him in vacuum cleaners. So he went to the market to sell the vacuum cleaners. He should not have had to do that. It was beneath him." "That's awful," said Francis. For a moment, it felt as if the giant chasm that separated their different cultures and childhoods and body types could be bridged by the commonality of the loss of their fathers, through terrible chance, and their bitter, grieving mothers. But then Masha sniffed, as if suddenly disgusted by some unmentionable behavior. She closed the file in front of her. "Well, it has been nice to chat with you, Francis, to get to know you a little bit." She made it sound as if she now knew everything there was to know about Francis. "How did you end up in Australia?" asked Francis, suddenly desperate for the conversation not to end. She didn't want to go back to the silence now she'd experienced the pleasure of human interaction, and it was fine if Masha didn't want to know more about Francis, but Francis most certainly wanted to know more about her. "My ex-husband and I applied to different embassies," said Masha coldly. "The U.S., Canada, Australia. I wanted the U.S. My husband wanted Canada. But Australia wanted us. Frances tried not to take this personally, although she had a feeling that Masha wanted her to take it personally. Also, ex-husband. They had divorce in common too. But Frances could tell she wouldn't get anywhere trying to exchange divorce stories. There was something about Masha that reminded Frances of a friend from university who had been both deeply egocentric and deeply insecure. The only way to make her open up was with flattery, extremely careful flattery. It was like dismantling a bomb. You could accidentally offend them at any time. I think it's a very brave thing to do, said Frances, to start a new life in a new country. Well, we did not have to travel the open seas in a rickety boat, if that's what you are thinking. The Australian government paid our airfares, picked us up at the airport, paid for our accommodation. You needed us. We were both very intelligent people. I had a degree in mathematics. My husband was a talented, world-class scientist. Her eyes looked back into a past Frances longed to see. Extremely talented. The way she said extremely talented didn't make her sound like a divorced wife. She sounded like a widow. We're lucky you came then, said Frances humbly, on behalf of the Australian people. Yes, you are very lucky, said Masha. She leaned forward, her face suddenly alight. I'll tell you why we came. Because of a VCR. It all starts with the VCR, and now nobody even has a VCR. Technology. The VCR? Said Frances. Our neighbors in the flat next to ours got one. Nobody could afford such a thing. They inherited money from a relative who died in Siberia. These neighbors were good friends of ours, and they asked us over to see movies. Her gaze became unfocused, once again remembering. Frances didn't move. She didn't want Masha to stop this sudden sharing of confidences. It was like when your uptight boss goes to the pub with you and loosens up over a drink and suddenly starts chatting to you, like you're an equal. It was a window into another world, into a capitalist world. It all seemed so different, so amazing, so abundant. Masha smiled dreamily. Dirty Dancing, Desperately Seeking Susan, The Breakfast Club. Not that many because the movies were insanely expensive, so people had to swap them. The voices were all done by the same person, holding his nose to disguise his voice because it was illegal. She held her nose and spoke in a nasal voice to demonstrate. If it wasn't for that VCR, for those movies, we might not have worked so hard to leave. It was not easy to leave. Did the reality live up to your expectations? Asked Frances, thinking of the glossy, highly colored world of 80s films and how bland suburban Sydney would feel when she and friends emerged blinking from the cinemas. Was it as wonderful as in the movies? It was as wonderful, said Masha. She picked up the glass ball that Frances had put down and held it in the flat palm of her hand, as if daring it to roll. It stayed completely still. And it was not. She put the ball back down decisively. Suddenly, she seemed to remember her superior status, like when your boss remembers you have to work together the next day. So, Frances, tomorrow we will officially break the silence, and you will get to know the other guests. I'm looking forward. Enjoy your evening meal, because there will be no meals served at all tomorrow. Your first light fast will begin. She held out her hand in such a way that Frances found herself automatically rising to her feet. Have you done much fasting before? Masha looked up at her. She said fasting as if it were an exotic, delightful practice, like belly dancing. Not really, admitted Frances, but it's just a light fast, right? Masha smiled radiantly. You may find tomorrow a little testing, Frances. Chapter 24. Carmel. You have already lost some weight, I see. Masha opened Carmel's file to begin her counseling session. Have I? Said Carmel. She felt like she'd won a prize. How much? Masha ignored the question. She ran her finger down a sheet of paper in the file. I thought I might have lost some, but I wasn't sure. Carmel heard her unused voice tremble with pleasure. She hadn't dared to hope. It seemed that Yao deliberately stood in such a way that she couldn't see that dreaded number on the scales each day. She put a hand to her stomach. She had suspected it was getting flatter, her clothes looser. She'd been secretly touching her stomach, like when she was pregnant for the first time. This retreat was just like that euphoric time. The feeling that her body was changing in new and miraculous ways. I guess I'll probably lose even more when we start the fast tomorrow. Carmel wanted to demonstrate her enthusiasm and commitment to the retreat. She would do whatever it took. Masha said nothing. She closed Carmel's file and balanced her chin on her folded hands. Carmel said, I hope it's not just fluid loss. They say that in the first few days of a diet, you mostly just lose fluid. Masha still said nothing. I know the meals here are all calorie controlled. I guess the challenge will be maintaining my weight loss when I go home. I'd be really grateful for any nutrition advice you can give me going forward. Maybe a recipe plan? You do not need a recipe plan, said Masha. You are an intelligent woman. You know what to do to lose weight. If that's what you want, you are not especially fat. You are not especially thin. You want to be thinner. That is your choice. I find this not so interesting. Oh, said Carmel. Sorry. Tell me something about yourself that is not related to your weight, said Masha. Well, I have 4 daughters, said Carmel. She smiled at the thought of them. They're aged 10, 8, 7, and 5. I know this already. You are a mother, said Masha. Tell me something else. My husband left me. He has a new girlfriend now, so that's been... Masha waved that away irritably, as if it were of no relevance. Something else. There is nothing else right now, said Carmel. There's no time for anything else. I'm just a normal, busy mum. An overweight, stressed out, suburban mum. As she spoke, she scanned Masha's desk for family photos. She must not have children. If she did, she would know how motherhood swallowed you up whole. I work part-time, she tried to explain. I have an elderly mother who is not well. I am always tired. Always, always tired. Masha sighed, as if Carmel were not behaving. I know I need to work more exercise into my schedule, offered Carmel. Was that what she wanted to hear? Yes, said Masha. Yes, you do. But I find this also not so interesting. When the kids are older, I'll have more time to tell me about when you were a schoolgirl, interrupted Masha. What were you like? Smart? Top of the class? Bottom of the class? Naughty? Loud? Shy? I was mostly near the top of the class, said Carmel. Always. Not naughty, not shy, not loud. She thought about it. Although I could be very loud if I felt strongly about something. She remembered a heated argument with a teacher who wrote, "The thunder boomed, the lightning flashed," on the blackboard. Carmel stood up to correct the teacher's spelling of lightning. The teacher didn't believe her. Carmel wouldn't back down, even when the teacher yelled at her. She was all-powerful when she knew without doubt she was in the right. But how often did you know for sure that you were right? Hardly ever. Interesting, said Masha, because right now you do not seem like a very loud person. You should see me in the morning when I yell at my kids, said Carmel. Why have I not seen this loud Carmel? Where is she? We're not allowed to speak? That is a good point. But see, even then, when you made a very valid point, you said it like a question. You put this questioning sound at the end of your sentences, like this. Your voice goes up, like you are not really sure of everything you say. Carmel squirmed at Masha's imitation of her speech patterns. Was that really how she sounded? And your walk, said Masha. That is the other thing. I don't like the way you walk. You don't like the way I walk? Spluttered Carmel. Wasn't that kind of rude? Masha stood and came out from behind her desk. This is how you walk right now. She rounded her shoulders, dropped her chin, and did a scurrying kind of sidestep across the room, like you are hoping no one sees you. Why do you do that? I don't think I exactly... Yes, you do. Masha sat back down. I don't think you always walked like this. I think once you walked properly. Do you want your daughters to walk like you walk? It was obviously a rhetorical question. You are a woman in the prime of your life. You should march into a room with your head held high, like you are walking onto a stage, a battlefield. Carmel stared. I'll try, she said. She coughed and remembered to turn it into a statement. I will try. I will try to do that. Masha smiled. Good. At first, it will feel strange. You will have to fake it. But then, you will remember. You will think, oh, that's right. This is how I talk. This is how I walk. This is me, Carmel. She knocked her closed fist against her heart. This is who I am. She leaned forward and lowered her voice. I will tell you a secret. Her eyes danced. You will look thinner if you walk like that. Carmel smiled back. Was she joking? Everything will become clearer over the next few days, said Masha, with a gesture that made Carmel stand up quickly, as if she'd outstayed her welcome. Masha pulled a notepad towards her and began to write something down. Carmel hovered. She tried to put her shoulders back. Could you just tell me how much weight I've lost so far? Masha didn't look up. Close the door behind you. Chapter 25. Masha. Masha studied the large man who sat on the other side of her desk, his feet planted solidly on the floor, his hands curled in meaty fists on his thighs, as if he were a prisoner hoping for parole. Masha remembered how Delilah had implied there was something unusual or secretive about Tony Hogburn. Masha did not agree. The man was not especially complex. He seemed to her to be a simple, grumpy fellow. He had lost weight already. Men who drank a lot of beer always did lose weight when they stopped, whereas women like Carmel, who had much less weight to lose, took much longer. In truth, Carmel hadn't lost any weight at all, but there was no benefit in Carmel hearing that. How did you come across Tranquillum House, Tony? Masha asked him. I Googled how to change your life, said Tony. Ah, said Masha. As an experiment, she sat back, crossed her legs, and waited for his eyes to travel down her body, which they did, of course. The man was not dead yet, but not for very long. Why do you want to change your life? Well, Masha, life is short. His gaze moved past hers to the window behind her head. Masha noted that he seemed much calmer and more confident now than when he had complained about his contraband being confiscated. The positive effects of Tranquillum House. I didn't want to waste the time I had left. He looked back at her. I like your office. It's like you're on top of the world up here. I get claustrophobic down in that yoga studio. So, how do you hope to change your life? I just want to get healthier and fitter, said Tony. Drop some weight. Men often use that phrase, drop some weight. They said it without shame or emotion, as if the weight were an object they could easily put down when they chose. Women said they needed to lose weight with their eyes down, as if the extra weight was part of them, a terrible sin they'd committed. I used to be very fit. I should have done this sooner. I really regret. Tony stopped, cleared his throat, as if he'd said more than he wanted. "What do you regret?" asked Masha. "It's not anything I've done. It's more everything I haven't done. I've just kind of moped about for 20 years. It took a fraction of a second to translate the English word moped, a word she didn't hear much. 20 years is a long time to mope, said Masha. Foolish man. She herself had never moped, not once. Moping was for the weak. I kind of got into the habit of it, said Tony. Not sure how to stop. She waited to hear what he would say next. Women liked to be asked questions about themselves, but with men it was better to be patient, to be silent, and see what eventuated. She waited. The minutes passed. She was considering giving up when Tony shifted in his chair. Your near-death experience, he said, without looking at her. You said you no longer feared death, or something like that? That's right, said Masha. She studied him, wondering about his interest in this subject. I no longer fear it. It was beautiful. People think death is like falling asleep, but for me, it was like waking up. A tunnel? Said Tony. Is that what you saw? A tunnel of light? Not a tunnel. She paused, considered changing the subject and putting the focus back on him. She had already revealed too much of her personal life earlier to that Frances Welty, with her bouncy hair and red lipstick, nearly knocking Masha's glass bowl off the desk like a child, asking her greedy, nosy questions, making Masha forget her position. It was hard to believe Frances was exactly the same age as Masha. She reminded Masha of a little girl in her second-grade class, a plump, pretty, vain little girl who always had a pocket filled with Vzlotnaya candies. People like Frances lived candy-filled lives. But she did not feel that Tony had lived a candy-filled life. It was not a tunnel. It was a lake, she told him. A great lake of shimmering, colored light. She had never told a guest this before. She had told Yao about it, but not Delilah. As Tony ran a hand over his unshaven jaw, considering her words, Masha saw again that incredible lake of color, scarlet, turquoise, lemon. She hadn't just seen that lake. She had experienced it with all her senses. She had breathed it, heard it, smelled it, tasted it. Did you see loved ones? Asked Tony. No, lied Masha, even as she saw an image of a young man walking towards her through the lake of light, color streaming off him like water. Such an ordinary but exquisite young man. He wore a baseball cap, like so many young men did. He took it off and scratched his head. She had only ever seen him as her baby, her beautiful, fat-cheeked, toothless baby. But she knew immediately that this was her son. This was the man he would have and should have become, and all that love was still within her, as fresh and powerful and shocking as it had been when she'd held him for the first time. She did not know if it had been a precious gift or a cruel punishment to have experienced that love again. Perhaps it was both. She saw her son for what could have been a lifetime or what could have been a few seconds. She had no concept of time. And then he was gone, and she floated near her office ceiling, above the two men working on her lifeless body. She could see a button on the floor where they had ripped open her silk shirt. She could see one of her legs splayed at a strange angle, as if she'd landed there after falling from a great height. She could see the top of another young man's head, the white part in his dark hair, revealing a tiny strawberry-shaped birthmark, the dampness of his forehead as he sent electrical pulses through her body, and somehow she felt everything he felt, his fear, his focus. Her next conscious memory had been the following day. She was back in the drab confines of her body, and the tall, beautiful nurse was saying, "Hello there, Sleeping Beauty." It was like being returned to jail. Except it wasn't a nurse. This woman was the doctor who had performed her heart surgery, a quadruple bypass. In the years to come, Masha often considered how her life would have been different if her heart surgeon had looked like the vast majority of heart surgeons. Her prejudices would have made her dismiss everything he had to say, no matter the accuracy. She would have put him in the same category as the gray-haired men who worked for her. She knew better than all of them. But this woman made Masha snap to attention. She felt strangely proud of her. She, too, was a woman at the top of her profession in a man's world, and she was tall. It somehow mattered that she was tall, like Masha. So Masha listened attentively as she talked about reducing her risk factors when it came to diet and exercise and smoking, and she listened when the doctor said, "Don't let your heart be a casualty of your head." She wanted Masha to understand that her state of mind was just as important as the state of her body. When I was on the wards in my first term of cardiac surgery, we had something called the beard sign, she said, meaning that if one of our male patients was so miserable he couldn't even be bothered to shave, his chances of recovery were not as good. You must take care of your whole self, Masha. Masha shaved her legs the very next day for the first time in years. She went to the cardiac rehabilitation exercise program suggested by the doctor, determined to top the class. She attacked the challenge of her health and her heart in the same way that she had once attacked challenges at work. And, naturally, she overachieved beyond all expectations. "Good God," said the surgeon when Masha went to her for her first checkup. She had never once moped. She recreated herself. She did it for the tall, attractive doctor. She did it for the young man in the lake. My sister also had a near-death experience, said Tony. A horse-riding accident. After her accident, she changed. Her career, everything about her life. She got right into gardening. He gave Masha an uneasy look. I didn't like it. You don't like gardening? Said Masha, teasing a little. He gave her a half smile, and she saw a flash of a more attractive man. I think I just didn't want my sister to change, he said. It felt like she'd become a stranger. Maybe it felt like she'd experienced something I couldn't understand. People are frightened of what they don't understand, said Masha. I never believed in life after death before that. Now I do. And I live a better life because of it. Right, said Tony. Yeah. Again, Masha waited. Anyway, Tony exhaled and patted his thighs, as if he were done. Masha would get nothing else of interest out of him. It did not matter. The next 24 hours would tell her so much more about this man. He would learn things he did not know about himself. A glorious sense of calm settled upon her as she watched him leave the room, hitching up his pants with one hand. Those last remnants of doubt were gone. Maybe it was because of the thoughts of her son. The risks were calculated. The risks were justified. No one ever ascended a mountain without risk. Chapter 26. Napoleon. It was dawn at Tranquillum House, the 5th day of the retreat. Napoleon parted the wild horse's mane 3 times, both sides. He enjoyed the soft swooping moves of Tai Chi, and this was one of his favorite moves, although he heard his knees crunch like a tire on gravel as he bent his legs. His physio said it was nothing to worry about. People Napoleon's age crunched. It was just middle-aged cartilage. Yao led this morning's class in the Rose Garden, quietly and calmly naming each move for the 9 guests who stood in a semicircle around him, all wearing their green Tranquillum House dressing gowns. People seemed to be wearing the robes more often than not now. On the horizon behind Yao, 2 hot air balloons ascended so slowly above the vineyards, it looked like a painting. Napoleon and Heather had done that once, on a romantic weekend away, wine tasting, antique shops, multiple lives ago, before children. It was interesting. When you have children, you think your life has changed forever, and it's true, to an extent. But it's nothing compared to how your life changes after you lose a child. When Masha, an extraordinarily fit and healthy-looking woman, clearly passionate about what she did, his wife mistrusted passion, and Zoe was still young enough to find it embarrassing, but Napoleon found it admirable. Had spoken on the first day about how this experience would change them in ways they could never have imagined. Napoleon, once a believer in self-improvement, had felt an unusual sensation of bitter cynicism. He and his family had already been transformed in ways they could never have imagined. All they needed was peace and quiet, and certainly an improvement in their diets. While I admire and salute your passion, Masha, we do not seek or desire further transformation. The white crane spreads its wings, said Yao, and everyone moved in graceful unison with him. It was quite beautiful to see. Napoleon, who stood at the back as always, he'd learned to stand at the back of every audience once he hit 6'3", watched his wife and daughter lift their arms together. They both bit their bottom lips like chipmunks when they concentrated. He heard the knees of the guy next to him crunch too, which was pleasing because Napoleon guessed he was at least a decade younger than him. Even Napoleon could see this guy was notably handsome. He looked at Heather to see if she was maybe checking out the good-looking guy, but her eyes were opaque, like a doll's eyes. As usual, she was somewhere deep and sad within herself. Heather was broken. She had always been fragile, like a piece of delicate china. Early on in their relationship, he thought she was feisty, funny, a tough chick, athletic and capable, the sort of girl you could take to the football or camping. And he was right. She was exactly that type of girl. She was into her sport. She loved camping, and she was never high maintenance or needy. The opposite. She found it hard to admit she needed anyone or anything. When they first started going out, she once broke her toe trying to move a bookshelf on her own, when Napoleon was on his way over and could have lifted that piece of plywood junk with one hand. But no, she had to do it herself. The fragility beneath that feisty demeanour came out slowly, in odd ways. A peculiar attitude towards certain foods that may have just been a sensitive stomach, but may have been something more. An inability to make eye contact if an argument got too emotional, or to say, "I love you," without bracing her chin as if she were preparing to be punched. He'd thought, romantically, that he could keep her funny, fragile little heart protected, like a tiny bird in the palm of his hand. He'd thought, full of love and testosterone, that he would protect his woman from bad men and heavy furniture and upsetting food. When he first met her odd, detached parents, he understood that Heather had grown up starved of love. And when you're starved of something you should receive in abundance, you never quite trust it. Heather's parents weren't abusive, but they were just chilly enough to make you shiver. Napoleon became excessively loving in their presence, as if he could somehow make them love his wife the way she should be loved. "Doesn't Heather look great in this dress?" he'd say. "Did Heather tell you she came top in her midwifery exams?" Until one day Heather mouthed the words, "Stop it." So he stopped it. But he still touched her more than usual whenever they visited her family, desperate to convey through his touch, "You are loved. You are loved. You are so, so loved." He'd been too young and happy to know that love wasn't enough. Too young to know all the ways that life could break you. Their son's death broke her. Maybe a son's death broke any mother. The anniversary was tomorrow. Napoleon sensed its dark, malignant shadow. It was irrational to feel frightened of a day. It was just a sad day, a day they were never going to forget anyway. He reminded himself that this was normal. People felt like this on anniversaries. He'd felt this same impending sense of doom last year, almost as if it were going to happen again, as if this were a story he'd read before and he knew what lay ahead. He'd hoped that doing this retreat might make him feel calmer about the approach of the anniversary. It was a marvellous house, so peaceful and, yes, tranquil, and the staff seemed kind and caring. Yet Napoleon felt skittish. At dinner last night, his right leg had begun to tremble uncontrollably. He'd had to put a hand on his thigh to still it. Was it just the anniversary? Or the silence? Probably the silence. He didn't like having all this time with only his thoughts, his memories, and regrets. The sun rose higher in the sky as the Tranquillum House guests moved in unison with Yao. Napoleon caught a glimpse of the profile of the big, chunky guy who had tried to smuggle in the contraband. It had seemed like he might be a troublemaker, and Napoleon had kept his teacher's eye on him. But he appeared to have settled down, like one of those students you thought was going to be your nemesis for the whole year, but then turned out to be a good kid. There was something about this guy's profile that reminded Napoleon of somebody or something from his past. An actor from some old TV show he used to enjoy as a child, perhaps? It felt like a good memory. There was something pleasant about the feelings he invoked. But Napoleon couldn't put his finger on it. Somewhere in the distance, a whip-bird called. He loved the sound of the whip-bird, that long musical crack of the whip that was so much a part of the Australian landscape you had to leave the country to realise how much you missed it, how it settled your soul. "Repulse the monkey," said Yao. Napoleon repulsed the monkey and remembered 3 years ago. This day, this time, the day before. It was around this time, 3 years ago, that Napoleon was making love to his sleepy wife for the last time in their marriage. He assumed it was the last time, although he hadn't given up entirely. He would know if she was ever ready. All it would take would be a look. He understood. Sex felt cheap now, tawdry and tacky. But he'd still be up for some cheap, tawdry sex. She'd fallen asleep again. She used to love her sleep back then. And Napoleon had quietly left the house and headed for the bay. He kept the surf ski on the roof rack of his car throughout the long summer holiday. When he came back, Zack was eating breakfast at the sink, shirtless. He was always shirtless, hair sticking up in tufts. He looked up, grinned at his father and said, "No milk," meaning he'd drunk it all. He said that he might come with Napoleon for a paddle the next day. After that, Napoleon worked for a few hours in the garden and cleaned the pool, and Zack went to the beach with his friend Chris, and then Napoleon fell asleep on the couch and the girls went out, Heather to work, Zoe to a party. When Zack came home, Napoleon did ribs on the barbecue for the two of them. And afterwards they had a swim in the pool and talked about the Australian Open and Serena's chances and conspiracy theories. Zack liked conspiracy theories. And how Chris had told Zack he wanted to go into gastroenterology. Zack was gobsmacked by the bizarre specificity of Chris's career plans because Zack didn't even know what he wanted to do tomorrow, let alone for the rest of his life. And Napoleon told him that was fine. There was plenty of time to settle on a career, and these days no one had just one career anyway. He absolutely told him it was fine. He'd double-checked his memory about 1,000 times. And then they played table tennis in honor of the tennis, best of 3, Napoleon won 2, and then they watched a movie, The Royal Tenenbaums. They both loved the movie. They laughed a lot. They stayed up too late watching the movie. That's why Napoleon was tired the next morning. That's why he hit the snooze button on his phone. It was a split-second decision he would regret until the day he died. Napoleon knew everything about that day because he'd examined his memories over and over, like a homicide detective combing through the evidence. Over and over he saw it, his hand reaching for the phone, his thumb on the snooze button. Over and over he saw the other life, where he made a different decision, the right decision, the decision he normally made, where he didn't hit snooze, where he turned off the alarm and got out of bed. "Grasp the bird's tail," said Yao. It was Heather who found Zack. The sound of his wife's scream that morning was like no sound he'd ever heard before. His memory of running up the stairs, it seemed like it took a lifetime, like running through mud, like something from a dream. Zack had used his new belt to make the noose. It was a brown leather belt from R.M. Williams that Heather had bought him for Christmas only a few weeks earlier. It cost $99, which was ridiculous. "Expensive belt," Napoleon had said to Heather when she showed it to him. He remembered fishing the receipt from the plastic bag, raising his eyebrows. She shrugged. Zack had admired it once. She overspent every Christmas. "You broke your mother, mate." The kid did not leave a note or a text. He did not choose to explain his actions. "Carry the tiger over the mountain," said Yao, who was a young man, maybe only 10 years older than Zack. Zack could have worked somewhere like this. He could have grown his hair long. He would have looked good with one of those beards they all had these days. He could have lived a fantastic life, so many opportunities. He had the brains, the looks, the facial hair. He was good with his hands. He could have done a trade. He could have done law or medicine or architecture. He could have travelled. He could have done drugs. Why didn't he just do drugs? How wonderful to have a son who made bad choices but not irreversible bad choices. A kid who did drugs, who dealt drugs even, who got arrested, who went off the rails. Napoleon could have got him back on the rails. Zack never even owned his own car. Why would you choose to die before you knew the pleasure, the spectacular pleasure of owning your own car? Apparently that young bloke in front of him drove a Lamborghini. Zack had chosen to turn his back on this beautiful world of whipbirds and Lamborghinis, long-legged girls and hamburgers with the lot. He chose to take a gift from his mother and use it as a murder weapon. That was a bad choice, son. It was the wrong thing to do. It was a really bad choice. He heard a sound and realized it was him. Zoe turned to look at him. He tried to smile at her reassuringly. "I'm fine, Zoe, just yelling at your brother." His eyes blurred. "Needle at the bottom of the sea," said Yao. "My boy." My boy. My boy. He was not broken. He would never stop grieving for Zach, but he had made a decision in the week after the funeral. He must not break. It was his job to heal, to be there for his wife and his daughter, to get through this. So he studied the literature. He bought books online and read every word. He downloaded podcasts. He Googled the research. He attended the Tuesday night Survivors of Suicide group as faithfully as his mother once went to Sunday Mass, and now he ran the group. Heather and Zoe thought he talked too much, but that was only in social situations. On Tuesday nights, he hardly spoke a word. He listened and he listened on his fold-out chair and did not flinch while a tsunami of pain crashed all around him. He gave speeches to parent groups and schools and did radio interviews and edited an online newsletter and helped with fundraising. It's his new hobby. He'd overheard Heather say that on the phone one night to someone. He never found out to whom because he never mentioned it, but he never forgot it, or the bitter tone. It sounded close to hatred. It hurt because it was both a malicious lie and the shameful truth. He could find hatred in his heart for her, too, if he went looking for it. The secret of a happy marriage was not to go looking for it. He saw his wife's thin arms curved up towards the sun to master its life force, and his heart filled with painful tenderness for her. She could not heal, and she refused to even try. She never went to the support group except for that one time. She did not want to hear from other parents who had lost sons because she believed Zach was superior to their stupid sons. Napoleon thought Zach was superior to their stupid sons too, but he still found solace in giving back to this community he had never asked to join. The white crane spreads its wings. Sometimes there are no signs. That's what he told the newly grieving parents at the Tuesday night group. He told them there was research to suggest that teenage suicide was often the consequence of an impulsive decision. Many had suicidal thoughts for only 8 hours before their attempts. Some idiotic kids put as little as 5 minutes thought into their catastrophic choice. He did not tell them other things he had learned from his research, such as that suicide survivors often reported that their first thought after they'd swallowed the pills, after they'd jumped, after they'd cut, was a version of, "My God, what have I done?" He did not tell them that many survivors of suicide are transformed by their experience and go on to live happy lives, sometimes with little psychiatric intervention. He didn't tell them that if the decision to take their lives was in some way thwarted, if the means was removed, their suicidal thoughts often disappeared with time and never returned. He didn't tell them how Britain's national suicide rate dropped by 1/3 when coal gas was phased out, because once people no longer had the option to impulsively stick their head in the oven, there was time for their dark and dreadful impulses to pass. He didn't think it was helpful for parents to know just how much bad luck was involved in the loss of their children. That perhaps all they'd needed was a well-timed interruption, a phone call, a distraction. But Napoleon knew it because that was Zach. Impulsive. The absolute definition of impulsive. He never thought things through. He never thought of the consequences of his actions. He lived in the moment, as you were meant to do. He practiced mindfulness. No yesterday, no tomorrow, just now. I feel this now, so I will do this now. If you chase the waves along the beach, your new runners will get wet, and they will stay wet for the rest of the day. If you run about outside when the pollen count is high, even though we told you to stay indoors, you will have an asthma attack. If you give up your life, you won't get it back, kid. It's gone. Zach, you've got to think, Napoleon used to yell at him. That's why Napoleon knew without a doubt that if he'd got up at the time he'd originally planned, if he hadn't pressed the snooze button on his alarm that morning, if he'd knocked on Zach's door and said, "Come paddling with me," then right now he'd have a wife who wasn't broken, and a daughter who still sang in the shower, and a son about to celebrate his 21st birthday. Napoleon was meant to be the one who knew and understood boys. He had a drawer full of cards and letters from the boys he'd taught over the years, and their parents, all telling him how very special he was, how much he'd contributed to their lives, that they would never forget him, that he'd pulled them back from some terrible brink, a wrong path, that they'd be eternally grateful to their wonderful teacher, Mr. Marconi. Yet he'd somehow failed his own boy, the only boy in the world who mattered. For a year he'd searched for answers. He'd talked to every friend, every teammate, every teacher, every coach. None of them had answers. There was nothing more to know. "Fan through the back," said Yao. Napoleon fanned through the back and felt his muscles stretch and the sun warm on his face as he tasted the sea from the tears that ran heedlessly down his face. But he wasn't broken. Chapter 27. Zoe. Zoe saw the tears slide down her father's face and wondered if he knew he was crying. Her dad cried a lot without seeming to realize he was doing it, like a scratch he didn't know was bleeding, as if his body excreted grief without his knowledge. "Touch the sky," said Yao. Zoe followed the graceful arc of Yao's arms and turned now in her mother's direction, and saw the deep crevices in her mother's face, and heard once more the sound of her mother's scream that awful morning. Like the scream of an animal caught in a trap. A scream that tore straight through Zoe's life like a razor blade. Tomorrow it would be 3 years. Would it ever get any easier for her parents? Because it sure didn't look like it was getting any easier. There was no use hoping that once they got through this next anniversary, things would get better, because she'd thought that the last 2 anniversaries. She knew that when they went back home, it would all be just the same. It felt like her parents were sick with a terrible, incurable disease that ravaged their bodies. It felt like they'd been assaulted, as if someone had come after them with a baseball bat. She had not realized that grief was so physical. Before Zach died, she thought grief happened in your head. She didn't know that your whole body ached with it, that it screwed up your digestive system, your menstrual cycle, your sleep patterns, your skin. You wouldn't wish it on your worst enemy. Sometimes it felt like Zoe was just waiting out her life now. enduring it, ticking off events and days and months and years, as if she just had to get herself through something unspecified, and then things would be better. Except she never got through it, and it never got better, and she would never forgive him. His death was the ultimate fuck you. "At least you weren't close," said her friend Kara in her head. At least we weren't close. At least we weren't close. At least we weren't close. Chapter 28. Heather.